8 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. About 3 hours from now, if you're listening live, we'll have Coach Jeff Fisher on the show and reunite with him. He's Michigan's head coach in the USFL, which starts this coming Saturday evening, the inaugural game. The New Jersey Generals and the Birmingham Stallions, they play 6:30 p.m. Central Time. They kick off in Birmingham at Protective Stadium. That'll also be on Fox and NBC, the main channels there, as that is the inaugural game of the USFL coming up on Saturday night. And there's 3 games on Sunday. You've been hearing a lot about that. In yesterday's show, we had Gene Hallman on. Today, we'll reunite with Coach Jeff Fisher, and we've got quite the history with him, leading back to the Titans and the Music City Miracle and all that kind of stuff. It's been a wild ride, but we'll catch up with Coach Jeff Fisher a little bit later in the program today. Also, the Wheel of Meat could spin. That's there for you. There's a lot happening this week. It is Holy Week. It's very special for us, and hope all of you as well. And that'll be a feature on RBU this week. Is Rick and Bubba do RBU today. We will record our Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It will publish Saturday morning. We'll tell you more about that during the main show today, but all that on tap today. And so we look forward to you hanging out with us, and we thank you for doing so. Right now in TV room, it's Eddie Van Adler, and to my left, it's Greg. To my right, it's Helmsy. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Really good.
Really Dialing it in, ready to go.
Do y'all? I do this, and I think I've heard Rick say he does this as well. But like, I have been looking forward to getting to this morning, this particular time of day.
Okay.
I think I have these, I call them segments of busy life. So like, for instance, Sunday night into Monday morning, I was telling myself, man, if you could just get to Thursday morning right before the kickoff hour, you're going to be, you're there. Like, and then you take a deep breath for a couple of days.
Okay.
Do you ever do that?
Yeah.
Like, have a goal out there, like going, okay, I got. If I can just get through this time, and I'm here. So y'all gonna see a little extra pep in my step day.
Oh,
got
really?
a lot off my plate over the last 4 or 5 days.
Yeah. You know, if you've got a tough week and you're like, okay, if I can get to right here, it's over.
It has just been not even daylight to dark, dark to dark. For 3 or 4 days with a bunch of things that have just had to check off, and I checked the last one off right before we walked in here.
There you go.
So so now I have a couple days where I've kind of footloose and fancy free, and then it'll happen again at some point where I'll have to go, okay, goodness gracious. Sometimes it's 4 days, sometimes it's 2 days,
right?
But I have to get in my mindset, okay, just get to this point.
Yeah, I get it. Mine started Monday, and I think my relief is next Monday.
There you go.
So I'm
that's tough.
I'm back to Decatur today. Yeah,
it's see, I usually have mine. It's usually like 48 hours of toughness, and that doesn't mean I don't have things going on today. Right. But I'm going to have a breather here or there.
Yeah,
I haven't had a breather in like 4 days, so I could feel it catching up with me too.
Yeah,
like your body, your immune system, all that stuff.
Right.
Goodness gracious.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I'm back today though.
Back again.
So I was yesterday running around. Had some different things going on, and then Reese and I had an appointment late afternoon. I don't, and we've talked about this. Our appointment took us down through downtown Birmingham,
big city,
and over by the airport.
Okay,
yeah,
and there were 3 wrecks that had shut down 65, had shut down 20, and had shut down any other idea of going the expressway or anything like that. I mean, you were just off in it. And so the plan was he finishes up school. He was off on his job. So it was, hey, come home, gather yourself, change, freshen up, and we're out. Yeah. Okay. And so we take off, and I hit, the map app, and just to say, okay, anytime you're going through.
Is that your go-to, the map app?
Well, yeah.
Which one do you?
I normally just.
What do you pull up first?
iMap.
Okay.
Normally. Waze runs my battery down so fast. I don't know what's up with that. It's just real active.
It's heavy on the battery. Yeah. But that's my first go-to. Right. But it is heavy on the battery. You're right about that.
And now sometimes I'll put them against each other and throw in Google too, Google Maps. But And anytime I go through downtown, normally it's just you want to check, right?
Yeah.
Buddy, there was red everywhere.
Unreal.
And so we contacted the person that we were meeting, and we were like, we were thinking 3:30. If he normally gets home around 2:30, we were thinking 3:30. It laughed at 3:30. We're 3:50. We're 3:45 at best.
Yeah.
And so we go, and it's some job opportunities for him post high school, and we were doing some walkthroughs and just getting the tour and all this kind of stuff, and just he's trying to figure out what exactly he wants to do. And on the way back, he's like, all right, here we go, Dad, hit it again, on the way home.
Yeah.
Man, it just nothing better. And it said, it's like the map app, if it could talk, it'd say, hey, sorry, buddy, you got 50 minutes. That's your best choice. 50 minutes to get home when it should take about 25.
Mad.
And I was just talking to Reese about it, and I'm like, some of you, that's your day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
You have to make that
That's what you do. And this is not
there.
a new discussion. It's just something that with our travel and our hours that we work, I mean, sometimes we get off in it like I did yesterday, but in most cases, we're coming to work early, and when we get off, it's around lunchtime, so it's not as bad. But I don't see how some of you, I guess you just build it in your day, right?
Yeah. You leave.
It's part of their.
And if you don't have traffic, you get to work early.
And God bless all of you, you truckers out there. Boy, people just cut you off and try to get in front of you, and I mean, I can't imagine what you're doing with those brakes. Stop. But anyway, that was the day yesterday. But I went and got my teeth cleaned yesterday. And
I noticed they were shining when you came in.
Yeah, did
Like
my little
new money.
6-month thing with Dr. Dudney, and I try to. It's amazing how fast 6 months gets here.
It is.
But I try to put it in my calendar, and there it pops up, and I just try to stay to it. And I feel like I don't ever give them the best version of me.
Well, it's hard.
And I don't really know.
Mouth's open and there's stuff stuck
right.
in it.
I don't think they expect a whole lot.
Well, I don't know what the best version of me is, but I always seem to go there, and I'm sleepy and I'm hungry. Because
you get back in that chair, and you're like,
and then I get back in that chair, and it's really hard to have a conversation with your mouth open. It's tough.
what
I
about
try.
that thing that sucks the saliva out of your mouth?
yeah.
And you go,
Yeah, sometimes I really need that thing because I am drowning.
They did away when I was a kid growing up. You had to spit in that sink.
Mm-hmm.
They go, okay,
Yes.
spit. And that little sink that had the water swirling. Well, now they do that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
I think we approach it the wrong way in our mindset of going to the dentist.
Yeah.
For some reason, we think we need to brush our teeth really well and
that's gonna
floss
save it.
and all that and have good breath for them. And really and truly, we ought to just go eat and let them clean our teeth. Serious business.
they're
And walk
really
out of
good.
there thinking, well, you know what?
Yeah.
They're going to do a better job than me. Might as well not be hungry while they do it.
exactly.
Right. Well, I want them to
point.
cut my yard, but I don't want them to have to weed eat and trim too. You know.
I have the same guys. I'll floss for 10 minutes before I go to the dentist.
You don't wanna leave.
I'll go in and they'll see my gums bleeding and go, hey, he's just flossed
For the first
time in 3 weeks.
Yeah, I don't want to leave them and go, my goodness, did you see his mouth?
Yeah.
All
Right.
kinds of
Good
crap.
night. You see them things.
Problem.
But when I was in there, and we got to go to break here, but when I was in there, and one of the reasons why I brought this up is because I started seeing all the framed before and after pictures of all the winners of Fix
Yeah.
Mama's Mouth.
Fix
Been a
Mama's
lot of
Mouth.
mama's mouth.
And they're on a lot of walls in there, and man, the success stories.
Wow.
And there we started talking about.
No, we're fixing
We
his
started
mouth.
talking about those and about all the kids that have written in about for their mom and all this and the before and afters and
just go to break.
and-
Let's try it
break.
again. We come back.
Fix Mama's mouth. Yeah.
and the deadline is fastly approaching for this year.
Get them in there.
These success stories, they're successful.
Sure, they are.
Before and afters.
They
How
are.
about if you got a jacked up grill and now you got pretty teeth? That's a big deal.
That is a big deal.
It's successful is what it is.
Think he's good for
Well, I don't think they're
We can make some
pro-Trump. They
money.
were just commenting positively about this meeting. And Speedy said, "Well, they were referring to the business committee. This is the technology committee."
Yeah,
Which to
it's the
me-
White House. Is a White House advisory business panel. Okay, this was the tech CEOs talking about the government upgrading its system. They say it's 10 to 20 years out of date, and so they're trying to come up with upgrading the federal systems to meet where they need to be in the IT world, so everybody can quit getting hacked and they can.
But if you're going to resign from any committee because you disagree with the climate change deal, pulling out at Paris, why are you still on other committees? That don't even make sense. To me, if you're done with the president so much over climate that you don't want to advise him on business, then you ought to not want to advise him on tech either, right? I mean, is it me? Do y'all see this seem a little odd?
It does. Are you going to try to get on the tech committee?
I wish I was.
In May, the president
I'd
created
go dressed just like this.
Bubba, how funny would it be if you were on the American Technology Council that the president created in May?
That thing's got my name written all over it.
I'll tell you.
Huh?
I mean, yeah,
Right there in the middle of it.
I mean, I can't believe you're not there.
I know. I'm a little hurt. I'm going to have to call my senator and see what's up.
Bubba, I hate to even say this to you. In this story, and even I know this is bad, and that's saying something. The Defense Department still uses 8-inch floppy disk.
Well,
you okay?
Let me say this, Rick. Some of the older stuff they couldn't hack.
Right.
Thank goodness they hadn't upgraded to Windows, okay?
Well,
Let me just put it that
Bubba,
way.
well, there it is.
Do you want the nuclear weapons of the world sitting on top of a Windows platform, Rick? I ask you.
I don't know.
Okay.
No, I didn't even want my email sitting there.
Right.
I mean, it was a hassle. It was a nightmare.
Well,
But you know,
while that does sound somewhat outdated and disturbing, again, you probably have to look at what operating system they're using, and I'm not going to belabor the point because I've told you all the story, but the operating system they're using to protect that's probably a better way to run it than what some of the other things are, and I'll leave it at that. But
well, here's a paragraph. I want to say this because your point being made. Even in this article, it says, by collaborating with Trump in spite of his backward-looking climate action and dangerous Muslim travel ban, Apple's Tim Cook, Microsoft's, I can't say that name.
Bezos.
No, that's Amazon. Microsoft's got a dilly of a name there, too.
Wait a minute. He's
Satya
Can't believe you're on that
Nadella.
committee.
Satya Nadella. Yeah, I mean, anybody know who that is?
Oh, yeah.
Bubba, you got to learn
You know
these
what?
names if you're going to be on that.
I would
committee
just
now.
say, I would
Nadella.
say to Satna, I would say, do you mind if I call you Ed?
Right.
Is that all right?
Amazon's, Jeff, as you said, Bezos. By the way, did y'all see yesterday Amazon bought Whole Foods?
Oh yeah,
$13 billion. 0.6 billion.
Billion.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
Look, Amazon, y'all, is just rolling.
they
So how
are.
they're going to change out the cashiers when you're leaving Whole Foods? They're saying it might go into some type of, I don't know, some
Self-check
Yeah,
somehow.
self-check computer or something.
Not a huge
The theory,
self-check
let me
person.
tell you what,
Yeah.
the technology's there to RFI all these products just like we barcode them now.
Look, you're not sitting with the technology committee. You want to turn that down.
yeah,
And
Hey.
come on now.
let me say this: the technology's there that you could fill your card up. Okay, be approved ahead of time. Have your credit card on file with the store.
Right.
Fill your card up and walk right out the door, and it will scan everything you got without you taking one item out of your buggy.
Have you done some underbrush trimming in
I
the
have.
snow-covered forest?
I have. I cut the tops out of the tree. It's time for the 4th of July cutting.
I wish I would have had a video of that activity. You had to trim your chest hair down because of
Just a little bit.
I do notice you did.
You
by
know,
the way.
you saw the video, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I just knew it was time for a cut.
Because it was quite shocking. I saw
Yeah,
the,
it was getting a little bushy.
yeah, the snow-covered forest was. I mean,
In the summer, you have to give it a trim every now and then.
right? Yeah.
Oh, you out there?
Winter, you let it go.
Sure.
Everybody knows that.
You need the warmth then.
Right. The
I will say this, and I thought Tim Cook had an excellent point here. He said Cook told Trump that computer coding skills should be a requirement for public schools, and I agree 100%. Everybody ought to know how to write a little computer code.
You and Tim think that.
Bubba, to you,
I think it's much more valuable than a lot of the crap we're wasting time on now.
right. Well, let me tell you
frankly.
this. I want to go back to your original point because some of the libs are seeing what you were tilting your head over. This Nicole Cardi or whoever, she's one of these lib things. She says it's.
Twenty-three minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. We are rolling. As we get through this hour, we prepare you for Rick and Bubba joining us for the main show. And don't forget, we do have two contests at rickandbubba.com. One is the Dr. Dudney's Fix Mama's Mouth contest that we were talking about briefly last segment. And you need to make sure that you're not procrastinating on this. If you want to enter your mom, you need to go to rickandbubba.com, click on contest, and very simple instructions on what to do. The rules and the information need to be followed. I was talking to Dr. Dudney yesterday, even though I couldn't respond because I had my mouth open getting worked on with the cleaning. But he was letting me know, hey, y'all keep making sure people understand they've got to follow the rules. He said we actually had one entry that was sent in, and they didn't even have pictures. And that we can't do much with that one. So make sure that you follow instructions. April 21st is the deadline that we have for you to get those in, but you can email them, so you don't have to mail them anymore, but you can email them, support@rickandbubba.com. But all of that is there in contest at rickandbubba.com for Fix Mama's Mouth. And then we have the USFL Team of the Week contest as well. If you'd like to have your youth football team join the USFL for some pregame activities as Protective Stadium hosts the USFL, which starts Saturday. You can go to rickandbubba.com and click that and see if you can enter your team and win. So good luck with that.
Yo.
I had a question for y'all, and I don't even want to bring this up because I know y'all are going to make fun of me.
What you got?
But I've been meaning to ask you this. I finally got the courage to bring it up.
Yeah.
Amanda, my question to you guys is, how do y'all get into the bed at night to go to sleep?
What do you mean, how do
Never
we
really
get in
thought
there?
of that.
Okay. Well, Greg, I hadn't either. Okay.
What
But
a
Amanda-
time for Bubba to walk in.
But
I usually jump about 4 feet in the air and land it.
well, listen, you say that. Amanda claims that I jump into the bed.
Really?
Jump
That
like
I
you're
don't-
jumping in the water?
Not like I'm jumping off a
It's like a
diving
preacher
board.
seat.
But
Like
she,
a preacher's
she
seat.
claims that I don't know why. I think this is the way I've always done it. Okay.
Is the little man excited?
I guess that's what I told her.
When
by
I was
the
a
way.
kid, I did that.
Yeah.
But I think now she's saying that, hey, we're too old for you to be jumping into the bed.
You literally leave the
well,
ground?
I've never thought about it, and so I think I do. Like I think I do.
What, you jump in the bed?
So
So
it's,
both feet off the ground.
I
in
think
the
I
air.
do this. I wish I could.
I think
do
I
it
just sit
and
on the
show-
edge of the bed and fall in it.
That's kind of think of
I
what
think I
I
just
think
get
that's what
in.
I do.
I think I just pick a
I'm gonna
leg
pay
up and roll
attention
in.
to
I do not sit down and then roll over.
You
There
don't?
is a
That's what I
there is
do.
a kind of a lean
Maybe I'm
jump
jumping
thing
in.
that I'm
Good
doing,
night, Helmsy.
and because we're older and
you go, wee!
and
Yeah, watch
and
out, Helmsy's coming in.
Well, I think she's she's claiming that I'm eventually going to break the bed
Yeah,
by
well,
doing
that's
what
possible.
I'm doing.
So you literally, you're bending legs and jumping.
I don't know.
Can you
I'm-
not just sit on the edge of the bed?
I
throw your legs on
Greg,
the cover?
evidently I can't.
Okay.
Evidently I can't.
I think that's
It's
what I
the
do.
habit that
I do every now and then turn a back flip and land it.
I don't think I'm actually jumping. I think it's more of I'm leaning and kind of falling
Fall.
into.
So once
fall.
you get
like a-
over, when
okay.
you break center, you just let it fall.
Okay.
Yes, and so then
Like a-
my-
like
I
a
don't
hard
think my
fall.
feet
I got you.
ever leave the ground until my body hits
Yeah.
until I'm laid.
You're
You see what
falling
I'm
like
saying?
a tree falling.
Yes, that's what I feel like's happening.
Wow.
But she claims I'm going to break the bed and I need to stop jumping into the bed
That's
at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You jump. Okay.
So she claims
Grown
you're going
man
to have
jumping
to
in the
stop.
bed.
She said that. She said, Michael, you're 44. Stop
Yeah.
jumping into the bed.
Right.
And of course, I said, well, babe, I'm excited. I'm fired up.
Fired up.
But
Little
said-
man wants to go to
but
bed.
then I'll go, I do not. And she got to laugh and she goes, you sometimes move the bed when you get into it.
Oh, good night.
Dang.
What if she's already asleep? Do you ease in or do you still jump?
Well, I'm usually first one in the bed.
Okay.
Yeah.
What now? Let me ask you this: what are you CPAPing anymore? I know you
No,
come and go
no,
from that.
no.
So you're not. You're on the. Okay.
They get tangled up around your neck.
I was
when you
about to
jump
say,
in
yeah.
there.
If you jumping in with that, good
No,
night.
now when I had the CPAP, I would jump into the bed, then put it on.
Okay.
I wouldn't jump into the bed with it on. And I'm saying jump because she said jump. It's more of a lean
More
and
of a-
fall.
Yeah.
Timber.
Yeah. Now
Yes.
Rick's coming through with this discussion.
It's like you're supporting yourself, and then when you get to a certain point, you just sing it.
That's exactly. That's
Yeah.
what's going on.
Morning. That's true. That's a song.
It is.
So I told her. I
I know
said,
the
"Listen,
scuba divers.
I'm gonna-
They get on the boat.
That's
and then,
what
and
it's
then,
like.
and then they fall back.
That's
Okay.
a great
That's it.
explanation.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm doing. But I that's exactly it. But I'm not sitting down when I fall. I'm standing up. So
Yeah.
And I told her, she started laughing. I said, well, I got to ask Greg and Speedy how they get into bed every night.
Let me
I'm
ask
gonna
a
pay
very,
more
very
attention.
personal question.
Okay.
I know you used to be, I got to have a shirt on. When I
Nah,
sleep.
not anymore.
Are you just underwear?
Yes.
What
Okay.
about your asthma?
I didn't know what you meant.
Yeah, what about
that.
that?
What about that?
You remember that said that's why you wore a shirt.
Right, yeah.
I
and
played
he had
that
he
a
had
lot.
his favorite pillow, too.
He said, a lot of y'all don't know, but I have asthma.
I have asthma, and I got to have a
laugh.
shirt on.
We didn't care.
But, yeah, so what about your asthma?
Asthma's good.
Did you fall on your asthma?
All right, so I'm picturing you in your little underwear, just
I
jumping in like
listen,
like a happy little kid.
I need you two tonight to really pay attention to how you're getting in the bed.
I know how I get in
I want
bed.
you to ask your wives, and I want you to report back tomorrow.
I sit on the edge of the bed, and then I look at my phone before I plug it up or whatever. I want to make sure backup alarms are set, and I've got my next day dialed in and all that kind of stuff. And then I think I just lift the covers and just kind of slide in.
Yeah, I don't
I mean,
know.
I
I don't
don't-
jump or fall.
Yeah, I know I'm not diving in.
That I know.
Picture him in his underwear diving in. Are you picturing it, Greg?
So, now,
Oh, yeah.
sometimes I will jump in, then take my shirt off.
What?
So instead of taking the shirt off and then jumping in, I don't know
That's
why.
clearly a fact.
Sometimes I forget. I'm like, oh, my shirt's on.
Oh, sure.
Is that if
Hot.
you're not going to sleep when you go to bed?
Just go to break.
Well, I'm just asking. With your shirt on?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Clear when we see these technology giants, their bottom line is more important than our communities and our planet.
Oh, please give me a break.
But that's the point.
I've never heard so many global climate specialists. Most of them hadn't had class 1 on it. They just listened to what the talking heads have told them.
But again, let's go back to what you were saying, though. In the eyes of the bleeding heart liberal, this looks inconsistent.
Oh, it does. Terrible.
Well, the bottom line's all that matters. These big business people. See, this is where they struggle with the Tim Cooks and the Bezos and Satya, whatever. When they struggle with these giant liberals who are incredibly wealthy, they don't know how to handle them. Because here's some people claiming
Like
to be,
Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, right. These people are claiming to have all the worldview of the bleeding heart, all emotional liberal, but at the same time, they're incredibly wealthy people who are very good at business.
Did you?
And that's kind of a conflict to some of those, because we're supposed to vilify you. You see this idiot that Tucker Carlson talked to. We'll get to that coming up a little bit later on. That was calling that the shootings were basically called for.
Yeah, that's a dandy.
Yeah, it'll be a good.
Did you see where the guy, and he was he the Microsoft guy, said that where is the quote here? He said that his company had been involved in efforts to secure government websites, which Trump quipped back, the DNC could have used you.
That's good. Of course he did, and then put it on Twitter.
That's a good one.
that's funny.
You know what?
So the tech giants think that Trump, for them, on technology, that he's a president that's all for let's get caught up and let's get modern.
You know what?
Sweeping
You know what?
transformation.
You don't have to agree with Trump. Just like I wouldn't agree with Obama on a lot of stuff. But if I was asked to be on a tech committee or something that I had, I won't use the term expertise in, but if I was asked to be, I would be on it. I'm not going unless the level he would have to go to offend me that I would not be on it is way past Paris Summit.
You don't care about our planet or our communities.
No, I do, and I know what's going to happen to it, and we're all right for right now.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Today, Chandler Burgess,
Yes, 23 today, Rick.
Greg's daughter. Wow, little Chandler, 23 today.
You know, we called the original 4 grandkids. You remember? Then the second wave came along. She was the youngest out of the original 4.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
23. That don't seem like it, does it?
I tell you, 23 years old.
Yeah.
23.
School teacher.
Yep. Happy birthday, Chandler.
She
Greg, what grade does she teach?
4th grade.
That's a
School
fun
teacher
time
right
there.
now, and we just 23, out of college, got a job teaching, loving,
Yeah, got like she likes it.
Like it?
loving Jesus.
Yep.
Great young lady.
Good girl.
So very proud of you, Chandler. Happy birthday. And
Happy birthday, Channing.
And has her dad's sense of humor.
She's probably not listening, but we're going to wish her birthday.
Well, yeah.
That's
I
right.
mean, you got to
Now,
get
is
on.
she more like you or Taylor more like you?
She's a lot like me. She looks like her mother, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
But she acts according to her mother, she acts more like me.
Yeah, probably even more so than Taylor.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Taylor loves a good
She's
one.
kind of brutal. Isn't she?
Yeah,
She can be.
yeah. She put it this way: whatever Greg's laughing at, she is too.
Yeah, we got that same sense of humor.
Well, we got another. Was this tropical depression?
That's something coming in.
Well, ask James.
That's category 5, Rick.
He's the mighty James Spann. He's a mighty
James
good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the main weatherman. He's the mighty James Spann.
James Spann, meteorologist, to talk to us about the weather situation. When it comes to rain, it's going to affect a lot of folks. James, welcome back to the show.
Hey, fellas, how are you doing?
Fantastic.
We're great, brother. How are you?
James Spann.
I'm good, man. Just looking at the tropics. By the way, this thing officially right now is known as Potential Tropical Cyclone 3. How's that for a name?
Potential Tropical Cyclone 3.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay.
The Hurricane Center has changed things this year, and they're starting to issue forecasts and advisories for systems that they believe will become a depression or a storm. Right now, it's not. It's just a tropical wave in the Gulf, but they feel so strongly it's going to be a depression or a storm that they've been issuing these advisories, and they have this bizarre title, Potential Tropical Cyclone 3. That's the official name of this thing right now.
Now, James,
I'm just gonna call it 03.
It affects a lot of the southern Gulf Coast, goes up into the Carolinas, but potentially this thing could sit there and generate a lot of rain, right?
Yeah, and you know, the other problem, people, when they look at these tracking maps, they follow that dot, the center line. And if you look at the tracking map from the Hurricane Center, the forecast track, it's got the center coming up on the Sabine Pass. That's the border between Texas and Louisiana. And people see that, and they see the little cone, and they think, well, if I'm in Panama City or Pensacola or Mobile, it's no big deal. The truth is the heavy rain from this thing will probably extend out at
Welcome in. All right, there's a story here that we're going to attempt to talk about if we can, but it's going to be hard to because we can't say what was allegedly said.
No.
But all right, so
it's tied to a story we did.
yeah, let's go back 24 hours ago, and we talked about the fact that the first on-field female coach in Major League Baseball made history because she walked out for the San Francisco Giants and coached first base during a game.
Yeah.
First female to ever do that. Matter of fact, they got her helmet that she was wearing and I mean headed straight to the Hall of Fame. And because she made that debut and for the first female to be on the field. And so there's that, and we talked about that. But what led to that was that the first base coach was kicked out of the game because of a verbal altercation with the third base coach for the opposing team. I have that right, I believe. Well, now it's come out kind of what happened, and it was the Giants first base coach Richardson and the San Diego Padres third base coach. They're trying to clear the air after the altercation or the confrontation. I think I have that right. But apparently the San Francisco first base coach maybe cussed at the guy a little bit, and he's alleging some things.
Yeah, they basically he was looking. Some reason he was looking in their dugout, and the coach who was tossed, who was black, is his name? What's his name? Anyway.
And Anton Richardson is the guy.
Richardson. Okay,
yeah.
So anyway, so they get he says he's looking for somebody, kind of smart, like, can I help you?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy looked at the manager and said, you need to control that blanky blank. Okay. Well, now he said, I responded, come to the top of the dugout, and the crew chief threw him out of the game. Now, maybe, he shouldn't have been thrown out. That's one thing. But he said that his words that guy used were unwarranted and had undertones of racism when he referred to me as a blank blank, as if I guess this is where he gets racism, as if I'm being controlled or a piece of property or enslaved. I guess he looked at the manager and said, you need to control him. Is that where he's getting it? Or the word? I'm missing where the racial undertone is. Now, rude and ridiculous, not a great word to say. We can agree there, but I don't understand how that. Now, he's throwing racist in here.
Well, yeah, because what he said, he basically just cussed at him. He to your point, we can't really say what he said, but it was a mother.
Okay.
Did you say that?
And listen to this. The second part that's equally disappointing, this is quoting the coach that was tossed, is that me being tossed by that umpire empowered this coach to continue to have conversations like that with people like me, and that's unfortunate. What? Hey, look, rude, out of hand, shouldn't, whatever. I didn't really do nothing. I got chunked just for responding. We can argue that all day, but I'm missing the racist part. Because when I saw the headline, I said, well, he must have used a slur or something.
Yeah.
All right, but I'm trying to, with no pun intended here, I'm trying to figure out.
To me because you're white and I'm black, and if you say anything mean to me, that's racist.
I'm trying to figure out who's on first. No pun intended here. So we got Richardson, who is the Giants' first base coach. He was tossed, and that's why the first female coach made an
he said he didn't want to
appearance.
overshadow
but
what
who
she did.
Who yelled at who? Was it?
Anton Richardson was in the dugout. Okay, the Quarter Richard Schilt is the coach.
He's the San Diego Padres third base coach.
He began looking in the Giants' dugout in the third inning. Mm-hmm. Richardson noticed and said, "Can I help you? Are you looking for somebody?" Stilt said he's looking for Giants pitcher Alex Wood, and then Giants manager Gabe Kapler came over to defuse the situation, and that's when he looked at that manager and said, "You need to control that blankety blank."
And then
when
Richardson
he came out to respond, for some reason they threw him out of the game,
right? Because he came out of the dugout or whatever, and so that's why he was thrown out. But now it's coming out that the third base coach for the Padres
had undertones of racism. Now he did later in the article go that him and this coach have talked it out. He goes, he said, "But believe me, he's not a racist." But
they had to come out together.
Yeah, but he
had a little news conference before the next game.
He said he's not a racist, but I was just saying his undertones. But I'm just missing. Well, we'll go racist. He's obviously a jerk,
right.
But I don't know if he's a racist.
You got it is very weird because I got to tell you, I've been called that before.
Oh yeah.
In some situations, I never thought it was racist or anything. But so you're saying he felt like he was talking down to him, like.
And telling that guy you need to control. He probably meant because you're the manager, he's one of your coaches.
Yeah. That's what he means.
Yeah.
So it's not the actual cuss words he used. It's the undertone.
The undertone. Yeah. But that's what led to him being kicked out, which led to the first female getting on the field as a coach. So
he says, with that being said, he's really excited for Alyssa, who got her opportunity to make her major league debut, and I'm very proud of her. I think she's did a really wonderful job. We got the win, and that's the most important thing. Okay. He said the umpire told him he was instigating at that point in time, and that's why they threw him out.
Right. I'm sure coming out of the dugout like that.
Now, he has a good point here. He said, this person calls me a blank blank, and I'm being instigated.
Right, yeah. Well,
now, that's a different argument.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm surprised. It escalated
why
to the point where somebody was kicked out.
Listen, he's sharing his story to promote awareness.
Of what?
Racial undertones.
I'm controlling your temperature.
If there's something that happened that need to be addressed,
so
we don't do it again.
Yeah.
But I'm just missing the point here. I don't see jerk. Maybe you shouldn't have got thrown. If your story's correct and all you were doing responding, that's a whole.
I can't find any way in this entire situation that has been described and we've seen and been detailed out that anything that happened is racist. At all.
If he wanted to come out and go,
now,
look,
jerk,
I got chunked
shouldn't say it, and all that, you could argue about, whatever. But there's nothing about this that's racist.
It's like it's saying if he wanted to tell this story, because when we're talking to the story about the female coach, it's pointed out that he was ejected from the game. If he wants to come out and go, look, I got ejected for defending myself because the guy called me a blank.
Right.
Yeah.
That's one thing. That should have been the story. Mm-hmm. But this, I'm out promoting awareness and this and that. It's just, I'm missing what was.
Yeah.
I'm giggling over here because and this is completely different because it's not coaches, it's coaches and umpire. But that scene in Bull Durham where he says, "Don't you dare call me that."
Oh yeah,
no, that's a no word. You better not call me that.
Don't you do it.
And he says, "You're a." He says, "You're out of here."
Oh yeah.
But that's baseball. People holler at each other from dugout to dugout, from umpire to umpire, coach to coach. It happens.
And he goes on. Unfortunately, this is what exists in our world. I think it's important we understand when we do make comments and we do take actions like this, what it means for communities.
And I got to go. I got to go back to something.
I'm missing what happened.
I've got to go back to something because I don't want to hear the article or the argument that he was talked to like a child or like he was somebody's property. I'm hearing that.
No,
We just got an email
are-
about it. It has nothing to do with that. He's looking at the manager of the opposing
is
team.
the boss.
Who's the
Right.
boss saying you need to control
Right.
your coach.
He's the
It has
one-
nothing to
yeah.
do with race or he's somebody's property.
Yeah.
The coach, he's saying
He does answer to the head coach.
right,
He does.
right.
I hate to break it.
We all
he's
answer to
looking-
somebody.
Exactly.
He's looking at the manager saying, "I tell you what, you better control this blankety blank."
In this room, I answer to those two right there on that logo.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
Everybody
has
I mean,
nothing to do with
has nothing to
he's
do with your
talking.
color.
It has nothing to do with he's somebody's property. No, he's working for the manager
Yeah.
of the team, and the other coach,
The authority figure
is
who is
saying you
over
need to
him.
control him.
Yeah.
Now,
because as a
I-
head coach, you have to control your.
And
coach.
I'm not saying who's right or wrong here as far as the argument.
No,
Yeah.
he may have been a
Okay?
jerk and unnecessary.
Yeah, third
but I'm
base
sure-
coach probably doesn't need to be looking in a dugout cussing at anybody.
Oh yeah.
But
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
it's not racist.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
there's
is it inappropriate? Yes.
Yeah,
Is
come
it,
on,
and this
man.
guy, if his story's
Freaking
correct,
so soft around here.
if his story's correct, he probably shouldn't have got thrown out of the game.
No.
I don't know, but now again, when we tell our own stories when we do stuff,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Now Rick talks about years. I mean, when y'all were younger, were you on the team for the Miller Funeral Home, and when y'all had MF on the
yeah,
hat?
yeah, that led. The next year we just had an M.
Right.
So-
Yeah. Well, y'all had to change that.
Yeah.
That'll give y'all an idea what was said.
Funny.
Yeah. Well, it just didn't
Well,
look
you know how
good.
kids are.
Yeah.
They're so loving.
Right. But I mean, that's
Here they come.
come on,
Yeah,
y'all. That's ridiculous.
If y'all need me in the commercial break, I'll be watching clips from Bull Durham.
Okay.
That is a good one.
That's a good one, man. We'll take a break and we'll come back. 866 We Be Big is a number.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then
Wow.
and then also
If there's anything dangling, look out.
yeah, he went to undoubtedly appendages were the pig sting. And he went for the ultimate one.
Rick, the guy died.
And
off there.
he died? He
This
died.
is a real story.
dead guy to this.
This is a real story.
Yep, I'm afraid Greg the pig went for the junkyard. And
got him.
And
Okay.
and
stop
that was the end.
That's awful.
He died after the fingers and the other part of the male anatomy were devoured and removed by the pig. I did not know.
I believe that's the bite that got him.
I didn't
think
know-
he survived the finger.
Well, they said he died from a fatal infection.
God.
After all this, an autopsy is set to be carried out to confirm the exact cause of death.
Greg, I would also like
I
to
think I got it.
I would also like to add to the potential reasons for death. One thing that really it's quite obvious if you pay attention. It also could be, since they throw infection in there, yes, it's bad to have your fingers bitten off, and it's terribly bad to have the other, but I think the final death blow was the line that says was taken to a Mexican hospital.
That may have been what. That could be the infection.
Not exactly the health care you're looking for when you're in this kind of bind.
No,
Would everybody
that's
agree with that?
Probably where the infection.
There it is, oh Earth, Wind and Fire.
How about it?
Are you familiar? Now, gosh, Rick, come on, get the name right. Won't be able to. Going to require a little Googling here. There is a musical event called East Something and West Something. And they're gathering all these supergroups. And the West version of it will be at Dodger Stadium. The East version is in Citi Field in New York. And they're starting out. I mean, you got the Eagles, you got
really?
you got Fleetwood Mac
Somebody's going nuts. huh?
on one night,
Yeah.
and there's a bunch of them. I can't remember all the names. And then they flip to Saturday night, and you've got Earth, Wind, and Fire, and it gets a little funkier. and it's called East something and West something. I can't remember it. And as a matter of fact, to no shock, Garnett's going to see the East one because he's
the Classic West, Classic East.
That's it. Yeah, Classic West and Classic East, in obviously two stadiums on each end of the country, and they just load it down with super groups.
Oh wow! Yeah, I'm sitting here looking at it.
Sounds
now.
like fun.
Yeah,
doesn't it?
what's if you see the lineup? I mean, it's probably just it goes on and on and on. But here's the thing:
Got
that
Fleetwood Mac,
I know.
Eagles, Journey, Earth, Wind and Fire, Doobie Brothers, Steely Dan.
And they just load them up. And the thing about the Eagles, you remember we mentioned this on the show, and they were talking about this event. Like I said, every time Don Henley gets divorced, the Eagles have to get back together.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
And this time for Glenn Fry, on some of the dates they're doing, they have Glenn Fry's son, and then on the ones that he can't do, I guess, or conflict, they have Vince Gill.
Well, Vince could say that's
Yeah.
his. That's his.
And I think Vince Gill is doing the East one at Citi
Oh, yeah.
Field in New York. Now,
Well, what a blast for him, and good for those guys to be able to still perform. With
here's-
such a quality
but
entertainment.
here's what I don't get: what has Glenn Fry's son got that's so big a deal? Vince Gill has to fill in for him on some of the Eagles thing. How did that happen?
Yeah,
I
I know,
mean,
it's a little confusing.
I know Glenn Fry's son's got him a band or whatever, but I mean that outranks the Eagles need you.
What's
and
the
We
name?
got to go get Vince Gill to fill in for you on the date.
What's the name of his band?
I don't know, but I was just told he has a band. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's.
The Blue Jays.
That's funny. The Hawks.
Good.
But anyway, so yeah, we're
Red
talking
Tail Hawks.
about East Classic and West Classic. There's like that big old giant stadium deal.
Oh
they're
yeah, they got
Dodger-
Fleetwood Mac.
doing.
Who else?
Oh, they got the Eagles. They got Journey. They've
Steely
got
Dan.
Doobie Brothers, Steely Dan,
Earth, Wind and Fire.
Earth, Wind and Fire. I mean, it's a gathering.
So Glenn Fry's boy is filling in some. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and then Vince Gill's filling in.
Oh, really? I'd heard Jackson Brown's name thrown out because he co-wrote some of the songs with him. In the early days.
Now, Jackson Brown's the welcome wagon on the West Coast, isn't he? For any aspiring.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
It is 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. As fuel prices are crazy and managing your fuel usage is time-consuming, and you're driving all over the place, your truck or your company vehicle doesn't care where they fill up. That's why your fleet uses cards to get you discounts and specific stations and stuff like that. You deserve to save everywhere, and A2B.com/radio is the fleet fuel card that gives you discounts anywhere you fuel up because it's accepted wherever they take Visa. So there's no setup fee, no transaction fee, no limits to the amount of discounted fuel. Plus, you'll build business credit when you pay on time. And if you ever need help, you can call their 24/7 customer service team who are there to meet your every need. And so, look, you deserve to save every time you fill up. And that's where A2B/radio comes in. There's no credit check required, and for a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit when you use their zero fee card. So the website again is A2B.com/Bubba. Excuse me, not Bubba. I'm sorry, A2B.com/radio for a $50 credit. That's A2B.com/radio for a $50 credit. A2B.com/radio. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we were talking a little bit about what led to the first female baseball coach ever making an on-field coaching debut in Major League Baseball. What led to that, and it had to do with the Giants and the Padres and an verbal interaction between the Padres third base coach and the Giants first base coach. The Giants first base coach was kicked out because he left the dugout and was having a verbal altercation with the Padres third base coach during the game. And the third base coach for the Padres looked at the manager for the Giants and said, "You need to control this blankety blank," referring to the first base coach for the Giants. And now the first base coach for the Giants claims that he was talking down to him and it had racial tones when It was nothing. I've never heard that phrase ever be considered racist, but it was the undertone of him trying to treat him like he was somebody's property or had
wants to
control
raise
over
awareness.
him. He was actually talking to the boss, to the manager. And
you are kind of his property. We all are.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's who your boss is,
You
and
answer
so
somebody.
he's saying, "Hey, control your coach," is what he's saying. But you know, this probably should never have been made the news, but it did because you know I think the left and the media likes to bring things out because the Padres' third base coach is white and the Giants' first base coach is black, and so I think that the media loves this story when there's really not a story to it.
Yeah, there's really not.
So, but
the story is,
that's the update.
Two
on
coaches
why.
got into it. One of them got tossed by an umpire. That's the story.
It's just,
Right.
And that's
happened.
And however they want to handle this, as far as making up or saying I'm sorry or cussing each other out the next time.
But it looks like they've made up.
But
Yeah, they
again,
have.
But when you once you've accused a man of doing something racist, you can and this guy even says it. He goes, I know he's not a racist. He said, I'm just raising awareness, but it doesn't matter. Everybody's going to consider
that
him.
makes zero sense.
It does.
It makes none.
It does.
That's-
It does.
that
But
makes
you do
zero
realize
sense.
that stigma will be on that guy forever.
That's
Yeah,
like me
yeah.
carrying a Ukrainian flag and telling everybody I'm bringing awareness for the United States of America. That makes zero sense.
Yeah, it really does.
I mean,
and sadly, most people won't research what the coach even said. So, to your point, Greg, he's now labeled a racist.
Yeah.
And they don't even know what he said. So now the story will have legs and grow into something it never was.
Yeah.
And that's probably what the left has in mind. But anyway, that's I say that the media. That's just but that's what led to the first female coach ever making an on-field debut.
Now we don't
So
want
there
to
you go.
overshadow that, but yeah.
Yeah,
I've
exactly.
noticed you have trouble with overshadow.
I do. I
You
said
wanting to-
shatter.
You're wanting to throw an ER
My
in
brain's
there.
not up yet.
Do y'all know? I've got a weird story here. Do y'all know there's people called professional baby namers?
No, I did not.
Did y'all know
people?
that?
So in this world today, we have people who just can't do it. I can't come up with a name for my baby.
Right.
I need to get someone.
So
to
do
it
you
for
call
me.
these people into your house and they go, I tell you, that looks like a teddy?
I want to know what they make.
Expected
Yeah, it
parents.
looks like Frankie.
Well,
That's definitely a Jocelyn.
Yep, there it is.
So we got.
I put them up there
Taylor,
with life coaches.
Sure. Yeah.
It says here the rich parents, and this is the baby namer, professional baby namer. Rich parents pay me $10,000 to
that
name
answered
their
my
kid.
question.
Expected parents are paying up to $1,500 to a professional baby namer
not true.
who picks the perfect
Speedy, that's
name
off
for
one
their
of them.
child.
I'm in the
That's
wrong
not.
line of work.
That's
No.
off one of them.
No, this is New York. This is
websites.
New York Post. It says Taylor Humphrey, 33,
Are we that
helped
helpless?
name more than 100 babies in 2020, raking in more than $150,000 from couples.
What kind of skill is that?
Some
There's no
panic.
skill. I mean, I can bring a list of baby names and go, "Hey, you need to go with this one."
Some panicked parents are even turning over an eye-popping $10,000 so that the professional baby namer can help them settle on a name for their child.
I would rather randomly draw a name if I couldn't come up with one than pay someone thousands of dollars to tell me what to name my kid.
it's
But we've
just-
lost our mind. We
we
can't
have.
do
We
anything.
really
can't do
have.
nothing. Everybody's got to bring everything to our house. We can't go shop anymore.
Right.
We can't do that. We can't do anything. We can't even name our babies. We got to hire somebody to name our babies. We got to hire somebody to coach us through life. My goodness.
This professional
Can't
baby
even call
namer
them
said
by them.
she's always been obsessed with baby names and finally found her true calling when she established her What's in a Baby Name business in
What
2015.
makes her opinion any better than anybody else's on what to name a baby? How do you look at her and go, "Hey, you want the best in the business? She's the best baby namer." Okay, show me
guys-
success and failure as a baby namer. Well, this one worked out. I mean, you know what I'm saying? There's no way you lose.
Look,
It
hey,
just shows
she
you
is
how dumb our
raking in.
society
You
is.
almost want to stand up and clap for
I
her
do,
here because
that's true.
depending on how much expected parents want to pay her, services range from a phone call.
You don't
or,
know what to name your own child.
or it can depending on what you want to pay, she can get more involved. But I mean, you might just want to pay her a little bit for a phone call. Now
Wait.
look. Now look, with three
We're that
boys,
helpless.
you go, oh, this one's easy, but you sit there and you talk about it with your family. I don't have to call a professional baby
Even
namer.
if I can't really settle on one, I'll eventually come up with something before I pay somebody to tell me. Okay, so I've read all these names, and I don't like any of them. Them telling me a name is suddenly going to make me like it.
Right.
All you got to do is get one of them baby name books. That's a lot cheaper than paying somebody $1,000.
If I was the
Right?
consultant, I'd sit down and they'd probably do this with
Well,
all
it's
the
doing your
family history.
You
That's
gotta
all
dress
it is.
it up.
I know.
And although you ought to have enough sense to do that on your
Yeah.
own, because you know your family better than this person.
Greg, I
Right.
agree with you
Right.
100%. But people are DAs.
I'm telling you,
They
that
can't
right
do
there
anything on their
shows
own.
you
They
exactly
can't do anything.
This is
where
this
we're
is
at.
where we are. This is where we are.
I'm like you. Kudos to baby namer.
Oh, good.
Great
Oh, yeah.
idea.
Hey, you want to know who else kudos to?
She probably sells carbon credits.
There's sports psychologists out there
Oh,
that
yeah.
are getting paid not even to have in-person sessions with athletes, okay? Which, I mean, sports psychologists, I mean, they have their role. They'll have Zoom calls with you or whatever, or just have short conversations with you and are raking in the money. Bravo, bravo to them too.
Well, I like the fact that we're doing that. That keeps us out of these offices. In any kind of industry, psychologist, any kind of medical field, I'm game on with that. I'll pay you. I'll pay you more for me to be on Zoom versus having to get in the car and go to you.
Yeah, or just a phone call. But I mean, what I'm saying is they're raking in.
We're providing services
yeah.
for a lot of.
Yeah.
Look, I used to, when I worked for the power company, we go these training things. The company's got to spend so much a year, like 7 Habits of Effective People. We'd sit in there 3 or 4 days, getting paid, eating food. And basically, in the end, they used a bunch of big words. It came down to treat people the way you want to be treated. That's pretty much summed it up.
Of course, you didn't learn any of that.
No, I didn't. But it was there if I wanted to. They just had a bunch of talked about paradigm shifts and emotional bank accounts.
Yeah.
Boiled down to just kind of treat people the way you want to be treated.
Right,
Pretty
yeah,
much.
yeah.
But
Do you
now it
think-
costs a lot of money to get to that point.
Do you think these really wealthy families that are spending this money go, man, I'm glad we called the professional baby
What
namer."
about when years later you don't like the name?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Actresses. You look, every one of them, if you watch their life story, they dated Jackson Brown at some point.
At some point.
Every one of them.
I hate to say this, no offense to Vince Gill, because he's fantastic. I would have, in my mind, I'm thinking of Take It Easy and all that. I picture Jackson Brown sounded more like Glenn Fry than Vince Gill would.
Because Vince is on up there.
Yeah, but they're going to have Fry's boy doing some of them.
I'll tell you the good thing about Vince, he can also pick really well.
Yes, he can.
Throw him in there with him.
So he'll stand right in there with him.
So, Rick, here's
I
what
just
you
never
got.
thought Glenn Fry would go first out of that
Not
bunch.
out of that bunch.
Yeah, you're
We all
right.
thought Joe Walsh.
Joe Walsh, again, I hate to bring this up, but him and what's his name from the Stones?
Keith Richards.
Keith Richards. I mean, what in the world?
I know.
I mean,
Well, now Joe's looking a lot better than Keith. Of course, I don't think he's as old. Maybe that's
Right, that could be it.
how old is Joe? Joe Walsh looks like he's 100.
He's got me in the 60s.
He's up there.
Yeah, but
He
Keith,
looks older than that.
but-
He looked in his 60s when I was a kid.
but Keith Richards is 81 years old. I mean, it's
But he looks 120.
I'm exaggerating, but he's in his 70s.
He looks
Yeah,
120.
He's straight up's in his 70s.
Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Okay, so
they
the
need to be
classic.
studied, y'all. I'm telling you, all these silly science studies we're doing,
Yeah.
they need to be studied.
The Classic West will take place at Dodger Stadium on Saturday, July 15th, and then Sunday, July 16th. And then Citi Field's going to be on Saturday, July 29th, and then Sunday, July 30th. But the way they're going to do it, the Eagles, Steely Dan, and Doobie Brothers, they perform on Saturday, while Fleetwood Mac, Journey, Earth, Wind, and Fire, they'll be on Sunday for both events.
Yeah, split it up.
And you can't purchase a single day
Oh, of course
ticket.
not.
You have to purchase for both days. But so one ticket allows you to see all 6 bands.
Wow.
I heard that
Picture
Clayton.
that check, though.
I heard on the West Coast one that Clayton Kershaw, who pitches for the Dodgers, is actually going to perform.
Really?
Yeah, he gave up 4 big hits the other night.
I knew you had some. I could tell you were trying to get the flow right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. The Rick and Bubba Show.
A love that seems strong was not meant to be. And broken hearts don't always mend.
April wine just between you and me, bringing us back this hour from the Rick and Bubba Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thanks for being here.
But just between you and me, baby, I know our love will be. Come on. Just between you and me, always I know just between you and me.
All right, so things to do. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy. I'll hear Eddie Van Adler's got RBTV putting together another daily documentary for you. If you're not getting those every day, be sure you sign up to our YouTube channel. Also, Extreme Club memberships get that as well. So if you're missing those, you don't need to. I know thousands of you look forward to them every day. Thanks for the feedback on that. And it's a family tradition at our house as well to watch it every evening. Have a lot of fun with that. All right, so some things you were going to bring up this hour. Bubba, you said there's a TV show you wanted to ask us about.
Well, and I hate to bring this up.
Right.
Because I can only imagine the comments. But Betty, my lovely wife of since 1989, I don't know how many years is that now.
28.
28.
It's a bunch.
That's 28.
Has a new favorite TV show. And I love when Betty gets a new favorite TV show because she laughs hysterically, and when she laughs and can't laugh anymore, she starts kicking her feet in the bed.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like to burn off the laughter.
Now, is this the same bed that keeps destroying your feet?
I'm putting a pillow down there now, so
Okay.
I'm studying that. My foot feels great today,
Right,
by
yeah.
the way.
We're
Last 2 days, I've really studied that.
We're discovering that Betty gets the bedding, the sheets, and all that so tight that Bubba's feet pay a price. I mean,
Well, we discovered pointed toe syndrome before, and this is a tangent.
Yeah.
But now I've discovered reverse pointed toe syndrome where it's bent back. But I'll go into that later.
but you are seeing relief since we made that adjustment.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
cool.
Oh, it was killing me.
Right.
So the new show, and the name alone is somewhat bothersome to me, Downward Dog. Have you
I
seen
saw
this?
the title. I didn't know what it was.
This is basically life through the eyes of a dog. And he has his owner is a single female, and you see all the things she goes through, and gosh knows there's plenty of that. But the guy they've got doing the voice of the dog, and the dog is so funny, the expressions he has, and the guy who's doing the voice, and the way that he looks at things through like a dog would is pretty funny. And Betty, it just owns her, and I get to laughing at her laughing about it.
Greg, how does this line up with Alf?
It's not a puppet.
Right.
That's right. It's a real
It's
dog.
not a puppet.
That
right.
helps.
That dog
Yeah.
just has the most blank expression, and the guy doing the voice
I like that.
is so
Now-
funny.
Now, again, the dog, she can't hear the dog, right?
No,
It's
just
his
us
thought.
watching.
So that gives
Right.
me, that puts you in Alf if she can hear the dog.
Yeah, okay, so she's not in there.
So we're just like, hey, this is
Yeah.
what the dog's thinking.
And
I
Rick,
can live with that.
And it's a winning. It's a winning formula throughout. You know, we've had
I
a
can
number.
live with
We've
that.
had a number of movies, and a number of things that act like we're thinking like a dog thinks, and we speak like a dog.
Homeward Bound.
So yeah, so we've had this.
There
And,
was 2 episodes. I'll just mention briefly a couple of plots. There was, I think, last week's where the dog acknowledges that he loves garbage.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
It is 6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, thanks for being with us as a brand new hour begins. This hour is going to start with our national anthem. How about 8 minutes past the hour? Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, come on. Sing it. So, as we start this hour, things you need to know as a brand new show began about an hour ago with Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, as they gave you something called the Kickoff Hour along the Rick and Bubba platforms. If you have not added that to your Rick and Bubba consumption, you might want to consider it. So we'll join them now as we go forward. Jeff Fisher, scheduled to be on the program today. He is the new head coach of USFL's Michigan Panthers. And the USFL kicks off this weekend in Birmingham, Alabama. All the games will be played there. And we'll talk about that with Coach Fisher and walk through the uncomfortable, does he remembers? So that's coming up on the program today. Wheel of Meat hasn't spun, so Wheel of Meat's going to spin today or tomorrow. I can tell you that. So pay attention for that on the program today. We'll break down the stories. There are some updates today, and we'll hit some of that. And we'll get into your phone calls at that magic number, 866-WE-BE-BIG. So all that's left is, we got to bring him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to Rick and Bubba.
Oh, man. We got to have this one right here on Holy Week. Working a little bass up on the high notes. Surely he was through. When is impossible ever stopped you? Yeah. This is the sound of the dry bones rattling. Bubba, are you all right over there? I know you had a bit of a traumatic overnight.
Oh, my
goodness. That's the.
What happened? Rick, we'll get into it here in just a minute.
Sure,
but
we got to unpack that, baby.
We had some storms come through the area, but I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't. It wasn't as bad where I live as I think what they thought it could have been.
Mm-hmm.
But we got some. We got a lightning strike at 12:22 last night. That I mean, I thought it got me.
This is the sound of the lightning striking down. Boom, boom, boom.
A
little close.
Yeah, and we'll break it down in a minute because I wanted to tell you. You got to appreciate the whole situation.
Yeah. You got to say
the dream I was having and all that.
You got to set that up.
And I couldn't go back to bed for over an hour. I mean, it just
Oh wow!
I got woke from a deep sleep.
Yeah,
and
one of them good ones.
I thought, well, it got me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. It got me.
I think I jerked so hard I'm sore now.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
It's one of those deals.
One of those.
What if you were?
So anyway, we'll unpack that today. I told you that Jeff Fisher is going to be on the program. You think he remembers us?
I do.
Okay.
I'm
right.
going to help there. I do think he remembers us. Yes.
He, he's coached a lot of games. He's got a lot of things to remember. I don't know.
He does.
Well, the reason why we're asking
But
this,
who forgets Rick and Bubba?
Well, apparently.
I mean, I know former presidents, you were unrememberable to them.
Yeah, right.
But that's just because y'all were nervous.
Well, I'm just going to say this. The reason why we're asking it, you're probably well established, no matter how long you've been on the program, that we think we're friends with people a lot of times when they when they don't share that assessment of our relationship. So when the Tennessee Titans, the former Houston Oilers, were moved to Nashville, we were on in Nashville before they ran us out on the rail, and the station that we were on was the flagship of the Titans network and big Titan promotions. So we ended up spending a large part of their time in Tennessee, Speedy as the stadium guy every home game, and then Bubba and I would go up there for lots of home games. We would do the show there on Friday a lot of times.
Or Monday, depending on when it was.
Whenever it was. And so we were very much ingrained in all things Tennessee Titans, so that established what we think was a friendship with Coach Jeff Fisher, to the point that we did cover either last week or the week before, once even appearing in his softball game. And he asked us to appear.
He did invite us to that.
Every year, and we actually played in it one year. So we think that we established a friendship with Coach Fisher. It's doubtful he is going to remember it that way.
Right.
So there's a chance, and I know everybody in this audience and everybody on this team, because of the brutality in here, we will filter every word he says to see where he is with us.
We'll shift it. We'll take it. We'll spin it. We'll look at it.
Yeah, so that'll be coming out.
I know he won't remember this part because it was so crazy, but on the Music City Miracle play, we were on the sidelines.
Here it is. Yeah, these are the kind of things that we still remember and he's totally forgotten.
And probably. We're going nuts because we'd even talked about leaving. And I said, well, let's just stay, And when that play happened, we were all hugging and jumping, and it was like a giant jumping ring. And at one point, I have Coach Fisher jumping up and down, and I look down and we're standing on the 30-yard line.
You're
out
on the field. Yeah.
And I thought I shouldn't be out here.
Right.
I shouldn't be out here.
No.
And then I sprinted over to the replay monitor so I'd be on TV when they looked at it.
Yeah. How about when Whitehat turned around and walked right past us, and then made that decision? It changed everything.
It did. It did. And Steve McNair and I, he's gone now. We were in a very similar situation.
Right.
And
Rick,
I was all over ESPN. People think that we exaggerated that till they've seen the replay. Now they go, well, you really are on there. And I'm actually in the painting as well.
Yeah.
No, I was going to say, I still have the big, commemorative painting that was done.
Yeah.
And you could see you plain as day.
Yeah, I'm in
You're
the
standing next to the state trooper.
Yeah.
And but I'm not in that picture that I can find. But it was mayhem.
Total mayhem.
Yeah. Well, nobody could believe it.
He'll remember the miracle, of course he will. But will he remember us with him in it? That's the part that y'all were there. It's gonna be one of those.
Yeah. Right. There's the painting there.
Yeah. There I'm over by the trooper.
I could show you when you can see you got a goatee and got a hat on.
Right there. That's me right there. All right, so we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he knows that his owner does not like when he gets in the garbage, but he just can't help it. That he just dreams about going through the garbage can, and it's showing him dreaming about it right
funny.
now.
Yeah.
All the stuff in there, and hearing him describe the delicacies of leftover food and all the trash that's in there, and he, of course, he gets in trouble. Last night, the episode was about a friend that came over and brought her puppy. Now, of course, he hates the puppy.
Yeah.
Because it was his birthday and he wanted to take a nap, and the puppy kept him up wanting to play.
Right.
So he knocked it down the steps and put it in the basement.
ABC? This
Yeah.
is on?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tuesdays, 8 Eastern, 7 Central.
I didn't know if y'all had seen it.
I've never heard of it.
I was wanting to get a group thumbs up, thumbs down on it, but I'll tell you, Betty Bussey loves that TV show.
I hit the guide and it shows the shows, and this is no lie. I saw the title. I thought it was like about a yoga.
I did too.
Oh, yeah.
I did too.
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested in this now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I did see it, and I thought,
Now
Speedy, why don't you give me that
she has
one?
a complicated life that a lot of single females living and working in the big cities would have, and some of that gets a little weird. But the dog's take on it all is hilarious.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
does he go around smelling butts and stuff like real dogs?
Yeah.
I'd like to hear his comment on that.
Yeah. Well, he'll give you a comment on everything.
What I'm talking about, I know
He
how
ain't got a little Mississippi Leghound in him, does he?
Well, they really haven't gone into that yet.
Right.
So
what
not
you're-
springtime.
Are
yet.
you saying caution, like all modern shows, there's a little bit of yuck factor there?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I figured
Yeah, there's going to be some visitors come over from time to time. So.
Right. He's gonna-
And how his take on some of that's pretty funny, though.
Right.
Wow. So Betty loves that.
Gets to
I'll check it out
laughing
next
out loud. I can't go to sleep when it's on because it's like a seismic event in the bed. You know, there's a lot of kicking of feet and yelling and all that stuff.
Right. I didn't even know it existed. This is the first day I've ever heard about it.
Yeah. Well, that's why. But just look at that dog. How funny his face. See if you got audio on that, Rick. You can hear the voice of him talking.
I just thought, like, if this is wrong and that's an idiot, then I don't want to be a right person that's smart. Yeah, I was scared.
Don't bite the thighs.
I was terrified. It's just crazy to make this leap with someone.
I don't even know what he's talking about with that, but it's
We
just,
like met eyes, and I saw that he was terrified too, and like we were in this crazy thing.
It's like Adler
Whatever
talking.
it is, like we're in it together.
The way my dog looks at me. I get it.
I don't even know what that is.
Right.
I'm gonna say this: I don't like the voice of the dog. They need a different one.
Give it a little
need a
time.
different voice
I
for the
thought
dog.
the same thing.
Did you? Okay,
I
right
did.
now. Yeah.
But it's grown on me
Okay.
because of his sarcastic comments.
Yeah.
That's just very dry because he's a dog.
Yeah, so because that's not the voice I expected. Because most
Right,
time when we talk
right.
like a dog, we have a little different sound.
Right.
You've heard when Adler does Kevin talking.
Right.
That type of sound.
Yeah.
I will say this. I think he sounds a little bit like Adler talking.
All right.
Yeah, it does.
I'm gonna tell you who did a pretty good dog was that he voiced Underdog when Underdog was supposed to be talking. Same type deal in the movie Underdog, and he was the guy, and he had his own show at one time that was a big deal. I didn't know about it, but to us, he's the lead singer from Almost Famous, the band, and then he also was in some other shows.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he was also a voice in The Incredibles, and he was the voice of Underdog in there, and his voice went with the dog pretty well.
Okay.
You know the guy I'm talking about. He actually had a sitcom one time that was pretty popular about his life. Oh, what was it called? I can't remember. But you know the guy I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, pull up the cast of Almost.
Is it not it's the drummer or the singer?
Singer. You know this guy.
Oh, I know exactly who that is.
Yeah, yeah,
I just
but
don't- I've
he's-
never seen him anything else.
Oh, he had a TV show
Okay.
one time that was a TBS show or something. It was pretty popular. It was, and he was like a kind of dirty loser kind of guy, and it was about his life or whatever. Oh gosh, Rick, you just need to shut up.
Right.
And I never really watched the show, so I can't give you enough on it.
So you really.
But what I'm talking about, he had a run where he was pretty big in TV
Yeah,
too. Is
okay.
what I'm saying.
If y'all were a dog, what would your voice be like?
What? What kind of bizarre?
Well, if I was a
thought
dog,
is
it'd be
that?
my voice.
Right. No, but
It'd be me. This would be it.
Are you
Hey,
saying
man.
if I want to give a dog a voice, what voice would
yeah,
I
that's
use?
what I'm talking about. That's what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
well, I just gave you one. I like that guy's voice.
Well, you
Rick,
give it
what-
to me. You're the dog.
One of the things they cover in this is dog dreams because he's dreaming all the time,
Right.
and it's funny because we always wonder what's that dog dreaming when he's kicking like that.
Well, you know how we've been loving the Babylon Bee. We were sent yesterday
boy.
something I didn't know they had, the Babylon Bee special report.
You got to watch close and listen close.
Yeah, we'll play that for you when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$22 minutes past the hour. So we will unpack another day. Coach Jeff Fisher coming up later in the program. Your phone calls, Willa Me could spin. Be sure you're hitting that contest button too. Fix Mama's Mouth. April 21st is the cutoff. Get Mama's name in. And also the USFL kicking off this weekend. If your team would like to maybe be the team of the week and get to do some cool stuff at the USFL games, go there and get your team signed up as well. All right, so Bubba, you know this is the norm this time of year, regardless of what the climate alarmists may tell you. Where throughout, as long as I've been alive, if you live where we live, there comes a tornado season, severe thunderstorms. There'll come a time as things heat up. The spring's a little more tornadic. But you get into the deep summer, Gulf Coast, all this, you will just live with a drenching, rowdy thunderstorm about anywhere from 3 to 5 every single day.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and it won't last very long. It'll come in, it'll wreak havoc, and it'll be gone. So this is a normal thing for us. But again, yesterday where we live, and I know a lot of you, it moves west to east. So all of you west of us, you had it, and then those of you east of us, we try to see how if we can't get it to calm down some, then y'all get it and it fades out. That's normally the way these bands of severe thunderstorms move. And we had to move. I was looking at our timeline last night, and I was thinking, oh, we're going to be middle of the night.
Mm-hmm.
Middle of the night.
Good night.
And I wasn't really worried about anything happening tornadic, but I was like, these things get loud and rowdy. And Bubba, unfortunately, I think for you, I was a prophet. I'm like, this thing's going to wake me up right in the middle of the night.
Oh, we were expecting it,
Yeah.
you know, and went to bed a little bit early to try to compensate for it. But, Rick, I was in the middle of a deep dream last night, and I was so relaxed. And I remember, I got woke up so abruptly, I remember the dream. I was walking my dog through a neighborhood, and it was a neighborhood I didn't know.
Yeah.
Right.
But I was enjoying looking at all the houses. And it wasn't even my normal dog. It was a dog I don't even
That
have.
was my next question. What dog was it?
It was just a mutt, but it was it was just so
No
good.
recognizable dog?
No, I had it on a leash, but it wasn't pulling. I mean, it was just a good old mutt like we had when we were kids.
It was leash trained then. It did fine on the leash.
Yeah, it was. I didn't feel like I had to have it on the leash, but it just was old. I could even tell you what type it is because it wasn't a type. It was just a mutt.
Color?
Just kind of brown
Yeah.
looking, you know. But it was good natured. You know, we were just having a good time.
Pleasant walk.
Out walking, yeah.
And you're just looking at houses?
Yeah.
Was it hilly or was it flat?
It was pretty flat
Great
because
question.
I wasn't huffing.
Yeah.
So it must have been pretty flat.
So were you were you younger, or was you at the current age you were in?
I don't know.
How'd your knees feel? That'll tell you.
Yeah.
Oh, I was fine. It was everything was good. There was no negative to the dream.
Did you feel like you were almost tranquil?
Oh yeah, it was very peaceful.
I love it.
I mean, I was even thinking, man, this is a great dream. This is, everything's cool.
You just talking about a guy and his dog.
Yeah, just walking down the road.
How about
Everything
that?
was good.
How about
had a little skip in my step.
Yeah,
I was happy.
Yeah, understood. That was a dream.
And then we had a lightning strike come out of nowhere. I know there was probably some in the area, but I don't remember being.
Do we get the loud?
You got to hear the audio, and it happens very quick when Adler rolls.
We have it on Bubba's security camera.
Here you go.
Wow.
Good gracious.
That was a good one,
buddy.
All right,
You weren't
look at that.
lying.
Yeah. You hear car alarms going off everywhere.
Dang.
Wow.
And just listen to it trailing off. I mean,
it's echoing down through
That
the valley.
where did that had to hit right above y'all?
I want to see it again.
Yeah.
You don't even get a 1001 in there. It's right on you.
Can't even count it. But me and Betty both sit right up in the bed. I think I'm sore from sitting up so quick. You know what I mean?
That was a sit-up.
Pulled the muscle.
You did a sit-up.
What? Look, that thing was so bright it looked daylight for a second.
Yeah, it's man, it scared me to death.
You don't think you had a cardiac event, do you?
Well, I tell you, I felt like my heart wasn't beating right for an hour.
I meant to tell y'all, he said his chest was hurting too.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like
His
everything
face
wasn't
changed?
timed out right or something. I think it scared the
Are you
crap out of
serious?
me.
Minor heart attack.
Rick, I got woke up. I mean, I came from deep in sleep world. You know, deep in sleep world.
What did your dog do when that sound went off?
Help me. Betty went to check on dogs. I don't know why I flipped the lights on and stood up. I don't know why.
CPAP on, or
Do
you
you
throw it
realize-
out?
do y'all
I threw it off like it was a pop-up.
Yeah.
Can I tell y'all, do y'all realize how cool it is that Bubba can tell me that story when I got to work today and then actually show us it on a video show?
Yeah, that's cool.
You hear that? Pop?
First thing, yeah.
And I've got
something's going on over
and
there.
I've got that on some other cameras too. I mean it.
How eerie
As
is
it
that
was going to
alarm?
ground, man, it was dancing around. I'm sure I got some things burned up today. I
Greg,
just
what do
haven't
you
found
think
them
from
yet.
your world? That's a bad strike.
That's
isn't it?
close.
Yeah.
That's real close.
Ooh.
That'll make you run.
Mm-hmm.
That'll make you take off running.
It will.
Did you
Well,
see all the lights coming on?
Yeah,
I mean,
The
this
whole
is-
presentation
freaked
with
the
the
whole
alarm coming on. That's eerie.
Everything.
I
And the
can't
fact-
believe the documentation we just had.
Right. Middle of the night.
I'm there.
I'm sitting at that little table right there.
I know.
Yeah.
Have me a coffee.
And y'all are
and a
way up
bagel.
there on that mountain too.
That thing's heavy too.
You're high. You're
All
up
we
there.
had was a little rumble down on the crest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
He's up
it's-
there with the
Look, at
clouds.
that, look how bright that is.
All
at
I
one
had was
point.
a wake
It's
up,
completely
turn over,
whited
get-
the camera out.
All I had was a
That's
wake up,
crazy.
turn over, get comfortable again.
You're like, huh? That's loud.
You know, old nature has some very powerful things going on,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Oh, yes.
Huh?
Uh-huh.
So what'd you do to get your mind to stop racing and get back to sleep?
Well, it just
Or
took
your heart
a while.
slow down?
Took a while.
How long did it take you to go back? An hour?
Oh, at least an hour. I don't think I ever went back to
You
bed.
were
I never
scared.
got back to walking the dog. I'll tell you that.
Can we go back to your heart? Are you okay?
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
fine now. Thank you.
That's some concern.
I'm starting to think about things like this too. Like, and now that we're past this, like, when's the last time you've been in that pool? When's the last time you sat at that table?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we go out there every now and then. Not enough. We
Is that
don't
where
use
you were
it
icing
enough.
your knee?
No, that was in the house.
Okay.
That was indoor.
And I was working on the pool yesterday, so I was
You
had to
were?
clean it. Yeah,
Did you have a heart
you know,
issue
some of
there,
these
too?
storms. No,
Are you out
some
of
these-
breath easy?
Some of these storms.
We need to talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, they're rough on them pools too.
Mm-hmm.
Get all that old algae and stuff in it.
Do I need to run you over to the doc
No,
today?
When's your next checkup?
I don't know. I'm good.
You check in.
Just when you get scared like that all of a sudden, coming from a deep sleep, man, I mean, it like hurt.
I know.
You know?
Yeah, that's awful.
I wanted to finish walking that dog.
Yeah.
We were having such a good time.
Y'all were having a great time. That sounded fantastic.
So
All right.
I don't know. I think it had to be just south and just east of me if it didn't hit in our yard.
What are you
But
going to do?
I'm gonna look at some other cameras today. and
What are
see
you going to
I
do
got.
if you're like leaving your neighborhood and you see that dog walking by itself?
and you're dragging a lead? Yeah. No, wait. That's my dog.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We have a couple of people standing by, but I think we can play this. It's relatively short. Babylon B. You know, Bubba and I we're obsessed. Bubba and I are obsessed with Babylon B. Very funny. We admit that some of it, if you're not into some of the inside the church humor, some of it you won't get. But if they make fun, which they should, a lot of it should be made fun of, but they also work to make some points through comedy that are quite profound. And this is another one. I didn't know they had these. I thought it was just the fake newspaper. This is now a special report, like a newscast.
Let me say this: it's dry humor and it's quick. You got to be listening to get the details.
Yeah, whatever you're doing, right, you're not going to casually listen to this and get it. I mean, you got to
Follow what they're saying.
You got to lock in RBTV. It's got video with it too, because it is a newscast, so you'll be able to see it too.
And there's a link in show notes.
a link in show notes at rickandbubba.com. Here we go.
Sources confirmed Tuesday that local freethinker Jared Olson called into question the idea that God has ever done anything for him, all while inhaling oxygen and exhaling carbon dioxide. Ryan has more on the story.
Jared Olson attends Edmonds Community College, where we caught up with him while he was speaking to a gathered crowd about the need for, or lack thereof, God.
This whole idea of God is just holding us all back.
Olson said this as the membrane across his larynx vibrated to modulate the flow of air from his lungs, making his speech audible to the people listening.
What's he done for you? What's he done for me? Nothing.
As the people listened, their intricate ear structures were instantly being transformed by the invisible sound waves into abstract thought in their brain's nervous tissue. Olson went on to pursue this line of reasoning further, claiming that, and I quote, "Mankind has science, medicine, and mathematics to thank for its continued existence, rather than an all-powerful creator for which there is absolutely no evidence," end quote. According to eyewitnesses, he made these claims as the surface his feet rested on continued to spin around the Earth's core without any input from him, all while the only known habitable planet on which he stood rocketed around the center of the galaxy in perfect formation at the unfathomable rate of 490,000 miles per hour. Brady?
Thanks, Diane. We understand Olson plans to detail religion's negative influence on society at a meeting next week, which is being held in the annex adjacent to both a Christian homeless shelter and a Catholic hospital.
That's good stuff.
That is funny.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Not a thing. Hadn't done a thing.
Hadn't done a thing. No evidence he exists anywhere.
No.
Alex in Louisville, Kentucky. Alex, welcome to the program, buddy. Thanks for listening to us on the Hawk. How are you today?
Good morning, Billions. Bless y'all. I was just going to say, that Jason Lee give you that answer there.
Yeah.
And also, he is the son of Stan Lee, the comic book writer that you see in all the movies. Just a tip for you there, heads up.
It's Stanley. What do you mean?
Stanley.
Stan Lee.
Oh, Stan
the
Lee.
comic book
Stan
writer.
Lee.
Yeah, he's actually his son.
Oh, I did not know that. That is an interesting tidbit now that I understood what you said.
Yep, and just say thank y'all for putting on the show every day. Listen to y'all every day. Love you guys. Keep it
Man,
up.
thank you, brother. Be sure and let the Hawk know how much you appreciate it. Trust me, carrying our show today, people will give you a hard time about it. They need to hear that people like it too. Adam in Athens, Alabama. Adam, welcome to the program, buddy. How are you?
How are you doing today?
I'm good.
I believe with all the talk about the dog show, we should hear in from Hank the Hound.
Oh, no.
We could have his own show. It is Wednesday.
Yeah, it could come out
Might
later.
see him later.
We do have Will of Meat coming up later. I mean, that could happen, sadly.
By the way, guys, I just looked it up because I didn't think that was right, but I don't think Jason Lee's dad is Stan Lee.
Oh, really?
I don't think that's correct.
My problem is I don't know who Stan Lee is to begin with.
Stan Lee, he's the old guy. He's in all the Spider-Mans. He literally created the X-Men. He created Spider-Man.
Yeah, Jason Lee is a little too young to be his son.
That's not true at all, guys. Let's not just call radio shows and just say stuff.
Hey,
okay?
hey, come on, don't be that guy.
You got a hat on back.
Easy downward dog.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Wow.
Don't you know you're living in a time if you say something with emotion and with some confidence, it's as true as anything.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Right.
That being said, I am awesome.
Mad about it.
Thank you. And Hank the Hound. Okay, so we don't think that's factually correct. Okay.
We don't.
Gordon
think so.
Adler.
According to Hank the Hound, no.
Well, and this
He's
is
mad about it.
In a minute, we could get the exact same email about Mr. Rogers actually being a killer in Vietnam.
Yeah, a Marine, Special Forces.
Yeah, we all want to believe that because it's sharp.
And
but
where's the sweater to cover his tattoo?
Yeah.
You see that part's in there too. Don't miss that part.
yeah, of course.
Let's go to Highland Home.
my goodness.
The name is not on the board, so I can't see who it is. Highland Home, welcome to the show. How are you? It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study now archived and ready if you were not able to catch it live and that didn't work for you. But you try to hit the archives, catch that one today. It's available on our YouTube channel. You can see the playlist. Just bring that down. You see the Wednesday Bible study, men's Bible study right there. And then on our podcast channel, when you go down and see all the different options now, you'll see it listed as an audio archive for you as well. Bubba, it didn't take long for Elon Musk to say to start getting aggressive. He has now, this is breaking right now, USA Today is reporting that Elon Musk has now offered to buy Twitter for $41.3 billion, saying the company needs to be completely transformed.
So is this a version of a hostile takeover?
I think it is. Yeah.
Well, he's actually just making a bid for it.
Yeah,
it hadn't got hostile yet, but he could.
He could.
Yeah. Wow.
He's offering $54.20 a share. 41.3 billion.
Well, we're talking about
hello social media.
When you look at Elon Musk, you see, wow, really smart, brilliant guy. You see his worldview, whirly bird, little bit of a bird there. But then he seems to be someone, though, based on what he's saying, back to something we can agree on, who loves freedom, and he is, and politically. He seems to be kind of a common sense guy. He says, I invested in Twitter as I believe it is in its potential to be the platform for free speech around the globe. I believe free speech and is a societal imperative for a functioning democracy.
Nice read on that.
Thank you, buddy. However, since making my investment, I now realize the company will neither thrive nor serve the societal imperative in its current form. Twitter needs to be transformed as a private company.
So he's wanting to buy it, privatize it, fix it, and leave it out there.
And so he thinks that, strange concept. He believes this is great technology that should allow people around the world to have free speech.
And
to talk and put things out there. and they shouldn't be edited, and they definitely shouldn't be edited with a bias.
Yeah, look at this last sentence, Rick, on his offer. My offer is my best and final offer, and if it's not accepted, I will need to reconsider my position as a shareholder.
Back to hostile takeover. So don't make me try another avenue.
I'll be honest. When he said he didn't want that board seat, that kind of caught me off guard. Now I know why.
Now you know why.
Yep,
He's not going to need it.
He's not going to need it.
Nope.
You know what? I
I'll just
think,
buy the whole thing.
Yeah.
I think this thing, the way it unraveled, or at least the way we were seeing it in the news. Remember, the chairman of the board, and he's a young guy, said, "Well, this means he won't do a hostile takeover because all he can buy is 14% on the board." And it was like 2 days later, and it's almost like somebody said, "Hey, Elon, you know you can't buy it if you're on the board."
Don't be on the board.
He goes, "Okay, I'm not on the board."
I'm not on the board. I'll tell you what I am. I'm BORED with the way y'all are acting. I am bored, but I ain't on the board.
You know, I hate to say this because the government has not intervened in a regulatory way and have let the social media giants become such a monopoly. Elon may be our last greatest hope for free speech. Yeah. And he's an absolute free speech guy.
Yeah.
I mean that.
Well, like I said, he's trying to figure out the world morally, and he certainly didn't have a biblical worldview. And I give Babylon B a shot for making a run at it, but he seems kind of open to everything, and we'll see how that goes. But when it comes to freedom and free speech, and I want that is a better form of government, something that features democracy. On that, we agree, and he is looking at Twitter and calling them what they are, and that is a wing of propaganda that wants to decide what we can and cannot hear and see, and he does not believe that should be the role of this kind of technology.
Yeah, I mean,
which we agree.
We can debate how the finer points of free speech, but right now we've got 2 or 3 guys in Silicon Valley who's the gatekeeper of all what's said, and it's not designed to be that way. Now, how you fix that, I don't know. This is one way, I guess. Well, but it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I mean, this is the stuff that the textbooks will be writing about, for our grandkids. So, it's interesting to be living and seeing this happen.
Well, it's kind of even like whispering Ben Carson. As a black man said, I don't even like for hateful people to be squelched, because then I don't know where they are.
Right.
When people are allowed to express themselves how they are, it's really helpful to know where people stand, so you can know who you oppose, who opposes you, and who you want to avoid, and where they are. What we do now is, we do these pretend things, when really I think it's good to really. We may say when somebody says something, the great, all Burgess to say when they're getting to the point of, elevating, when they say you don't mean that, but we're going to hear things that we say to somebody, wow, you don't mean that.
Right.
But then you go, I'm glad I know you feel that way, because I'll tell you, this is true. Hear me for just a second. And we've seen this happen for people who are trying to develop their worldview, let's say politically. Okay, let's not even worry about morally. That's a whole completely different things. Now, sometimes your moral view might make you lean a certain way politically, but you're never going to find a political view that lines up like perfectly with the biblical worldview. It just doesn't exist, because government is fallen, politics are fallen, and people are fallen.
Fallen world.
Yeah, politics. I mean, government plays a role, but you're not going to find any setup that goes that lines up completely with my biblical worldview. Now, it may line up with a worldview that's not biblical. You may be able to find that. But anyway, if you're developing your political views, I believe that if the current state of the progressive left, if we would just allow them to tell everybody who they really are in the world they desire, more people would turn away from them. What happens is they're allowed to come out and do propaganda and pretend to be something that they're not.
Yeah.
And then people start chasing it, and they're like, well, wow, this isn't what they said they were. So I'm for everybody being able to completely, clearly define who they are, where they come from, and how they see things. I want to know all that. Exactly. And even if it's things that I oppose and
at least
don't
you know what you got.
Well, the theory is that if you have the marketplace of ideas, you kind of work it out,
Right.
and the cream will eventually rise to the top. Take some time, but there's some civility you need with that, and we're lacking in that in a lot of areas, obviously.
Right.
But we've got to be able to discuss. I mean, that's the cornerstone of democracy, and that's why the system is broke right now. We protected some fledgling industries as they came online, so they could get started, and they went from needing protection to being worldwide monopolies overnight, and the politics and the government never caught up to it. So there's going to have to be some adjustment in that too.
So I think if an Elon Musk gets a hold of it, I really believe that I know some of you are afraid of Elon Musk because he doesn't see things completely the way you wish he would politically. You want him so bad to line up with you on the progressive left, but I think if someone like him gets a hold of it, I believe no matter what your view is, I think his goal would be able to give you the platform to discuss it.
Well, Rick,
now you can't run and hide when people disagree with you.
We had stories of some of the management people at Twitter that were already in an absolute twist because he was now a stockholder and possibly a board of director. Some of them seeking counseling to that level.
Unbelievable.
And you know what it was all over. And I hate to do this. It boils down to one big bottom line. Are you going to let Trump back on?
Right.
That's really what it was.
Right.
Can you imagine with this news today where they're at?
Oh, Bubba.
Huh?
I wish I was there.
They wake up, they've got that cup of coffee, they're about to get ready to go to work or eat their green beans or whatever they're going to do for breakfast. And they see that on the news.
I wish I could be.
I bet they choked on their kale.
I wish I could be in this yellow shirt, standing in the break room when the first. Listen, when the first one got to work, and I'm
they didn't even make it, Rick. They heard this at home.
Yeah, but I want to be the first person to tell them. I somehow don't know how that's going to work. Basically, like you said, so access.
Hey, have y'all heard the news?
Yeah, I want to be the have you heard the news guy.
Yeah.
I want to be able to say, hey, y'all got the update on Elon Musk?
Right. He didn't want the board. He wants the whole thing.
He's going to buy the whole thing.
21 minutes ago, he tweeted, "I made an offer." And that's all it said.
Right. The reason
with the link underneath it in archives.
I believe with these pasty white, sickly looking progressive at Twitter, I think that I would seriously see a reaction in them that was the same as yours last night when the lightning hit.
Yes,
Did you see the tweet before that? Did you see the tweet right before? Rick, the tweet right before that said, "I'm worried about Bubba's heart."
Yeah.
You know what?
Why is he breathing heavy going to the refrigerator?
I don't know if I have any Twitter shares and any mutual funds, but hey, Elon can have them. I'm ready to sell. Shares are already pre-trading up 12%.
I'm going to contact Elon about 8.8 acres I got on Highway 42.
Just like it said.
Trailer got ruining it. All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Rick, it's Larry Wayne again. How you doing?
Well, Larry Wayne. So good to hear from you. Staying out of trouble today?
I'm trying to. I actually got a sick kid at home, so I'm staying home with him.
Yeah, well, look, you can run around with people named Rick, but don't run around with people who go by Ricky as adults.
That's true.
Okay.
The Downward Dog Show, I caught about the last 5 minutes of an episode, and about the 44th time the kid said like, I had to let it go. Now, Betty's got kids that are teenagers, so she may not be as sensitive to that, but I can't take but about 3 likes a minute, and I got to eject.
So the dog says like, those like in there.
Every other word is like.
Yeah.
Every other word is like this, and like I felt like I felt like it was gonna happen like. And I'm like,
so
no.
he's a very tame breed. So he's very laid back.
So he's laid back.
Yeah.
So in other words, he talks like all of our interns.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's it.
Let's go to Mike. Mike, welcome to the program. How are you?
Know what I mean? Like
I'm good. I was looking on social media, and I saw that Adler was actually Barack Obama's son.
Look,
he said it.
Look, he had to step out. You know, we've all had step outs here.
No, you
before.
were assuming Adler's right. I think he is.
I've tried. I think he is, by the way, because I've tried to look it up.
I'm like you. I wasn't sure who he was, but it seemed like I remembered the Stan Lee. I'm gonna tell you, this guy's pretty old.
I didn't care enough.
Well, if you listen, guys, if you created cartoon comic book characters that have been around for a very long time, you're old. I mean, if you're the guy that created all that, you got some age on you.
Yeah.
Because that stuff's been around a while, from what I know. Like I said, I wasn't a big comic book guy, but I've heard of those characters for a very long time.
I mean,
time.
If he created,
I'm 52, and I've heard of them as long as I can recall anything.
Yeah.
You know it. So I guess that put me from about 6 on. I don't know.
I mean, if he created The Simpsons, we'll go, okay, then maybe that was. You know what I mean?
Right.
Was it who was the
Jason and Stan?
Who was the son that we
Jason Lee.
Jason Lee.
Okay.
Old man Lee's boy, Stanley. But
Stanley.
Stanley.
you can't get there from here.
So, Rick, you're claiming he's got to be in his 80s.
Well, I would think so, yeah.
Well, I can find that right quick.
I would think Stan Lee's got to have some age on him.
Stanley.
Stanley, yeah, he's old.
Oh, wow, he's old.
Bottom of the hour.
It's worth $50 million.
But Jason
He's
Lee,
94.
But Jason Lee's got to be in his 40s,
I think.
Yeah, Rick is dead, but unless he had him late.
He's 94.
All right, we'll
Children.
be right. Hang on.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome
I'm going to have
back.
to tell Reese about this one.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
How about it?
So, so look for that coming up. Bubba, much to cover. Just doing a little make a note, programming note. Rick and Bubba RBTV today. We do have the Bible study again at noon Central live today. It'll be archived in your archives there, and if you're not an Extreme Club member, it's out archived on SoundCloud later. So that is coming up again today. We do have that. Also, I'll be in Gadsden tomorrow night, where this show began almost 25 years ago.
About that.
And we'll be there speaking at First Baptist Church in Gadsden, where my wife and I were married. Did you know, I started thinking, I've never been back since we were married there. Because we didn't live there. And, of course, it was a big moment for both of us, changed our life spiritually as we became followers of Christ through the marriage counseling and our service that we had. And our whole life in the ministry as followers of Jesus started when we were married, so it's kind of a cool thing, too. All there, so a very special place to us. And I'll be speaking there tomorrow night. They're doing something with the men's ministry there, so they've got a little outdoor expo starting at 4, and then the service starts at 6. Men and women are invited to come to that. Anybody who wants to. There's no ticket or anything like that. Just come. Starting tomorrow night there in Gadsden, the home of Z93. So we got a lot of connection to that area. Looking forward to that. All right, so let's look at some items we have out here. You want to go Wacky World?
Wacky World. How bizarre.
Here we go. Let's jump out there.
How bizarre. Ooh, baby.
Come on, Wacky World.
I feel good.
I don't really know what to do with this one than to just say what it says. Woman now accused of drinking beer while breastfeeding her baby at a bar.
And Rick, don't forget she was trading personal favors for people who would buy her more beer.
Yes.
That's how she got in that position.
While holding the baby. Thank you, Greg. I'm going to say here, has anyone sent this story to Jeff Foxworthy?
Mm-hmm. Have you seen where it happened?
Yeah.
This is in Indianapolis, by the way.
Well, thank you for that.
Have you seen the picture?
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Now, that part probably true. 866 We Be Big. As we make our way back, we thank you for being with us. All right, so we got an update on the story we've all been working on here.
It's a Rick and Bubba news
Update.
update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
So the suspect in the Brooklyn subway shooting and bizarro deal, axe and all this stuff, detonating smoke bombs, Frank James is the suspect. As yesterday, we had not brought Frank into custody. Now we have, and that is the update. So there's some recaps we got video wise and story wise. This is the man Zach. Is it Tahan is the person that spotted Frank James, and he was working on a camera outside an East Village store. And we have a video of him kind of telling us how he helped law enforcement find Frank. Is that right? All right, so here it is.
I was working in the store, okay? I was working in the store. I do security cameras.
What store were you working at?
Over there, and I see him, he walk in the sidewalk. I watch him the camera from the screen, and I thought, oh my God, this is the guy. He was half back and his back. He put it in the floor like this, and I see the people walking next to him. I thought, guys, be careful. Keep far from him. Maybe he's gonna do something. Like, keep space. People think I am crazy. Like, maybe think people I am in drug, but I'm not. I'm fasting. Like, I was working in the store, and I see him there, this guy. And I told, you know what? Guys, be careful. Guys, people just eat and everybody have his headphone, everybody watching music, nobody care about anybody. But we have to care about this thing. Thank you, police. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that.
Hey, Zach, how long did all of that you just described take?
Like, us not 5 minutes, 10 minutes, that's all. And when I see him happen, I was gonna do something for the people. I say, you know what? We need to catch this guy.
And you were totally sure it was him?
What?
When you saw it, you knew immediately it was definitely him?
Like, I was see him. I want to make sure if this guy for real. I run like this, like a gun. I go run like this. I see him. Oh, I look at him. Yo, this is the guy. We need to catch him. We already run like this. We need to catch him. And that's all. And I was working and I catched him. God, thank God. And when I see the bag in he was walking in the street. I told the people, I see the car, police come from street. Call the police, yo, this is the guy. And we catch him. Thank God. Thank you, guys.
He's got him audience now.
Yeah, he put on the show. Does he get the 50 grand?
Yes, he does.
Oh.
And there were people who started chanting, "Give him 100." But he had
him
Frank
reenacting the whole thing.
Yeah,
Just
Frank had called the I guess the helpline or no 911. I'm sorry,
Yeah, we're talking
and
about
said
the
that he
suspect,
was
Frank
at. I'll be at a McDonald's.
he called.
I heard y'all are looking for me, and by the time they got there, he had left. But this guy saw him.
Now, the scary part of this, he roamed the city for 29 hours.
Oh, he even stayed on the subway system after he shot everyone up and threw the canisters and did what he did. Yeah. He even stayed on the subway system.
Well, he jumped. He went from the train he was on to the one across the platform that was leaving, and got out of there.
Yeah,
you know, the ultimate escape. But he's got some crazy problems. Big time racist, and from his all his social media posts, he had all kind of posts on there about kill Whitey and this and that and the mayor, and I mean he covered the full gambit.
So you black nationalists, all that, and so he definitely
Look
had.
at him here, Rick. He's wearing a get up with his.
Look at that.
He looks like he's a utility worker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you wouldn't even think twice about looking at him down on the subway, because you see people dressed like that all the time with a hard hat on and, you know, the reflective coat and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the mask
blends in.
Yeah, the mask is helpful these days.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
So it's not really doing much other than making it hard to identify people. But
that one guy identified him.
Yeah, he did.
Boy, didn't he?
Boy, he did.
Where do you think he's from? What accent is that?
Hungarian.
Greg's not Hungarian.
Middle Eastern, isn't
he? Probably.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Clearly, I know this. He was not on drugs. He was fasting.
Yeah, he was.
He pointed that out.
Let us know.
Don't fast a lot. It doesn't look like.
I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not on drugs. I'm fasting.
And he was having a hard time catching his breath.
He was.
Yeah.
He was
Excited.
excited.
Maybe check his heart.
I thought he'd walk to the bathroom here and back.
Yeah.
But Frank James is really having trouble with this turnstile here, trying to get through the gate at the subway. And I guess evidently he had so much trouble with it, they actually let him in through another door. If you you could see him walk to another door here.
Is this before or after?
This is
shooting?
before. This is before. He was still up there. He's get up.
Wow,
he's got all of his bombs and things in that bag he's rolling.
Yeah.
Wow.
Of course, he's got a rap sheet.
Yeah.
He goes back to the 90s. Possessing burglary tools, criminal sex acts, criminal tampering, trespassing, larceny, disorderly conduct, all that.
Well, he's well-rounded. I mean, he's committed a lot of different types of crimes.
Right. You throw a little kill Whitey in there, and you're gonna be a dangerous man.
Yeah.
So but he's in custody now, and it's still being called a suspect, but there's an awful lot of evidence mounting against Frankie. And so far, still so good. None of the people he shot, are they all still alive? Is everybody?
Yeah, no one has died. 10 shots, 7 injured in the melee after. Last numbers I saw.
Yeah, same here. That's what I've seen too. There's all kinds of conspiracy theories starting now because the security cameras weren't working, and supposedly all other security cameras in the subway system were working except the 3 at those 3 stops or something like that. So all that's starting now. Also, like supposedly his credit card, his keys.
He dropped his credit card.
Yeah.
Isn't that how they identify
Yeah,
him?
like that abundance of evidence.
The U-Haul truck keys is what really unlocked it all.
That abundance of evidence is kind of making people.
Well, you use the term unlocked with keys.
Oh, that's good.
Nice, yeah, when you said
good.
the U-Haul keys sort of unlocked it all, I thought that's pretty good.
Well, without that, they that really they didn't have much of a lead until that point.
Now Eric Adams is getting made fun of a little bit because he came out yesterday saying, "Hey, we got him," and all this when he was just walking around the streets and actually someone called in
put on that show,
and reported, "Hey, there he is." But I mean, it was a New Yorker that did it, and helped, and that's what everybody was saying. If you see something, say something, and this guy did.
Yeah, if you want to say the people of New York helped us apprehend him, you can certainly say that.
So then there's other people theorizing that they do have the footage. They did have the footage, but because it was a black guy, they didn't want to release it.
Mm-hmm.
And there is evidence that Eric Adams and the NYPD and all that did have this guy's photo and held onto it for a while before actually putting it out, which is just so unsafe and just so counterproductive and wrong.
Well, do you think they were just trying to make sure they had the right guy before they created a panic? I would give them the benefit of the doubt.
No, I don't think so. I think if it was a white guy, it would have been a lot different. That's what I think.
Watch out.
I mean, the way things go, I can understand how somebody would come up and say that it feels that way, but we'll see. Even the way it's presented now, because he certainly has things. We should hate racism of any kind.
Yeah.
Especially when you want to kill somebody just because of their ethnicity.
Yep.
We shouldn't like that no matter who it is. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you hear every day here on the show, global upheaval, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, crippling sanctions on Russian trade are showing to have massive ripple effects across the world, including right here in the United States. We talked about this on the show just yesterday. And it's not just the gas pump. I mean, food prices are soaring. And President Biden said with regards to food shortages, it's going to be real. Remember that great statement? Inflation continues to skyrocket. The dollar becomes worth less. It seems almost like every day. Transition some of your nest egg to something of worth with gold and silver, and I want to point you to Birch Gold. That's right. Birch Gold will help you convert an IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered account in gold and silver. Now, you can get started now, and here's how you do it. Are you ready? Everybody ready? Get your phone safely. Text Rick Bubba. Put our names together. No and in there. Just Rick Bubba. And you want to text that to 989-898. I'll give you that text number again. 989-898. Your message is Rick Bubba together. Thousands of satisfied customers, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Birch Gold can help you protect your savings, and all you have to do to get the free info kit on gold, you don't have any obligation, but this is going to at least help you make a good decision, and it is free. Just text Rick Bubba to 989-898. Look, now more than ever, it's time to start looking into this. You probably have been like me. Before I made the move, you kept saying, I need to do this. You need to go ahead and at least get all the information and then make a wise move. Text Rick Bubba to 989-898. That's Rick Bubba to 989-898 for your free info guide from Birch Gold.
Outside?
Not the story I have.
I'll get it for you.
Oh my, there it is.
Whoa.
Got it, Bubba. Thank you.
Well, you got to see the picture. Can you pan down a little bit?
I'm gonna pan down. While
Pan
I do
up,
it.
I mean.
I'm gonna pan down while we do it.
But I'm gonna pan down after it does it.
There it is. Check that picture out.
Oh my goodness.
Boy, yeah, that's boy. Wasn't that fitting?
Wait a minute, but where's the
odds of that?
Greg, where's the coal factor at the door?
Yeah.
I mean, when a woman
You ain't bringing that baby
when a
in here.
woman shows up at the saloon, and walks in with a baby, is there anybody?
Lap baby.
Is there anybody that says, "Hey, ma'am,
this we're here
I
at the
I
Eager
don't
Beaver, whatever the name of the place was.
It's the wild one, Greg. Not,
and
not
we're
the
here,
Eager.
and you got a baby.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, that's not what
the
it was
name of the
called.
place.
Rick, I think it makes it worse that the dude is a former pastor, 45.
So there's a guy in this.
And,
game.
the husband
former
there,
does
right?
work there.
And 42-year-old, the mom, soon to be, is a female life coach. Let's not forget that.
All right, so the
What if she gets an hour?
all right, so the parents of a
What is she coaching?
Thank you. Yeah, I got to tell you one thing. If you're ended up breastfeeding at a bar while drinking beer, this is not the life coach you're looking for. Would we all agree with that?
Let's say years later. This is definitely the point where you go, I finally hit rock bottom when I was breastfeeding my baby while drinking a beer at the Eager Beaver.
It's not the eager.
It's the wild.
It's the wild.
Same thing.
Yeah, it's not eager.
I mean, I hit bottom. You know. Hey, let me be honest with you. I don't know if we can get any lower than that.
Right, and her husband is her husband, or just a guy?
It's
Or
the
just a
guy.
parent?
I guess it's the husband. I don't know. The
Well,
daddy.
how about he's very understanding based on the rest of the story.
Yeah.
But
They've both been charged, though, Rick.
What's up with him?
Right. If he is the parent, by the way, I'm thinking of all the vindicated people out there. The guy who everybody hated who said we need to remove this pastor. Remember that guy? And everybody argued with us. We love our pastor. Who are you to run him off? I'm telling you, this guy's trouble.
Something about
You
him.
know,
Him and his old lady.
How about the committee that got rid of him? They are vindicated today.
Yes. Right.
You know,
Yep.
I told you.
Oh, they're from Alabama.
No, are you serious?
Yeah.
What?
They are.
Are you serious? Are you
Yes.
not making this
No.
up?
Says
knew
the
it.
Alabama couple were booked at the Wild Beaver Saloon
Well, roll tide.
just after midnight.
And that was in Indianapolis.
Yeah, they were in Indianapolis, Bubba, but this is, again, our people going to other places.
Where's it say that?
Where?
I missed
Don't
that
say
in
that,
there.
Speedy. You just throwing that out
will
there.
you take my
I don't see it on here.
speaks, buddy?
Well,
buddy?
I think I know them.
Here it goes, right there,
There it is.
right there.
Oh, gone it.
Wow.
The Alabama couple were booked at the Wild Beaver Saloon
Just after midnight.
just after midnight.
That's way past that baby's bedtime.
As Bubba said, she was offering people favors for drinks
Mm-hmm.
and was breastfeeding her 7-month-old at the bar while
Now
while the dad.
Hey guys, I got to ask this question: if they're from Alabama, what church was it?
I'm going to go some bivocational.
You just
Well, it's probably one of them in a strip mall. You know what I mean?
Greg,
okay. That's good. Like,
you think he's one of these pastors that says we're going to have a real church?
Yeah.
And he goes and books some open space at a strip mall?
Yeah, right beside it where they groom animals.
Right. Golly, Greg.
You know what I'm talking
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us as we start a brand new hour. And thank you for joining us today. Willamette has not spun. Today or tomorrow it's going to happen. Jeff Fisher coming up next hour. As the USFL kicks off this weekend, we'll talk to the coach of the Michigan Panthers, Jeff Fisher. And we'll go back through all of our years with Coach Fisher and awkwardly wonder if he even remembers it. So that's all coming up a little. Well, next hour, that's when it's happening. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here, and there's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, you know, and Speedy, this is your world, having many sons that have played different levels of baseball. The walk-up song.
Oh yeah.
So that's the thing now. You got to have a walk-up song, right?
Gotta have it.
Gotta
have it.
So this is what they play when this player is batting.
Mm-hmm. Now batting.
Yeah, and we've talked about that. You know, there's some good ones.
Mm-hmm.
But we got an email from Angela and said just wanted to forward you this short clip, and we have it, of my son, a freshman at Spain Park,
Okay.
And his walk-up song last night, the moms, as a surprise to the players, this was a mama's selection, got to pick the walk-up song for their.
I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
So this is going to be. It says apparently this is going to be their last home game.
Okay.
Are we getting time for playoffs?
Yeah, for freshmen it would be. Yeah.
And so I picked this one because he's a huge fan. Listens every day on his way to school.
Oh, cool.
You can't really see his face in this clip, but he is laughing because
a good one.
because I picked this song for him, and I thought y'all would get a kick out of it.
Okay.
So here we go. Let's see.
That's funny.
Oh, that's great. Look, the umpire's dancing.
Now up to bat number 2, Trevor Julich.
I like it.
Yeah, walk it up, Trev.
If they could have dropped
Good pick,
Hank
good
from
pick.
Hendersonville in right at the end. That's putrid smell.
I like that as a walk-up song.
That's
That's
great.
good. Yeah.
It is great.
Good.
I want to know
Rick,
what
what if Tom Landry was one to encourage him?
Greg, why do you want that?
He always
Don't
picks
ruin
the
this.
worst.
What are you
Yeah,
doing?
this is a great moment.
Helmsy, that's a great. Baseball players were superstitious and all that.
know.
We get,
Yeah.
if he hit real well there, and I'm sure he's
know.
playing summer ball too. That's
Yeah.
probably going to lead into summer ball,
True.
Yeah.
and then the fall, and then will this theme song
This could
will
catch
it
on.
chase him
If he-
all
it
around?
could've
Yeah,
went
what if
bad.
he'd have gone yard?
Oh,
Yeah.
if he goes yard,
I'd
he'll
like to know
definitely
what he
get-
did at the plate
Right.
appearance.
Yeah,
For
let's play it one more time.
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
Now,
Every time I hear it, it's like the first time.
yeah, that's one of those things that stays fresh, doesn't it?
Frickin' bugger. Y'all said that was good, Coach. We got it.
Well, you can tell him he messed up.
No.
Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
gonna tell Tom
Yeah,
Landry
yes,
he
sir.
messed up.
I'll have another.
You'd have to go to heaven to tell him.
That's
legend.
true.
He's dead.
But
Yeah,
I'm talking about
when
the
he-
intermittent
when
one.
he wasn't dead
when he was talking.
But how about this? He wasn't even close, y'all. I mean, he butchered that one.
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
You know,
Do
Greg,
you
he
think
would
he thought
probably he would probably show you his Super Bowl championship
Yeah,
rings and tell
yeah.
you to get
That's
over it.
Do
He
you
probably
think
was.
he thought he nailed it? Got it.
No, I think he just wanted to get it over with and really didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
Right.
He was already
That's
moving on.
obvious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't know who we were either.
That was kind of a half-A version. It was.
Well, what I'm wondering, yeah, because if you're
Good
doing,
thing his teams didn't play that way.
Greg, what I'm saying is, do you think that there was a moment where he sat there and said, "I don't think I said that right," and did he want to do a do-over?
No, or he would have stopped
Or do you
immediately.
think? Do you think he went? Wow, that's a strange name for a show, Rick and Bugga.
I think he realized when he said Rick that he didn't know
remember.
he couldn't remember what the
Couldn't
whole
remember the rest
thing
of it.
was, and he just came up with Buckner.
Let's see if we can identify even what he's calling Bubba.
Okay.
I've never tried this.
I don't know.
Okay.
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
Bugga.
What do you think he's trying to say?
Buggy?
Bugga?
Bug you? I don't know.
Bugaloo?
Bugga show.
Bugga show.
This is Rick and Bugaloo.
Rick and Bugga.
I'm
I
on
guess
the
he
loose,
thought
not
he
there.
went by Bugga.
He says Bugga.
Bugga.
Rick, there's no way around it. It's Bugga.
All right.
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
Bug you.
Bug you show.
Bug you show.
Yeah.
I like
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
Did you hear him? He went, he was trying to in his
No,
mind.
can
He
I
said
tell
Rick, and he doubled Rick.
Can I tell
so
you what
he was trying to grab it.
Listen, Greg, listen. The word he's using, every time I play it, it sounds like a different word.
You remember Bug you?
Well, listen, you think you have it, and then you listen again and go, I still don't have it.
That's right.
Listen.
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba show.
See, it goes a different way.
Rick and
Bugger.
Bugger. This is Rudy, the real Rudy.
Okay.
So
Good night. What are we
Movie
doing?
Rudy.
Oh, is this a Bank 9 segment?
No, I was just
Okay.
I just throw out my favorites.
Right.
Hey, this is Rudy. I'm the real Rudy.
Right. All right.
From the movie Rudy.
And I'm
listening to the Rick show.
That's good, Speedy.
I'm sorry.
Y'all, that,
Oh wait, you got
as a
Underwater
Cowboys
Man?
fan, you
Is
can't-
Underwater Man
No
doing
more of
one?
this.
Hams, you can't approve of this.
No.
Don't be mad with me.
All right, Tom Landry is a legend.
Which was never said in the original bit.
Well, that's got nothing.
It's evolved on its
no.
own.
You said, Mr. Allen, no, Mr. Allen. No, Mr. Allen, don't shoot.
And you know what's sad? I have so many more things like that. I won't dare bring them
Why
in.
don't you bring them?
No, are you kidding me?
What can I do to get
With
you
the
to bring 'em?
mileage
Welcome
of
to
that
the
guy?
Get out of bed and get your feet on the floor show.
Close his eyes when he does.
Oh, hey, Mr. Allen.
I apologize. This
I'm
is
sorry
on
I'm
me.
late, Mr. Allen.
Why do we always end up at
Don't
Mr.
tell
Allen?
me.
Everything in Speedy's life ends up at that. I don't even notice. We be talking about JC. We end up there, you know.
Good morning, Mr. Allen. I hope you're not too mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning, and I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me.
No, wait, hold on.
You wouldn't be too mad with me. It's turned into don't be mad with me. So it's close. It's closer than I thought it was.
Hello, boys
I thought
and
we were
girls.
further off than that.
But it's not what was saying.
You're adding stuff.
It was 12:30 and the lightning struck. I said, hell.
What is I don't even know what voice I don't even know what he's doing.
It scared me.
Mr. Allen.
Speedy, ain't you got a ball game to go to somewhere?
I said, it's fan video.
Oh, that's so good. I'll take blame for all this.
Yeah, really.
Well, you
do.
should.
Yeah.
Well,
Can I ask you a question? Where did this segment start?
Well, the kid walking up with Rick and Bubba.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't
That
remember.
was I just said,
that was
what would
actually kind of cool.
Yeah, I just asked what would Coach Landry do if the kid was walking up.
Yeah.
That's all I started.
What we're trying to say is we had a pretty good moment going there.
Yeah, we ruined it.
Totally ruined
No,
it.
you ruined it.
Well, now he took it to a place nobody.
But you started the ruin.
Underwater Man got rolling.
Who called for Underwater Man?
I did.
Okay. Come on.
Yeah, but I didn't physically do it.
Right, but you called for it, Greg.
Rick, I'm not responsible for what happens after I call for things.
Okay. You sound like me in the food fight of 79.
Exactly.
I didn't physically throw anything, but
I picked the teams.
I agree, but we're going to follow this mess right back to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Bend over.
Yeah.
Is this I don't know if
Which
I've
is what
got
they
it
should have
queued
done.
up or not.
By the way, I'm really getting upset with the way they.
Rick, that food fight that we did was way worse than what these kids.
Okay.
The food fight of 79 was worse than this thing that happened with these two schools in Alabama about the seniors going to a different different school for an hour. The food fight was much worse than that. And all that happened on the food fight was we were paddled in front of the entire cafeteria. Mm-hmm. And then we had to clean up the entire school.
Right.
And then we had to report to Coach Bill Burgess, and then he got us pretty good then another time.
And don't forget,
he hit you up that time.
We were in junior high.
In a lot of running.
But we were at the same place as the senior high. Mm-hmm. And rumor got out that they were going to close lunch for the rest of the year, even to the senior high, and they threatened to beat us up. Because
I forgot about that.
They were mad. They were going to beat all of us up because we ruined
I forgot about that. You were right. Yeah. And the way they did lunch at our high school was changed forever.
Yeah.
So I guess there was a lot that happened from that.
All right.
You know
what you got?
I got a little something for you.
We didn't miss it. We didn't miss a game, not one.
No. Or practice.
Will you give my channel volume?
Should I?
Yeah.
What you got, Underwater Man?
Yeah. You ready?
Oh, you going out to your car? Yeah, actually. Are you on a motorcycle? No, that's a race car. Right? Okay. Folks, this was a long time ago.
Oh, this is
Sure is bad this morning. Oh, excuse me. Gosh, I hope the boss isn't too mad at me. Can you even hear it? Yeah, a little bit.
Get ready.
Now, what was that?
So I remember that sound effect record.
Oh, Good morning, Mr. Allen. I hope you're not too mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning, and I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me.
Is that what I let you hear?
To get upset now, Mr. Allen.
Mr. Allen's shooting at you.
We had a lot of sound effects to work
in.
in.
I'm fixing to sign on right now, Mr. Allen.
Oh, here he comes. Applause. Here he comes.
Yes, once again, it's time for the Bill Bussy Get Your Feet Out of Bed and On the Floor show. The show that tries to get you woke up in the morning time. Thank you, and keep it tuned.
Oh, yeah.
When you put all that together and edited, you thought you had something.
That was a lot of editing, too.
How many times did he say Mr. Allen?
Oh, I know.
Mr. Allen.
Guys, y'all don't know the sound effect records we had to work with. They were little cut. Every cut was about this big. You had to try to lay the needle.
There was 100 cuts on the side. It was ridiculous.
Squeaking door.
Oh no, we all love squeaking door. I use squeaking door too.
The lightning woke me up. Mr. Allen.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Great.
You got it down.
And there were all sorts of miracles when it first started.
Oh, sure.
By the way, they have two different last names, so I don't think they're married. I think he just may be the daddy.
This may be why he got fired.
Thank you. the life coach, former church secretary. No, I mean, yeah, well, we don't know that.
Yeah, we talked about this. Life
It
coach.
doesn't say that.
Anybody claim to be a life coach?
No, Speedy's a life coach.
He sure
Trimba.
is.
I mean,
Tell you what.
Sherry Trimba.
Okay. They did say
Dang, it's
that she
scoring.
had been at the bar for a long time and was told to keep. They were told to keep her outside the ropes. Is there a roped off area where you can't get to the
Maybe that's
alcohol?
where
or something?
that. Yeah, maybe it's like
the
a
property
restaurant and bar.
Let's go to Greg.
Due to the child.
What-
Oh,
I didn't know
now
there was
now
an
they're saying that
Alabama.com.
they're saying husband here. I don't know why they have two last names.
Well, that's a professional life coach name.
She said that they asked her why she brought the baby to the bar with her. She did not deny that she was feeding and nursing the baby, and said she'd come out to drink with her husband and her friends from work.
Oh my God! I got it
Maybe
right
get
here.
a babysitter.
I got it right here. All right, they're from Mobile, Alabama.
There we go.
Pentecostal. And he is the former senior pastor at Theodore Church.
Here we go.
And is current regional vice president of some other, I don't know, I can't pronounce that. I don't know what that is.
Here we go.
I think you can put former in front of that.
What's the United Pentecostal Churches in Alabama, the UPCI.
I've never been so pleased, and this is the first time it's happened, that we're not on in Mobile anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Good story.
No, it's a sad story, but it is a.
Well, Rick has got everything.
For you, Greg. I
know.
know.
He's got it all.
Greg, Jane Goodall just walked up on a brand new group.
You can't write this. The officer asked Trimba, that's the woman, who the baby belonged to. She said, "It's mine." And then she hit a swig of beer right after she answered it.
By the way, really good text from Bones. I don't know if he bounces on it.
Oh boy. So her answer was, "It's mine." Hold my beer.
There. Here you go.
Glaire's got me.
Oh boy, can't stretch it.
Oh, hope it didn't stretch your shoulder when you reach too far and it drops out of socket. I've never done that. Yeah, that was. It's not, but it's funny.
I know. It's a good one. No, there's no red lights.
Oh,
Hell, y'all witnesses said that she was breastfeeding and drinking at the same time. I mean,
yeah.
talk about multitasking.
Well, again, there's a lot of vindicated people in this. There's a lot of people that said, "Well, I rest my case." Do you agree?
Breastfeeding.
Wow. Do you realize how many alarms should have gone off? First of all,
how many?
First of all, I'm headed to this place named what it was named.
With a baby on my hip.
Second of all, oh look, I have a baby. Third of all, I'm in. Fourth, I'm drunk. Fifth, now I'm breastfeeding.
Yeah.
And sixth, I'm offering favors to anybody that would give me another drink.
All right.
While my husband's there with me. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
You know, Rick, just a passing thought here, and you're not hearing a lot about this. Do you know that Congress is also opening an investigation into obstruction of justice between President Obama, Bill Clinton, and the Attorney General? You know, we had the little tarmac deal all that. So for all of them beating the drum, hoping they can prove some kind of obstruction with Trump, the same measure is going to be used when they investigate this.
Yeah.
So, and that one looks a whole lot more shady, quite frankly.
We just watched in the break Bello the Clown on America's Got Talent.
Isn't that cool?
He did the giant pole thing where he gets he did that, on tour with the Ringling Brothers, and then did that at Fat Fest. When we had Fat Fest at Spain Park High School, there in Birmingham, Bello Stadium Fest. What did I say? Fat Fest. Yeah, it's Stadium Fest. When we did Stadium Fest, Bello did this same act for all the Rick and Bubba audience.
Scared me to death.
At Stadium Fest.
Oh, I know. It was great then, and it was great then watching them.
He just did it at
because
he makes it so effortless.
Yeah, he doesn't say I used to be the star entertainer at Ringling Brothers.
He does. He never mentions it.
He was the guy on the poster.
Yeah.
Right.
But it doesn't mean what he's doing is not dangerous.
No, it's
and
very
it doesn't
dangerous.
require an extreme amount of talent.
Yeah, I think I'm just wondering why is he trying to get noticed when he's already made it? So
you always want more publicity.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah.
I'm even more impressed the fact he's our age, close to it.
Yeah, he's 47.
And he still can do all that.
And he goes up that pole like a squirrel.
He left that little bicycle here, and we tried to ride it. None of us could ride it.
Yeah.
Just riding that little bicycle was hard.
Yeah, so Bello the Clown. The Rick and Bubba Show. I think the word monger was used. As we make our way back. So look for Will of Meat today or tomorrow. All right, so yesterday, Bubba, we referred to it. We talk about all these things that husbands and dads have to face in life, preparing the next generation. A lot of things strike fear in dad and husband. The two words family portrait will do it. You got that. A family reunion. Those. There's so many of them. Hey, I'm thinking that we need new furniture. The word redecorate. And then there's that dead man walking feeling when you're waiting on the air condition, the AC people to arrive.
Oh boy!
You go into said part of house or your house in general. You look over at your thermometer, your little gauge there, not thermometer, thermostat, and you can't put your forehead on it and get your temp. The thermostat. And you see that the air condition was set for 68 and the thermostat shows 72, and it's been running for hours.
I dread this time of year when you're doing the switch over.
Yeah.
Because you find out what ain't working.
Yeah. And I go, well, we got it. And we've been there so many times now because we're veterans. You don't even there. And people start this with you. Can I tell you that I no longer even entertain these thoughts anymore? Well, maybe it won't have to be replaced. Maybe it's just clogged up.
Capacitor. It's just that capacitor.
Maybe it just needs some Freon. Of course, Bubba, you get a profit star, by the way. And we were all discussing it because you remember the day. Now this is a total exaggeration. My wife blames us for John McCain not winning when he was running for president because of our interview with him. When we found out that John McCain was a little more green than we thought he was going to be, and he tried to claim that if we change out the Freon and all this stuff, it really won't matter, even if it's not necessary. And Greg, he got it. You don't mean that? I said, well, other than the people who are in this business, and you're destroying their business. Other than
the
that,
cost. How about the cost?
Right, and the cost and all that, and the fact that we all know at our house, we all know it. At the farm, I've still got a good old olive green refrigerator. Mm-hmm. You think that thing doesn't keep everything cold?
Oh, yeah.
Everything's cold. In our house, everything that's new is garbage. Everything that's old is outstanding. So I knew that this was one of the old units, air conditioning units, because it worked so well.
Yeah.
I mean,
so long.
Wherever it cooled was ice cold.
Yeah.
And I said that's old school for y'all in there. What was it called, Bubba? There's numbers and letters.
The old
they've
refrigerant was 22.
Yeah,
it was,
that was
Freon 22.
That's it.
Wasn't it?
So this one, even though Freon 22, we had one.
They've changed it some.
Yeah, they've changed it some. Yeah, they've changed it again. So, Bubba, you called it yesterday. You said you're going to run into an issue if it's an old one with Freon 22 because you're not supposed to. Nobody's ordering that anymore because the government's after.
Yeah, it won't let you use it. So the new one they substitute it with will not work with the current setup.
Right.
So you have to get some new stuff and some new guts and that.
R22.
You are correct.
R22.
So R22, which is outstanding. Really, the one even before R22 was even better than R22. But if you've got an R22, you're still be able to cool your house. And if you've got old refrigerators, they actually keep drinks cold. Okay? So anyway, and if you've got old toilets, they actually flush. So anyway, all this garbage the green movement does destroys our lives. So anyway, hey, I'm flushing 3 times now. I don't think we're saving water here, guys. And we got to prove that we even need to save water. But anyway, so I just sat there like a person on death row. I knew that we were going to have to replace an air conditioning unit. I didn't even remotely hope
going in. That's
for anything else. Yeah. And so I'm sitting there waiting on the executioner, and so the guys show up, and I just know everything we're doing is semantics. I know where it's ending. Yeah. Oh yeah. And so
new coal, you're gonna have to have a new coal.
Hey, can you show us where they are? Yeah, we go down. Okay, yeah. All right. Now. So let's go outside and look at the outside unit. Okay, and this is where they are. Oh yeah, that's the one right there. Yeah, yes, I see. Nothing happened with that, is there? And immediately when I laid eyes on it, I thought to myself, even I thought it looked old. I said, wow, that looks old. Mr. Burgess, this thing's 22 years old. Yeah, I know it's 20 years old, actually. Well, it says here 20. Well, I mean, I've only been here 20 years,
Right.
but
Round figures.
This unit's 22 years. I know it is.
Got it.
I mean, Lake's
That's why I ran this
That's
long.
why it's not working anymore. That's why that part of the house was always where I went and stayed during the death of summer, because it works so good.
Yep. Boy, it really cool.
Oh, Essen uses R22. Bubba's voice in the back of my head from the show that day.
Is it 22?
Yeah.
Okay.
Essen uses R22. You know, we don't use that anymore. Yeah, I know. Government ruined that for us. And I said some things about the Green Moon, but I probably shouldn't have said. And I said, guys, just go ahead and say it. It's got to be replaced. Let's just say it. Let's get it out there. Let's see how it feels. Let's talk about it. Well, you know what we could do, and now let's just be honest. It's over. Okay, let's just call it. What we're going to do is y'all going to try to put Band-Aids on it because you don't want to crush me today,
Right.
and then I'm going to keep having to call y'all out here.
We'll be back in August.
We all know, and see that was my fear.
Yeah.
You know, right now the high was yesterday, 75, 70 something.
Yeah.
I'm like, guys, no. I know the train that's coming.
Yep.
What's going to happen is we're going to put a Band-Aid on it today if I agree to the Band-Aid. And I appreciate you trying to help me because, you know, they're great people, do a good job. One call does it all. And I said, but what's going to happen is I'm going to have to call y'all on a 101 day when I'm and you're going to come here and in my and this I'll be sweating
On a Saturday.
It's over. Just go ahead. Let's just go ahead and let's just replace it, and let's replace it immediately. And they're like, yeah, that's probably the thing to do. I say, because this is just going to continue.
Yeah.
I love when they try little things like, well, that might just be your filter. Nah, probably not.
That ain't it.
Nah, probably not.
You can wash the coil off outside.
I tell you what,
it
might just be clogged up in here. Nah, not me. Maybe for other people. For me,
So
I'm
are you getting a whole new unit?
Yep. Start right in about 30 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, that's cheap. Yeah. Hello.
They brought my choices and showed them to me.
Hey now.
And all I could think of is,
Can you give me a range? You don't have to give me specific. Just give me a range of what that looks like these days.
This wasn't even an impressive unit. I mean, it was like one of the smaller ones. Okay, it doesn't even cool a big portion of the house, and it was still ugly.
Rick, did you go geothermal?
I don't know. I just said I'll take number 3.
I'd like to see you go geothermal on that.
Is that the one that they told me some that all? I said, can I have one that turns on and cools, and turns on and heats?
They run
and then turns back off when
they run the pipe out in your yard.
They said, well, that's number 3. I said, well, then give me number 3.
Rick and Bubba.
Everybody went nuts at Radio
Speedy,
City.
will you book him for my birthday next year?
Would you try?
Right here.
And look, he has
the ceiling's a little low in here, but I guess we could go outside.
Him and the cats.
Well, it's still my dream for cats, jumping through hoops. But,
Right.
I'm holding out all hope.
Yeah. So
March will be here before you know
How
it.
about a monkey?
By the way, when Bello's doing this act on America's Got Talent, at times Simon Cowell closes his eyes. He can't look at it.
Yeah.
I really wanted to hear his comments because he went from being annoyed to impressed.
Right. Yeah. Well, it was. It's an incredible act, and I'm with Greg on America's Got Talent. I would like to see one adjustment made. Nobody can sing on it.
No.
We have singing shows.
And we got a dancing show now, so we can do away with the dancers, too.
I think it just needs to be things that are not already being done on other talent shows.
Yeah, weird stuff.
Yeah, well.
That.
I like when Bello turns loose and slides down, too. They can't believe that happens.
Swallowing
And we all know what's coming. He is about to take the brakes off and come down that pole 40 miles an hour and then slam it on at the last minute. You hear it screeching his hands when he grabs the pole.
You got to get that right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So Bello brings the house down again at Radio City Music Hall. All right, let's talk about on America's Got Talent. Let's talk about studies that I don't know why they're done. Here's a study that has come to the conclusion that once a man gets married, he doesn't worry about his physical health much anymore, and he begins to put on weight.
Right.
And they're saying the reason, now this is what you'll love. I love when they give you the reason as if we don't know it. Because when a man still hasn't found a wife, he works on keeping himself more presentable. Really.
Boy, how'd they come up with that?
Wow. Golly. Man,
yeah, nobody ever thought of that.
Man, whoever put the money in that study. I mean, it's is this Is this new information? And then when they broke it down, Bubba, here's the part I liked. I guess there's a lot of fat single guys that really hurt their sample.
Yeah, must have.
Because they say by the time we get to the end of it, married men are about 2.5 pounds heavier than single men. Well,
Boy, I'd sign up for
A
that
whopping
today.
2.5.
wouldn't you?
Well, who cares about that? I mean, that didn't even.
Yeah, to me, then they're not bigger.
No, we had this discussion.
They're really not.
at the house with the boys. It happened.
You wouldn't know it by looking at them.
It happened just last night. By the way, I forgot what got them going, but the boys that are at home now, 16 and 18, begin to ask Mom, "When you married Dad, was he fat?" and
Are you serious?
And she was like, "Yes." As a matter of fact, he was fatter than he is now.
So
and they were like, "What?" And so they went. And then we talked about it when inside of marriage. That time I crept it to 303, 305, right in there. And you know when
that was your thing about making a football comeback.
Yeah, that was it. And if you remember, you know, because we're all delusional about how fat we're getting, because it's so gradual.
Yeah,
you don't really notice it until people give you those comparative pictures.
Or you just have great friends that keep you up there.
Right, they keep you up there. Because even because you wear the right clothing, you're saying, I'm not look too bad.
I got this going on.
And
I'll ignore the tag.
And then somebody will
Forget the tag.
Yeah, I'll ignore the fact this is a short sleeve shirt and it's long sleeves on me, so to fit. But what I'm talking about, what I'm talking about is. But
a little close to home there.
Looks like 3/4 sleeve,
but what I'm talking about is, but pictures.
I didn't know we had softball jersey in that.
Yeah, but you've seen Bubba and I say before. People bring in pictures and we'll literally say, "How did we live through that? How did we survive that era? I mean, how about we look so bad right there? How did we even live?" So anyway, I think my wife was making the point that I've loved your dad at various ways. And even when I married him, I didn't exactly marry the in shape version of your dad.
No,
you know what I mean. So anyway, true love. But what I'm wondering is why in the world are we doing a study that has revealed that when men are still out there trying to find a mate, they keep themselves in shape, and when they finally get a wife, they let themselves go a little bit. Did we need a scientific study on that?
I just feel like that was wasted time
At
and
the
money.
difference
Rick.
of a whopping 2 pounds.
Yeah, what's the next one we're going to do? Which women have had 3 and 4 babies have a harder time keeping weight off? Is that the next one? I mean, these are part of life.
What about this one? How good-looking girls seem to get more date requests than those that are not. I mean, we've been needing that study done for a while, don't you think?
What about the study that women act like they like things they really don't, and when you get married, you realize they didn't like it?
How they'll fake football.
They were just
when
doing
you're
that.
dating.
They were doing that while you were dating. What do you mean you don't like the band Cinderella? Where'd this come from?
You don't want to go to the game. What? You love going to the game. You don't.
You unless you don't like that hat. All right. So anyway, we're looking at this.
I used
study.
to love my friends.
Well, you don't like him? Really?
You don't like when they come over here and hang out and watch TV?
Right.
I used to love that.
What?
Yeah, Adler. We talked about this.
You don't
earlier.
like me going hunting? Minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. As we make our way back, thank you for being with us. Of course, I knew that there would be something that would show up that I needed to replace. The reason I knew that was coming is because I just sent my tax payment in for the tax day coming up. So I knew the minute that I'd shelled out money on taxes, just making sure I pay my fair share, I knew that would trigger some expense in the house. It's like it knows that I just did that.
Like clockwork.
Yeah, it's like clockwork. So that was good. Hey, allforum.com/Bubba. Allforum.com/Bubba. Let me tell you one thing we do love about our home and is being comfortable. Sherry and I were discussing that yesterday, and it's important. Maybe you're at the point right now. We're talking about some other things, maybe a new couch or a chair or a sofa that your family needs, maybe in the family room or living room or an area screened-in patio, maybe. Even if you you're fortunate enough to be blessed with a house at the lake, or maybe you've got a cabin, or you got some sort of beach home, or a farm or something like that, maybe something down at the hunting camp. We certainly sent some Allform furniture down to where we hunt. Allform makes outstanding, high-quality, handmade-in-America furniture, offering a flexible, modern design to fit any room, from armchairs, sofas, all the way up to sectionals, love seats, whatever you need. They have it, and it's all customizable. You'll pick the fabric, you'll pick the kind of legs you want, all that. They'll ship it directly to your home. You got 100 days to fall in love with a piece of furniture, and inside that 100 days, if you don't like it, then it's free. you can return it and get a full refund. You got nothing to lose, and you can take care of that right now. And you'll love the stain-resistant fabrics that they have. It's really, really. Let me tell you the quality. This will tell you all you need to know about the quality. All this furniture comes with a forever warranty. Okay, that's allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you find by using that URL. Allform.com/Bubba. Also, rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. And it's always interesting too, Bubba, that feeling because of the green movement, that knowing that the things that we replace in this genre, refrigerators, air conditioning units and all that we know that what we're replacing is not as good as what it is replacing. We know we're downgrading on the quality of these items.
A lot of it doesn't seem as robust, I think would be the right term. They're not not made as tough as they used to be.
You think these new ones we buy are going to last 22 years? There ain't no way. Nope. Adler, I know that today is a special day for your family, man. Great.
It is. It is indeed. And I've actually got a little baby that's listening in a car right this very second. So I want to say happy birthday, little baby. This is your dad. Happy birthday, Ruby. Guess who's two? You're not one anymore. You're two. Can't believe it. But I really can't believe it, guys. Here she is. Here's her most recent school picture.
Hey,
She's
Ruby.
just getting so big.
Oh, man.
That's precious.
Guess how many
Look
I
at those
am.
eyes.
Too.
But can we sing happy birthday to Ruby?
Absolutely.
Okay, baby Ruby, this is Dada. I'm at work up at Rick and Bubba, and we're going to sing happy birthday to Ruby. Okay, here we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, dear Ruby. Happy birthday to you.
Oh my goodness, love you so much, big girl. You're getting so big. We are so proud of you, and you're so amazing. You know your whole name now, and you know how to say. And you know how to say Jesus loves me, this I know, and you know A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and you know all kinds of things, and we love you, and the days go so long. The days are long, but the years are short, and love you, angel baby.
There we go.
And now, Aaron, I'm going to tell a couple stories, so if you guys want to just listen to something else, that's okay. So, a couple funny things is you notice I said happy birthday to you. That's how she says everything. She says like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and can we sing Jesus loves me, this I know? It's not just Jesus loves me. So
that should be the whole thing.
That's the whole thing.
Fun.
Yeah. And she just figured out how to say her whole name, so she'll say like Ruby Jen Adler. She'll do that all the time.
That's so cute.
I was hanging out with my cousins the other day, or my nephews the other day, and her cousin goes, "Hey, Chris, come over here," And so he calls me Chris.
Okay.
And Ruby just stops what she's doing. She goes, "Chris?" I go, "Chris." Yeah. My name's actually Chris.
She's like, "Where's this coming from?"
She's like, Whoa. I've been calling you Dada this whole time.
What is this all about?
What's this rug pull that's going on here? So she found out my name was Chris, and she found out that her mom's name is Aaron. And I'm like, "Yeah, your mom's name is Aaron." She's like, "Erin?" I'm like, "Yeah." Isn't that crazy?
You're really going to confuse me.
Yeah.
And then what's one other funny thing that's happened recently? Oh, I'm doing swimming lessons with her.
Okay.
Which is that's a trip. So I actually have to get in the pool.
Oh, picture it.
Because it's the early class.
Oh yeah.
And so guys, I'm just holding a baby in a pool without my shirt on with a bunch of strangers in a pool, and but it's going good. She's doing great. So it's
fantastic.
It's just great. We're having a birthday party with the family this weekend. And the theme is Tutti Frutti. So it's gonna be good. Gonna be good.
Have y'all worked on the happy birthday song as Adlers? Everybody got their part?
Oh, we're ready. Yeah, we've got parts ready.
Yeah.
5-part harmony. 5-part harmony will be rocking on Friday.
Is Ruby showing any signs
Yes.
of having singing ability?
Good question.
Yes, definitely. And I really do work with her a lot on like percussion and things like that. We play with just drums and stuff like that. Everything is a drum. Everything can be a drum.
Sure.
But the main thing I'm working on, I feel like this really helps, is the Queen beat, boom, boom, clap. Boom, boom, clap.
Yeah.
We do that everywhere on everything. And so that's something. And she can clap on beat to songs. I have my parents CDs. They put out a couple CDs over my lifetime, and I
Yes.
have that in the car. And so every time we get in the car, she's asking for Mimi singing. I think it's pretty funny that it has to, because a lot of times, like, my mom will sing on a song, and my dad will back him up, or my dad will sing, and my mom will be the backup singer. Or whatever. It always Mimi has to be the front.
So
and center.
she's established that.
It's
preference.
Mimi featuring Thor.
Yeah.
Never
Okay.
Thor featuring Mimi. So,
Okay,
yeah.
so she never wants to hear a song that Thor's on lead and Mimi's doing background.
It's Mimi Thor is the name of the band. It's not Thor Mimi. So,
Okay.
yeah.
You do realize that Michael Adler's grandkids call him Thor.
Yes.
But
I try to
Which
fight
is
it, but
excellent.
you just can't fight
Well,
it.
I love his logic, and I love how he made a stand on it when people are like, you dictate what your kids call you, because he was like, well, just let it develop on whatever they come up with. No, you need to let them know what they're supposed to call you. And he's like, so it's my call? Well, I prefer Thor.
I'm gonna go with Thor then.
Right.
God of Thunder. Gonna go with that.
And they do it right.
The whole family has to. Yeah. I've got, like I said, niece and a nephew. They're like 7 and 5, and so it's been 5 and 7 years of Thor. So you can't fight it.
Yeah.
My dad's first name is Mike, and my mom sometimes calls him like Moko. You guys know how these.
Excuse me?
Moko.
And he wishes I didn't know that.
Well,
thank you for that.
How cute is Mimi? How cute is Mimi and Moko? Mimi and Moko.
Oh, that would have been
So
fantastic.
cute. I pushed for it.
Mimi and Thor.
Mimi and Thor.
So you pushed for Moko and couldn't get it done?
I couldn't get it. I couldn't make it happen. Yeah.
Was there resistance to your from like your brothers? Like, hey, we're not giving in.
It's just so ingrained. Everybody. That's what everybody calls him already. He couldn't fight the system.
So since your brother already had kids, it was too established. You couldn't fight it.
Exactly. But do you guys remember during the lockdown? That's when all this happened.
Yeah.
Just in the heat of the lockdown, that's when little baby Ruby was born. And
I know,
it was just me in the hospital.
Yeah.
Nobody else was allowed in.
I know. I mean, I hated that for you.
I was sitting in the hospital room overlooking one of the busiest roads in Birmingham, and there was not a soul for hours and hours.
Weird.
It was weird.
It was really strange.
I was entering into this whole new world of being a parent.
And you were by yourself.
And the world was just felt like it was falling apart. We're watching Fauci on the screens in the hospital room, like trying to figure out what was going on. It was just.
I remember
it
the
was a wild
countdown. I
time.
remember the countdown to that. You were trying to isolate yourself from everybody because you were like, I can't test positive.
Yeah. 2 weeks before, I was like, "Hey guys, I got to work from home because I got this thing I got to be at in about 2 weeks." So,
Let's say congratulations to the Adlers while I give the COVID update.
Yeah, that's I forgot about that. But that was to me the things that we robbed people of unnecessarily during all that is just.
It's very sad.
Yeah, it's regrettable. It's regrettable.
Man, I would see. Oh my goodness, I would see people standing out front of the hospital with holding up signs like "We love you, Grandma" and stuff like that, and it just would absolutely break your heart.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
It was wild.
Ruby turns 2. How about
Ruby's
that?
2.
Yeah, she's 2, and she is a firecracker, you guys. I don't know where she gets it, but she's
No.
got real lack of respect for authority.
Yeah, I reckon where that comes from.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Seriously?
You don't like my dog that lives in the house?
Too, I think, in addition to being single and trying to keep the weight down, I think too when you get married, I mean you eat a little bit better.
You do.
You eat a little bit more too.
You do.
More regular.
Yeah.
You know, I told you, Rick, I mentioned it. Adler, how much weight have you gained since you got married?
I was going to ask you something.
Since I got married, about 10 pounds.
There it is.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't really look, I mean,
I've been sucking it in, guys.
Well, you
Get
probably
a look.
needed it.
Get a gander, guys. Get a gander.
Pull your shirt
Oh,
down.
my gosh.
Okay.
Pull it down.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, it's not good, guys. It's like I got a friend with me.
Just wait.
Yeah.
Wait till you get all his buddies there, too.
Yeah. Well, it was interesting because I'm, watching New Adler. I didn't talk about this on the air. Sherry and I went out to eat on Friday night, and we were downtown, and we were walking around in downtown. It used to be Adler's stomping grounds. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we look up, and we actually see his wife, and she's leaving a show she went to with her sister or something. And she's like, I looked over and I didn't realize that's the Burgesses. So we're talking, and I can't ignore that Adler's not there.
Right.
And so Sherry and I are on a date, and his wife's out with her sister. And I said, well, where's Adler? She said, oh, he's just so tired. He's home sleeping. I said, he's home sleeping. She goes, yeah, he can't stay up late anymore.
I was home on the couch, guys. Home on the couch. In my defense, they went to the Alabama theater to watch Mean Girls. So it was like sister time, and I did volunteer to go. I was like, you know that thing when you're like, I'll go if you. I mean, you want me to go to that? I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah, you probably rather do it with your sister, but if you want me to go,
sister
time. You need to have time with your sister. I don't really want to barge in, but if you want me there,
I understand what you're saying. But we've already had a vacation where she needed some time away. Now weekends time away, or during the week, I guess. When did you say, was it this weekend?
Yeah, it was last Friday night. Wow.
We're independent people, We're independent people.
Right.
We have our own lives, but two become one. But still,
but
we
not
have,
yet.
Yeah, we have independent lives.
Now that I look back, when I asked her the question, it's like she corrected herself. I think she almost said Fatty's at home on the couch.
Okay.
She said he's laying his fat A on the couch when I left.
So, Adler, you've got now kind of on the schedule I am. I used, when you're younger and we didn't do this job, we look forward to the weekend. Now by Friday night we're all dead.
Yeah.
I'm real perky on Monday night. I'm better to first of the week now.
Yeah.
You go to salt, man.
Hey, getting up early. It's getting up early. It doesn't matter what you do.
Here we go. Will of Meat Wednesday. It is Will of Meat Wednesday. We are ready to go. That wonderful, wonderful wheel. Sing it.
Wheel of Meat's got me yearning. Come on, give it a try.
Bubba, before we get started, a safety message concerning the Will of Meat.
Rick, we want everybody to know we're using a temporary power drop, or sometimes known as an extension cord here, but it is taken up after this segment and not installed until next week again because we're drawing several milliwatts of power on those LED lights.
Yes. Thank you very much, Bubba.
We about got her loaded down.
It's a safety Will of Meat is what it is.
We want to be safe and abide by all official rules and regulations here.
Yes, we got it done. All right, so here we go. Up for the chances there on the wheel, I should say. Up for grabs here, up for spin. We do have a Masterbuilt smoker that is new to the wheel this week. We had it a couple of weeks ago. We brought it back. So Masterbuilt has a smoker on the wheel. Also, we've got the delicious cuts of meat, the finest in the world from stockyards.com. We also have 1-800-Flowers.com with some different bouquets. We've got a Moultrie package. We got Dreamland Barbecue and some Rick and Bubba stuff. But also on the wheel, potential pitfalls. We have Hannah Montana from our intern program studying at Rick and Bubba University. She will be spinning. And then, of course, in order to get a spin, you must say, wow, what a wheel. James, let's get started. James, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Hannah. There she goes.
Oh, she spun that one. She was motivated.
Yeah, there it is, the hand of truth.
Yep.
Giving it a thumbs up. Yep, there it is. All right, let's see where this baby ends up. Come on, Will of Meat. Come on, Will of Meat. Yeah! Flowers, flowers, flowers. Sell it! All right. Well, James, you got yourself a bouquet of flowers from 1-800-Flowers.com. 24 assorted roses. All you have to do is tell our...
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number.
Day without him, brother.
Thank you for being with us today as the show rolls on. Coming up next hour, Jeff Fisher will join us, former coach of the Titans, the Rams, and now going to be coaching the Michigan Panthers in the USFL, which kicks off this weekend. We have an update on the war. Russia invading Ukraine. War update here. Bubba, what's going on?
Well, Rick, it appears that a Russian guided missile cruiser from the Black Sea Fleet has run into a little trouble.
So
the Russian state media is reporting that the crew has been evacuated after an ammunition fire. That's 510 crew members. But the Ukrainians are saying it was actually struck by 2 Neptune anti-ship missiles launched from a coastal battery. Sources, according to this story, close to the Russian military claim that the ship rolled over after being struck and has since sunk. Now, the name of the ship is Moskva. I'm not even going to try. Anybody? How's your Russian there?
No, I'm good.
Now, if I understand the story correctly, this is the same ship that was involved with the outlying islands. You know, we heard they ordered the Ukrainians to surrender, and they wouldn't surrender, and they leveled it with shelling, and then later we found out that they had actually surrendered and come off the island. It's that same ship that was involved in that. So they're saying it has sunk now.
Sunk that.
All right, so the Russians are acknowledging this severe damage.
Yes,
but
and they had to evacuate the entire crew.
But they're not acknowledging that Ukraine caused it.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And now, you know, the Ukrainian official says it was a missile strike from them. So the thing we know that we can all agree on is it was severely damaged and it has sunk.
That is the latest report. Now, I don't think a fire on board would sink that ship that quick. It sounds like it had 2 holes in the side of it.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, and then, all right,
you know, the Russians, what are they thinking at this point?
I don't know. And
Quagmire?
The interview that we had was Jim Hawkins, is that right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The interview that we had with Jim helped. But I just and when I say this, I'm not saying anything specific. I'm just telling. There's just something about this that is. It just doesn't feel in my spirit when I watch it that there's something here that we don't know. There's something we're missing. It just all seems, to your point, the way everything is going and the way it's all being done and the way it's being handled, it just feels odd. You know, and look, I'm open to it's just as simple as buffers and grabbing ground, and Russia overestimated their ability to subdue Ukraine, and the Ukrainians are fighting harder. I think it's a combination of the two, fighting harder than the Russians expected them to, and the Russian military not as swift as they thought they were. And so
nobody wants to hear that news,
right? But
if you're Russian,
yeah. But that could be just as simple as it is, and it's dragging on because it's awkward and it's clunky, and it's just not working, and they don't know what to do because they don't want to lose face. But I don't know, just something about this thing has always just felt odd to me, and I don't even know what I'm saying.
And it just gets stranger.
Yeah, and I'm not doing the deal where I'm wanting to say something, but I won't say it. I'm not saying anything. I don't know what I even mean by that, but it's just
you don't feel like you're in the whole picture.
Yeah, something's not right. There's something
well,
missing in all this.
If you believe some of the documentaries that are out there, that Russia has a kind of a chip on its shoulder because it's been invaded so many times throughout history. And they want buffer states around them so they never have to deal with that again, and they don't want foreign powers in their area of dominance. They've certainly messed up because they got more troops and foreign equipment flying into that area right now than they've ever had since they have been there.
Yeah, I don't know how the you know, I know that Jim, when we interviewed him, and what was that, 2 podcasts ago, not the last one but the one before.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't watched or listened to it, that they're trying, it's going to get down to some sort of negotiation, he believes, and it's been out there long enough, where Russia's going to get some of what they want, but not all of what they want, and everybody's going to come away from it and declare victory.
Yeah. It's the March 31st one if you're looking for dates.
Yeah. 60 Minutes did an interview with the president of Ukraine, and you know, they were asking the question, what will you give up for peace? What would you give up? How much land? What kind of conditions? Yeah. And he said, basically, look, we're willing to be a neutral country, but he said, we're not giving up land. And they said their own polling was about 93% of Ukrainians did not want to give up 1 acre of land to the Russians. So that's going to be a hard sell if they even get to that point.
Well, if they look to, you know, our brothers and sisters in Israel, you can see why they would feel that way. Because sometimes once you agree up to give up an acre, it's never enough.
No.
whoever your enemy is, you need to understand their resolve, how they see you, because there may not be a way to give them enough that they won't stop taking more.
And how about
so then you have to try to win the war.
And how about Sweden and Finland, who have been neutral, even in World War II, are playing both sides, however you want to look at it. One of their countries, I think it's Sweden, is about to ask to be admitted to NATO like within 30 days. They're preparing their application. Finland is expected to be shortly after that. Finland borders the Soviet Union. Russia. So, again, the stated outline of what Putin wanted, he is getting right opposite because of this. All he's doing is pushing countries around him to the west, wanting west protection. Poland is even asking for nuclear weapons from NATO. So it's going right opposite of what he wanted, if you believe that.
Yeah, and if that is what he wanted, and that makes sense, but yet it's caused the opposite effect, it makes you think that, I think we all agree that Putin is deranged, but that maybe he's under some direction that is what he's doing is ill-fated, but it's going to have a result that needs to be that needs to take place to kind of change the dynamic of the world. I don't know. So
it just seems so senseless.
No question.
I hate to say it, but this day and time, with the world as interconnected as it is, and with the issues we're facing on energy and commerce and a superpower rolling into basically a neighbor that has not threatened them to take them over and can't get it done is just ridiculous.
Do you guys? I'm sorry. Do you guys think that he has surrounded himself with a bunch of yes men and ruled with an iron fist type thing? So he's kind of gotten bad information, and he thought this would be easier.
Yeah, and somebody might have even tried to, when you get to these tyrannical dictators, as you're suggesting, Adler, sometimes, they don't take feedback. So even if you're trying to give them feedback, you're right. You get to the point, well, look, just tell them what he wants to hear, because you're not going to talk him out of it.
He's fired a bunch of them, put a bunch of them in jail.
Yeah.
It seems to me, too, they've had an abnormal number of generals killed in the field.
Yeah.
To me, compared to most conflicts you hear about. By the way, Biden's approval rating, have you seen that?
No.
It is absolutely tanking, 33%.
I can imagine.
26% of independents approve of the job he's doing in the White House. 26.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Screener. Where these need to be shipped, and 2 dozen assorted roses from 1-800-Flowers.com. When you go there, always look to the radio icon, enter the promo code Bubba, and save yourself some money on some specials that are just for Rick and Bubba fans. So there you go. James, well done. From the golden ticket seats. What? Anthony, right there, he is stage right. Far stage right.
In.
Anthony, how are you?
Good, sir.
Okay, all right. What do you say, Anthony?
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Hannah. Let's see if a golden ticket seat winner can get something off the wheel today. If it goes bad, we'll have to look him in the eye.
Oh, I know.
Let's see what happens. Look at those lights, LED, just rolling, properly plugged in with an extension cord.
Yes.
Right.
Not replacing permanent wiring.
Not at all.
No, and it happened.
No, right here.
Exactly what I did not want to happen.
Bankrupt.
Oh, and he's got his little girl with him.
That hurts. Doggone it.
She watched Daddy get destroyed by the wheel. Sorry, buddy. Hey, look.
Speedy could have helped you.
Hey, good news. You're going to get a CD that we put out years ago that we're trying to get rid of. So,
yeah, that's good news.
So that's still to come.
And some wings.
That's right. All right, let's go to James in Crestview. James, Crestview, Florida. James, what do you say?
Wow, what a wheel.
My goodness, I thought we were talking to Predator.
I know.
All right, here we go. Hey! Come on, James. That's 2 James out of 3 calls.
I know. It's a James day.
A lot of James up this morning.
It's like a James game.
Hey, down.
By the way, this just in. Jason Lee's mother, Brenda Lee.
Brenda Lee. Well, a little Miss Dynamite, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, look at here. Oh, no!
Wait. Hannah's killing people today.
Nip it. I'm sorry. Sorry, James, you've been eaten by Jaws.
Where are you, Pepe?
Hannah, that's 2 in a row you've just destroyed.
Y'all, the wheel has kind of a mean.
I think Montana can't get us a winner
she
back
in a good
there.
mood or something.
You did. Something's happened. Joe, this may be your Bizarro character here today.
Yeah.
Joe in Anniston, Alabama, Calhoun County, our home county. All right, Joe, what do you say to Hannah? Hey, Joe.
Big Joe.
Hey, go ahead. Go ahead and spin her. Let's see what happens for Big Joe out of Anniston.
I feel like the lights have not recovered or something.
There they go.
There, it's a little better.
That lit up pretty good. It almost like it heard you. That's weird.
It is. It said,
did.
"Hey, look at this."
No, look at it. It's doing reverse.
Yeah! Me! Boy, Big Joe, you got some meat to dine on, my friend.
Joe got some meat.
Meat.
How appropriate.
How appropriate for Big Joe to get some delicious meat from stockyards.com. The most delicious cuts of meat the world has ever known. How about, Stockyards been around since 1893.
Oh, my
A $50 gift card for Big Joe to go to stockyards.com and enjoy. And you can go there, too, if you need some delicious cuts of meat shipped right to your door. Nashville, Tennessee. All right, let's go to Nashville. Nashville, we have Lisa standing by. Lisa, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm fine. How are y'all?
Good. Great. What do you say?
Meat.
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Hannah. Whoa.
She's fired up.
She turned it loose that time. Yeah. She's trying to purge that wheel of.
Is that just energy, or is she angry about something?
She's mad.
Well, she got mad about having a couple of losers.
Back-to-back losers made her mad.
Let's see here. From Lisa in the Music City. Yeah! Meat. She's back. All right, Lisa, you just won delicious meat, seafood, whatever you desire. A $50 gift card to go to stockyards.com. We'll get all the information from you. You make your decision and enjoy it, and let us know how much you enjoyed it with your family. Okay, Lisa?
I sure will. Thank y'all.
No, thanks for being part of scallop. Thanks for being part of the Rick and Bubba show. They do have seafood. I don't know about scallops. I know they got lobster. They probably do. They probably do.
I just like saying
Wouldn't
scallops.
you love to give away lobster and we all just do like the little clacking noise with our claws?
I was and we had a tank of live ones. We had to go fish it out whenever they wanted.
They got rubber bands on them.
Yeah, Greg, I was just hearing the other day about how life is a perspective. The Titanic was a tragedy for the humans on the ship, but it was a miracle for the lobsters in the chef's kitchen.
Boom.
Okay.
Bill in Auburn, Alabama. Bill, how you doing?
Good.
What do you
Wow, what a wheel.
Come on, Hannah. Oh, she started to go reverse, and she didn't do it.
should have went
She was
reverse.
afraid of it.
Don't be scared.
You were afraid of that. Come on. You can't live that way.
You reverse the wheel, Speedy's hair grows. It just messes everything up.
C for Bill. Big Bad Billy, Sweet William now. Flowers. Smell it. Bill, you've got a bouquet of flowers. And look, I'm going to stand by this. I think that these are, I've always heard the term Gerber daisies, not Gerbera. I've never heard that. Yeah, it's Gerber daisies. So you've got these. What
is that? Flowers grown in baby food?
Right. From 1-800-Flowers.com. Bill, just be sure and tell us where to ship those, and you'll get these beautiful daisies coming to you or whomever you want to send them to, okay?
Right, better send them to my mom. So
Okay, good call. All right, we'll put you on hold. All right, thank you, buddy.
A lot of meat and flowers.
Yes, a lot of meat and flowers.
By the way, Greg, hey, they do.
Six minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. And we're going to chat with you this hour. Haven't had a chat with you yet today. 866 We Be Big, so we'll try to get to that. Willow Meat also in play. Hasn't happened yet this week. And put up with, dance with the devil till I'm in dead. Took all I got and ain't much left of me. Sing it. I've been knocked down, drug off, and left for dead. barely held together by a few old threads. Yeah, I'm still here. There ain't much left to see. No, sing it. Well, I'm still holding on, and there ain't much left to me. All right, so we start the hour. Welcome back, Bubba.
Rick, glad to be here, and we're excited and hopefully going to have Coach Jeff Fisher on with us here any moment.
I wonder if he's ever thought about Topaz.
He might be busy doing Topaz.
I want to consider Topaz. But anyway, Coach Fisher is we're trying to get him on the line, so he's standing by. Adler's making a hand signal at me of some kind. Is that a hold on, Ricky? Okay, no problem. Just
he needs to go with standard football.
Yeah. You think the next segment probably not going to happen this segment? Is that what you're saying to me?
Hopefully within a minute or two.
Okay, so that 1-2 wasn't second. We got to work on our hand signals.
1 or 2 minute. Yeah, that was a
right,
1 or 2 minute.
I thought you were reminding me again. Ruby's birthday, and she's 2. So anyway, by the way, I don't think your dad knows that we talked about Moco.
I should have given him a heads up on Moco.
He just said to me, "We keep that one down low." And you know what I just said? Not anymore.
So you're saying if you see him today, give him a little Moco?
Absolutely. I told him, I said, "Moco's cute, but it's no Thor."
That's right.
Has he thought about Topaz?
Listen, I hear Panicky Stevie, Speedy back there.
Yes, Panic Speedy is right behind me. Can y'all see him?
Yeah, I see him.
There he is.
Panic face.
No, he's trying to get Coach Fisher.
Remember, I was a stadium guy with the Titans. Remember me?
Moco.
Greg, you
Didn't
think
Ricky Martin sing a song about that?
We got him. It's called Living La Vida Moco.
I wonder if Moco's ever thought about Topaz.
I thought about a little thing called.
We consider a little something called Topaz. Speedy, you got Coach Fish?
He's on.
All right, so and is he on Adler's video thing here? All right, and Coach Fisher, check for Coach Fisher.
1, 2, hello guys.
I got music playing. Okay, we never good. Hey, Coach, welcome back. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Huh?
Testing 1, 2 for Coach Fish.
1, 2.
Got it.
Hey, Coach, how are you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Good. How long's it been?
You know, we didn't know if you remembered us or not.
Come on, stop that. I was thinking like maybe I don't Del Greco, he wasn't kicking for me. I think we might like 205, 06, 7. Somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there. You know, the first season in Nashville, we were there with you, and we were all in for those first 2-3 seasons.
Yeah.
I mean, the Titans moved to Nashville,
went to the Super Bowl,
and we're all there. Yeah. The thing is, I know you remember the miracle in the Music City, but do you remember being in Bubba's arms?
It was right after the miracle. You probably got me in the locker room.
Now, Coach, we were jumping up and down on the 30-yard line for a minute, and I realized I shouldn't be out here. What a play! What a day that was! Huh?
Yeah, you know, it's cool. I got to bring back those memories this past fall. Buffalo at Tennessee Monday night. We did a kind of little deal on the Music City Miracle. It was pretty cool. So made me feel old.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So they've drug you back in, Coach Fisher. You're back. You're coaching football again.
So cool.
The USFL is cranking up. So tell me about your thought process of going, you know what? I think I'm in. Tell us how that happened.
You know, it wasn't hard. You know, I've been talking with them for probably over a year. You know, I had some other opportunities, but I'll tell you what, I was able to do over the last 4 or 5 years, all those things that I couldn't do for 30 or so. And that was take advantage of my falls. So hunting, fishing, you know, cabin in Montana, traveling, all that stuff. And so, you know, certainly remain close to the game through, you know, my son who was bounced around. He was at Auburn a couple years ago. And, and then of course, I don't know if you guys where I helped Eddie George at TSU last year get started, and I'm still kind of active there, helping Eddie behind the scenes. But when this thing came up, it was a no-brainer for me. You know, it was clearly going to be an opportunity to help players realize that dream. Those that for whatever reason didn't get a chance, that needed another chance. But equally as important to that, it's an opportunity to help younger coaches. So, you know, through the conversations, as I saw this thing coming together, strategic plans, the fact that, you know, Fox is behind it and supporting everything, it looked different and looked really good to me. So here I am. Drove down 2.5 hours south, and you know, home is Nashville for me.
Oh, yeah.
Just came down 3.5, 4 weeks ago, met the players for the first time. Hard to imagine we've compressed that so much into the last 3 weeks to where hopefully we're ready to play Sunday morning.
Coach, you said you'd been helping out other coaches. You were kind of the coach's coach, and I know they appreciated that. I bet that was very insightful, especially when you have players that are transitioning to being a coach, to have someone to kind of help them over the hump and show them which way to go to get started.
Well, I have been through, fortunately, certainly been blessed throughout my career, a lot of experiences that most don't face. I moved to franchises,
Yeah.
We played in 5 different cities and 6 different stadiums and over my career. So I have a little bit of experience in that aspect. Then I was fortunate to be part of the NFL's competition committee. So all those other things have to do from a league perspective, rules, et cetera. So, I have a little bit of experience in everything. And, rather than keep it to myself, if somebody wanted to tap in, I'm happy to share it. So I'm just kind of honored to be part of this and surrounded with a lot of great people. And then, you can't say enough great things. And you guys know all about Birmingham. I've been in Nashville since '97, and the number of times I've been to Birmingham, stayed in Birmingham, friends in Birmingham, and now to be able to have an opportunity to do some things, not only through the league, but also with respect to the community. We've already had a coaches clinic. The head coaches in the USFL have already been featured, and we were honored. We spoke at the UAB clinic, and then we had a great couple days youth camp over at Legions, which was really fun. So we're starting to get in the community. Once the season starts this weekend, we get the openers behind us. You'll see players, coaches, and members of the USFL throughout the Birmingham community as well.
Do you feel like, Coach, growing up in a coach's family and actually talking to a friend of mine that just retired a couple of weeks ago, you kind of hear the same thing. There's parts of it I don't miss, but I'll tell you what I do miss. I miss coaching football. Most every coach will say, I miss that. That I still love as much as I ever did. Does this feel like, once again, you've been around, you've done your deal, you've earned this opportunity? Does this kind of feel like back to just that simple, I'm coaching football again?
Well, yeah, it is. And kind of put it in a bigger perspective or framework. There's when you make a commitment, let's say anything in life, when you make a commitment, you're committing to one thing at the expense of others. And, I didn't have a fall for 30, 40 years other than, what I was doing. And I'm certainly not complaining, but to be able to see the world in the fall through different lenses is pretty cool. And so, for example, I hadn't been to my cabin in Montana in the months of, into July, August, September, and even October for 20 years. So I got to spend that time up there. I got to do the things, the outdoor things that I love. And honestly, I've caught enough fish right now.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You got it done.
There's an opportunity to go out and go back and do what you really love. So that's where it is. I mean, it's about that. And again, it's you miss that, you miss the staff meeting with the assistants, or you missed it preparing for a team meeting, or you missed getting the guys ready for a 2-minute drill or a 2-minute drive, or just the interaction and everything that's associated with team sports, and watching people improve. I mean, we were sitting in the staff room with this condensed staff. Now, keep in mind, there's 6 other coaches besides me. So everybody's hands-on. Every head coach in this USFL right now is rolling their sleeves up and coaching either a position or a phase, which is really fun. But, we were talking about, different phases, different situations, and how can we get them covered prior to kickoff this weekend? And so, it's just a unique challenge. It's completely different than what we're used to. But at the end of the day, football's football. And, it's about people, watching people improve. And so that was the point I was going to make. I mean, to see the improvement on the roster, to watch the defensive line, come from where they were, 3 weeks ago in the offensive line, their techniques, and then, the timing of the passing game, and, just to see guys improve. by position on your team, one would believe that your team's getting better. Now, I have no idea what to expect from somebody, because that was the nature of how we built these teams. I mean, in college, in the NFL, any other, at any level, you typically start with at least part of a team. You get half a roster. We had nobody, so we didn't have anybody on a roster. We just had a bunch of blank lines that we had to fill in. So, with that being said, so did everybody else. So I have no idea how I'm going to compare against somebody else. So that's what this weekend's all about. Is some people are going to, hey, I thought we were going to be like that, and other people are going to go, whoa. How'd that happen?
It's so unknown. Well, I wish we had more time. We got to keep in touch as the season goes on. I mean, we got we got to get together and eat some barbecue or something.
That's right.
How about we could eat and talk football?
That sounds great. Yeah, Coach, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. Look forward to it. Coach Jeff Fisher, Michigan Panthers. It kicks off this weekend. If you don't have your tickets yet, go to theusfl.com.
USFL, yeah.
That's theusfl.com. Be sure and use theusfl.com. Of course, as we said, the Panthers take on the Houston Gamblers 11 a.m. this coming Sunday. But you can get a package deal and see all the games this weekend in Birmingham, Alabama at theusfl.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Scallops.
Do they?
Yeah, they got scallops.
I'm yelling that from now on.
Lobsters.
I'd like you to work in surf and turf or something.
I'm going
surf and turf.
I'm going one more, Speedy.
Rick, I'm gonna be in trouble.
Rick, we're out of flowers and meat. We got to give away something.
Hey, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. I'm happy. Wow, what a wheel, baby.
No! She's going reverse.
Oh,
Reverse!
Get away from it. Oh, my God.
All right, let's see what happens.
It's messing the order up.
Speedy's so hoping it doesn't hit on two categories.
I know it.
Oh, don't kill me, Speedy. Don't kill me, Speedy.
Come on. Oh,
Not there.
Flowers. Crowds. Smell it.
You're better than that.
Yeah,
You are better than that.
I get ridiculed if I do it when
Well,
I'm
you could have hit it one more
I
time.
can't win over here.
Nobody gets mad about one click. Okay, all right. You got.
I'm in so much trouble.
Yep, you got some 24
Got a
roses for
smoker
you.
right there in the area.
I don't know what to do.
You're right.
Moultrie.
Congratulations to you, by the way, David. We'll let you know where to send those roses from 1-800-Flowers.com. When you go to 1-800-Flowers.com, always enter the promo code Bubba on the radio icon and get yourself some specials that are available to fans of the Rick and Bubba Show. Hey, congratulations to all of our winners on the wonderful Wheel of Meat. Hannah Montana, good job. Bubba, tell everyone what we're doing now. By the end of the show, what will we do with the
Yeah, betcha.
Well, we do have much to talk about going forward on the program today. I had one of those, when you just go, you can't even. I had one of those situations. My wife and I met yesterday after the Wednesday Bible study here at the old Plaza, and that's out there, by the way, now on SoundCloud. If you didn't catch that or you don't have RBTV, you can go grab that on all the Rick and Bubba social media. And but anyway, so we met where she was having lunch with some of her lady friends, and we went to see a show together. And so, when you start going through that, and this long day, and everybody get toward the end of it, and we going to cook, we going to get something to eat, and, when somebody's got to practice, and where's so-and-so, and he's working, and you try to get all your plans, and all of a sudden, that terrible feeling, you pull into the garage comes up, and you look, and your truck's not in the garage, and you go, "Hot almighty, I forgot to go by and get my truck. I left it where we made it." That old terrible, that old just horrible. You can't even have a truck.
And how far did you have to backtrack?
I didn't. So what I did here's the cool thing about having kids that drive now. So just about the time I thought, because now I knew what was going to happen with my most significant other, my number one earthly priority. She was about to bail and go in the house, say, well, and I'm like, honey, you can't. Somebody's got now in your car will be straight.
Come on, honey.
But what happened was the Hunter Buss and Taz have been training a little bit with Adler, which I don't. When I say that and I hear it come out of my mouth, I don't like how it sounds, but they've been working. So she looked at me. She goes, "Well, isn't Taz going to work tomorrow?" And I said, "That's it." So this morning, Taz had to take Daddy and go find his truck on the way in. And,
go find it.
But that, you know that old feeling when that garage door comes up, or if you park wherever you park, you look and you go, you just want to punch yourself right in the face.
You go, how did I not remember that?
How about this? Now this is one that'll get you the most. Where we ate was within feet of my truck on the way home. I mean, we literally had come back to where we'd started from, and I just didn't remember it. I mean, I could have thrown a rock, and hit my truck, and didn't get it.
Well, we're all slipping.
What an idiot!
And this one was car for you or truck, but how many times, and we've talked about this before, where you're just sleepy and you're daydreaming, and you've got all these plans to stop, and you get home. And like you're supposed to make a deposit or something like that. And you're pulling in the driveway, and it's just sitting there, the deposit slip and everything, just looking at
it. It. Just right in the face.
Yeah, I got to
right
get back out.
Well, no, this is one of the things, because of that one especially, and the online stuff has made it a little bit easier, but sometimes you don't have a choice. It's one of those situations you have to do it that way. And I know this is not the way you should choose your banking. My banking was completely 100% chosen because there's a branch half a mile from my house.
Yeah, and it has to be on the right side of the road.
That was my whole thought process of the bank. I didn't think any further than that. People have even tried to get me to move before, and I'm like, nah, you don't have a branch close.
Yeah, I mean, convenience is the name of the game in banking.
$23 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. You can get in right now. We'll do phone troll rough cut. That means there won't be any timeouts. It's 30 seconds a pop for you to make a comment, ask a question, bring all the information to the table, and then the buzzer runs things. So when the buzzer hits, and there it is. So we can discuss anything that's been talked about on the show, or you can bring up a topic that you wish we had talked about, ask a question. You're running things now. 10 lines have now been made available. The real Greg Burgess on the phones, and if you move now, you can get in. Now, look, don't bog down trying to talk to Greg. Greg can chime in from in there if you want to talk to him, but let's tell him what you want to talk about, and let's get you up and get you ready to go. I thought the Fisher interview went well. Do you think he sincerely does remember us?
Yeah, I think he does.
Right.
Jeff's such a pro, though. I mean, even if he didn't know us, he would make us think he did. He's so good at what he does. I've always been a fan of his.
Boy, and you look at, and we got to see him on Zoom too. Montana's been good to him.
Yes, it has.
Yeah. That looks like a refreshed man.
Yeah. I bet you his blood pressure is perfect.
Oh yeah. Fantastic.
But I want
to go to Montana with him. I know who's taking me.
He's that competitor at heart.
He is.
He played college at USC and played in the pros for the Bears during their heyday. And, he's carried a team to the Super Bowl, and you just see him wanting to be around football.
The Bears.
Hey, he was there when they were good. He was at USC when they were good.
Yeah, I see him here on the field, this picture of him at Legion Field, and talking about playing against Bear Bryant and being there with those kids. It's good to have him in the community, and I hope we get to spend some time together.
He was there for that historic game when USC beat Alabama 24-14 when Sam Bam Cunningham went crazy, running all over the field.
To the phones we go. Let's start with Greg in the great state of Alabama. Now, this is rough cut, so if you call right now, you'll get in, because whoever's ahead of you, all they're going to get is 30 seconds. That's it. So, Greg, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. South Alabama, just want to let you know, the second time in a month I've seen a bus full of what look like migrants. Don't know if they're headed to had Texas tags on like a starter bus at a gas station. All had on bracelets. Just curious what you guys thought about if they were headed to Washington.
Yeah, well, the first bus, was it yesterday or day before?
Yes, yeah.
The first bus has arrived in D.C., so what you saw likely was buses leaving Texas. If they're not going to guard the border and they think that illegals ought to be able to just come into this country for a new life, then let Washington, D.C. take care of them.
Yeah, the Texas is
I love
shipping theirs to Washington. Florida is shipping theirs to Delaware. So it could have been either group.
Either one, yeah. He said it had Texas tags, so probably from Texas. Yep. But I say, yeah. Look,
was it a bigger than normal bus? Because everything's bigger in Texas.
I know. Put your money where your mouth is. If you in this country you think we ought to have an open border, but you want other people to deal with it, well, that's no good. You deal with it, and then let's see how much you like it. Lee in Mississippi, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Lee Phillips. I was just calling to say that today we're putting up a wooden cross at Longview and 25, and to eventually have the 150-foot cross for Christ of Starkville. Just wanted to let y'all know.
Okay. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. You familiar with the Charlottesville thing? What are you talking about?
When he said Wade Phillips, it threw me off. I thought it was the football coach.
He said Lee Phillips.
I thought he said Wade Phillips.
Say Wade Phillips.
Good night,
That's what threw. I was trying to figure out what Wade Phillips was doing calling.
Ryan in Alabama, 30 seconds. Hey, Ryan in Alabama, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Hope you guys are doing well today.
We are, thanks.
First off, I wanted to say just started listening to a lot of the men's Bible study, started the Genesis study, and really enjoying that.
Thank you.
My wife and I have been listening to it together, and it's been a real blessing.
I'm learning a lot.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep. Me too. But anyway, my comment was just wanted to get your thoughts on Elon Musk offering.
We talked earlier about Elon Musk offering to buy Twitter for $41 billion. By the way, they've already changed their logo. I don't know if Adler's got it in there. I sent it to him a little earlier.
Okay.
Did y'all see this? I mean, it's amazing how quick this has all come down.
It's pretty quick.
It was in the email.
But we did talk about that earlier. Yeah.
How you like that? How you like that new logo? Does that look familiar?
That's funny.
They've made the Tesla T, put it into Twitter.
That's good.
That's
Chip,
funny.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
The creativity in this country is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, buddy.
Hey. Did anybody notice that on the video of the Nancy Pelosi kissing Biden, the guy standing behind Nancy Pelosi puts his hands on his face, wipes his nose, wipes his hands together, and then immediately shakes hands with Biden?
You know, I can't really. I tried not to watch Nancy Pelosi kissing anybody.
Me too. That's so good. Man, that's good. And you know what? That ought to be putting some kind of things to do in life, to help you.
Yeah.
Autumn,
welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I have an RCA refrigerator. You were talking about your olive green fridge.
Yeah.
Being better than any newer one.
Absolutely.
If you want a really amazing soda, you stick it on that top shelf way in the back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
The colder air's in the top.
You better believe it. You're all over that. Man, I miss we had good refrigerant. I miss good refrigerant. I really, really do. And Freon. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up. We'll continue with your phone calls. Lines are available when the show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's your branch situation?
We think we can give you a better deal. It's not. You ain't give me that better deal. I tell you what a good deal is. Put a branch closer.
Yeah. Have a lot of nice drive-through lanes and make it easy to get back in the road.
Yeah. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't believe the number of times I'd been in a bind.
Yeah.
The convenience of it being near the house it's undefeatable.
Right.
And then the other one is when you want to bring something to work. Yeah. That you've been meaning to bring to the office. You know what I mean? Something you're supposed to.
I'll walk right by it.
Something your wife told you to bring to give to one of y'all or for your wives or something you needed to and I've gone out and bought things that I wanted that I like for my coffee or whatever and it just
I like it
and just forget it day after day after day. It just mean it really is alarming.
It is.
I mean how many times I go you can't even. So anyway, but what was funny is this morning when I began to take now lessons from my son about how to go to work where I've been working for 20-something years.
Yeah.
Okay. Dad, where your truck is not on the way. I said it is on the way. It's just we're gonna have to go a little out of the way.
Loop around.
Anything's on the way. Okay. Dad, I said, well, also I stopped. I said, wait a minute, are you Are you saying I'm running you late for work? I mean, what's going on here? You know, it's just we're as long as we're going to be fine. I think you can use the excuse. The president of the company told me I had to take him to get his truck. You're fine.
That's it.
You know
I noticed he was walking a little slow this morning, though. I was like, Daddy, get you up a little early?
Yeah. Well, I mean, but that old feeling,
I know.
When you get to where you're going and you didn't stop and do it, you just want to.
God almighty.
Because you know what you get in that mode of, I just need to get home.
Yeah.
Then you get home, you're like, golly. But how about this? It was so bad, I just said, I'll do it tomorrow. We'll be back. These weird little moments, you know, this kind of ties into I see a house and I feel like I've seen it before, but I'm in a town I've never been in, you know, those kind of things.
Deja vu.
Yeah, some of that. And then there's this one that's weird because there's no reason I should care about George Clooney today, but I was literally going through the morning email, and somebody, for some reason, some random thought was in an email today telling me I might want to consider watching the movie Michael Clayton with George Clooney, saying Michael Clayton is a pretty good movie. Just that's the only thing the email said. The minute I read that, I'm listening to the kickoff hour, and I hear the following phrase. I hear just Helmsy just shout out during the song, "Oh brother, where art thou?" I'm a man. What's that man called? I'm a man
of constant sorrow.
Yeah, constant sorrow. And Austin Helmsy goes, you know what? I just like to see George Clooney taking a pop off his tequila while this song's playing, something like that. And I thought, why did George Clooney's name just in an email a completely different subject? And now Helmsy's saying it's George Clooney. Have I got some George Clooney
I can answer it for you
encounter?
if it'll help.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I know.
I brought. We were doing this story about the tequila. Okay, which you'll get to. But I also brought up where are y'all at talking to Speedy and Greg as an actor, George Clooney the actor, and we started naming. I simply said he doesn't have that big hit like a Tom Hanks or Robert De Niro or
Tom Cruise.
We started naming. You know, you don't think of one movie with him.
Think of a bunch of them.
So the guy,
nothing like a huge
nothing like when I hear Tom Hanks, I immediately go to Save It Private Ryan. When I hear Morgan Freeman, I immediately go to Shawshank Redemption. When I hear Tom Cruise, Jack Nicholson, I immediately go to A Few Good Men. I don't go to anything with Clooney.
It takes you.
And so that's why the guy probably sent that email was to say, check out this movie.
He thought I was in on that.
Yeah.
And I wasn't. Okay. That helps, by the way. I needed that.
And then we played the song from Mac Daddy.
Right.
Because that's his favorite movie.
That's his greatest movie ever.
Really? Oh, Brother Wow.
Okay. It's a good movie.
That and Bull Durham.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you. That helps. So that's Mac's version of Lonesome Dove.
It is.
Okay. I got you. Because our dad thinks that's the greatest series there's ever been.
God. Yeah.
All right, so George Clooney has sold. I didn't know he had a tequila business. Did you?
I had no idea. But before we leave this movie thing, what do you think his biggest grossing movie was?
That one where a bunch of stars are together and
Ocean's 11.
Ocean's 11 or 12 or something.
And that Ocean's thing.
He's been in a lot of
Ocean series.
That Ocean.
Yeah,
thing.
but he's never. You know what I'm talking about? You say Tom Cruise, you can name all the Mission Impossibles. Top Gun.
Matt Damon.
Tomorrowland.
Born Supremacy.
Oh, and the janitor that was smart.
Thank you, Greg.
I'm just looking at
which one's his number
Box
one?
Office Mojo, which lists his movies and how much they've made so far, blah, blah, blah. And Gravity was his biggest movie, made $274 million today.
You talk about overrated.
Went to number one.
And do you know he was?
And he wasn't even that big of a part.
He was a secondary character.
Yeah.
I mean,
and you know, and I had to do what Bubba's doing right
What's
now.
the female actress? Is like saying that's her biggest movie. He was barely in it.
Sandra Bullock. Yeah, he was. He was
a flashback.
Yeah,
I had to
he
do
didn't have a big role at all.
I had to do what Bubba's doing right now.
It's 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. As we continue to unpack another one, we'll get to more of your phone calls shortly at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Relief Factor has joined us here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We're enjoying the email from Meg, who catches the program out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. She said, my right hip was giving me so much pain. I was losing a lot of sleep, which caused me to be very grumpy. In the past 2 weeks, I've actually slept through the night without pain waking me. Wow, thanks for the Relief Factor. You're welcome, Meg. I'm rested. I'm feeling much better. I was skeptical, but I can honestly say Relief Factor really does reduce inflammation, which apparently has made my pain be reduced considerably. I'm glad to hear that, Meg. If you want to get yours, go to rickandbubba.com under sponsor. Click that sponsors button. You'll see it there, or just go directly to relieffactor.com. Four botanicals. It's all natural. Take it every day. I take 2 packs a day. And in 3 weeks, that's why we do the starter pack and make it 3 weeks. You'll know inside 3 weeks whether it's working or not. And hopefully, like most people, it'll work for you too. All right, so Bubba, you told me to that you had something the Germans have done that we didn't know.
The Germans have got a study out, Rick, interesting today from Heidelberg University.
Heidelberg.
We all know that listening to a little AC/DC can get your motor running, but who knew it could be beneficial when performing medical procedures?
Oh, wow.
A new study has found that listening to hard rock legends at high volume makes surgeons faster and more precise.
Stand up and shout!
The study was done on the genres of music and the volume during scope surgeries. Surgeons who played soft rock by the Beatles and hard rock by AC/DC were analyzed for speed and accuracy of their surgical cuts against both musical styles and the amplitude or the volume. Surgeons who operated with AC/DC playing in the background were faster and more precise. Specifically in the test, the time needed to make a precision cut dropped from 236 seconds to 139 seconds with a 5% increase in precision.
Before I scrub in, would you give me standard strut? I am scrubbing in!
Meanwhile, the Beatles' Let It Be and Hey Jude also resulted in faster cuts, but only when played at lower volumes. When played at higher volumes, 65 to 70 decibel area, the beneficial effects diminished. However, the surgeons thrived when AC/DC was cranked up.
Well, it's made to be cranked up. Let It Be is not made to be cranked up.
If you think it is too loud, you're told! Crank it! I have an incision to make!
It's just... I'm amazed, one, that anybody took time to study this.
Right.
And I'm really a little surprised at the results.
Right. Yeah, what made them go? I'll tell you what we're going to do, what we need to find out. What type of music helps surgeons do a better job, and at what volume do we play it?
For those about to rock, I am fixing you! I'm fixing you. For those about to...
Rick, I think Shoot the Thrill would be the one I would have to operate.
Really?
To. Yeah.
I got to go with For Those About to Rock.
That's a good one.
What about Have a Drink on Me?
I can scrub now.
Probably not good for the surgeon.
Let's not do that one, Bubba.
Yeah, maybe not.
I was going to choose Have a Drink on Me. I thought better of it!
Highway to Hell's out.
We actually have an intro with that music from that song on it.
I have met this person. Play Highway to Hell, please.
Do you want a surgeon's hand shaking when you shook me all night long? I mean,
no. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Who has started the air supply? Remove it.
I wonder why they chose the Beatles for the soft rock.
I know, so we go. I don't know.
I do not like the drug years. Which sadly, I think that's my favorite part of their career. I didn't like their campy years.
Yeah.
By the way, did you know? I heard an update. Our pastor last Sunday was using them as an analogy.
Oh wow,
it's too deep for me to get into. But he made the comment that even when they went after the guru time of their lives, they get out there,
meditate.
They get out there and find out this guy's like stealing from them and all this.
The Maharashi.
The Maharashi was not on the up and up.
Don't tell me that.
They kind of caught him rummaging through the drawers and all this kind of stuff. Wasn't good. So they came back a little disgruntled on the Maharashi.
Or whatever. I'm saying it wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know who you're talking about. Didn't George Harrison, wasn't he kind of the one that brought
started all that? To the phones we go.
Never appreciated the level he needed to be.
I would have never thought that either one of you, any of you here today, and Speedy, you said you saw it the other day and you hate yourself for not printing it out.
Yeah.
Would have come in here and said, hey, now when you get a chance, let's talk about that German study that was done that German surgeons perform better listening to AC/DC than they do listening to the softer songs from the Beatles.
Yeah.
I just didn't think I'd ever hear that.
I know.
And who took the time to do it?
And a minute and a half is a long time that's saving. Think about that.
Mhm.
When you're making a precision cut,
Mhm.
minute and a half's a long time.
It is.
Just think about what we go through to go to the restroom here, and if we had this same mentality, a minute and a half cut off, that's a goodness gracious.
And how did they choose
That's
the
scary.
Beatles?
I don't want anybody quit. I don't want anybody making it faster cut.
How did they choose the Beatles over David Hasselhoff?
That's who knows? Why are we not trying Hasselhoff?
When they had him coach the German team in dodgeball, that was one of the funniest.
What was
things.
that?
He's singing in
Greg
there.
is singing with his headphones on.
I stand up and
what the?
Would you mind, Helmsy, queuing up dirty deeds? I have surgery. They're done cheap, unlike our medical bills. So you have that too.
How about music effects? It affects
does.
the mood of the room
music does.
big time.
100%.
Marcus, standing by. Marcus, thanks for your patience, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy. Hey.
One of you was talking about, from the start of Russia and Ukraine, there was something that just didn't quite seem right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know this to be fact, but a pretty sharp fella told me that the labs where COVID supposedly leaked out from, America's got 300 of them all over the world, and 23 of them are in Ukraine.
And a buddy told you
pretty sharp guy.
You're pretty sharp guy.
Pretty
told you
sharp
that. Yeah.
fella.
Have you ever thought about topaz?
Got Greg over here laughing.
How did that even get started the other day?
Thank you for asking that, Bubba, because I don't know.
Do you
either.
remember Greg talking about you telling the Chicago Bulls?
Oh, yeah.
That's where it came from. And Speedy with an assist on that one too. That was good. All right, Pete in Alabama. Pete, go ahead.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Good.
I work at a staffing firm, and you hear with the pandemic that things aren't going well, and we had a record-breaking year. And my boss is a friend of the show. He used to teach a Sunday school with Rick, and he has a mullet.
Oh yeah, I know who that is. I know exactly who that is. So, yeah, he did real well. Well, it's all according to what you were doing.
Yeah.
It's,
there's a lot of people made bank during the.
We've got a listener of
that.
our program that he was involved in grocery stores. And
Oh yeah, they did great.
he was like, hey, he's been donating to every kind of ministry and charity we bring up.
Yeah, the hardware bunch, they all did great. Big box, home, like Home Depot and Lowe's, they did wonderful.
I've told people this twice, and they were like, "Wow," because we didn't see this coming. We didn't have a great 2020, but one of the things we did not see happening was that we had people not advertising because they weren't open, so that's a problem. But then we lost some advertising dollars because people were doing so well they couldn't meet the demand.
Yeah.
So they dropped their advertising because they could not take any more customers, and that's all your, online ship it to your house people. I mean, they all did gangbusters. Let's go to Will in Pell City. Will, go ahead.
So they tell us that, we've got to quit using oil and all this and switch to electric cars.
Yeah.
They've come out with a new study that hemp can replace plastic, paper, all kind of stuff, and it absorbs the carbon in the air.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that?
But we can't use that, though.
No.
That it does what now in the air?
I should have dialed in on that halfway through it. I'm sorry.
Dang it.
Yeah.
You looked up too late.
By the way,
Reduces the carbon in the air is what he said.
Did he say hemp?
Hemp. Yeah.
We've had that conversation.
Yeah, it's good. We're going to hear from Owens Crossroads.
Right.
Again.
That's exactly. And
Yeah, I mean, I
I'd
don't
like to
know
hear
why.
from
I don't know
Jenkins.
why we don't plant hemp on every square
hemp.
inch we
Hemp.
got.
It'd be hemp.
Yeah.
That too.
Hemp.
I don't know what hemp
That's
is.
the southern version of
Hamp was a buddy that I ran around with for a while. Is Hamp going? Who's driving? Hamp. Okay. Let's. Garrett in Birmingham, listen to ZZK. Garrett, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing this morning?
We're fired up. We can't wait.
Yeah, I'm a little fired up, too. I just got done listening to that Fat Chance album by Mr. Lucky. Wanted to give a shout-out to Mr. Rick.
Imagine what that could do for surgeons. Just imagine.
When's the new album going to drop?
You know what? We had about 4 songs that I wish we would have recorded that we actually wrote while we were, doing the Fat Fest and all that stuff, and we never got them recorded. You never know. One day, if we can get in that studio, I mean, we could release album number 2. I mean, just one day. I don't know when that day will be. But, you know, we never did record Justification City Limit. Holler if you hear me. I mean, those
stormy weather.
The people needed it.
I know. Doggone it.
Let them down.
Played them live, but we never recorded them. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show comes your way right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He had to look up on the internet the movies he's
See, that's what I did.
to find it. He doesn't. It just doesn't come to you as far as just the big block.
I wouldn't even say Gravity is a George Clooney movie.
I wouldn't either. I forgot he was in it.
That's a Sandra Bullock movie.
Like we said, we were just making the point that when he's a huge star, and we all know who he is. And normally you go, but to him you have to take a second and go, okay, what movie did he make?
I'll tell you this.
He made a Batman. Remember that?
He did.
Yeah.
By the way, you know what? I forgot about that. See?
Yeah, I'm not saying he hadn't made movies. They just don't pop out.
Ocean's 11, Ocean's 13 were big.
Ocean's 11 I like.
It's almost like when he wants to have a big movie, he's got to get help from other actors.
Did y'all see the
That's got
one
Brad Pitt
when
in
he
it.
Matt Damon, he's in it too.
Yeah, you're right. He has to go get help.
Have you seen the Leatherheads or whatever? It was old timey.
Yeah.
football?
Oh, yeah.
That was weird. I mean, I didn't watch the movie. I've just him in it just seemed weird. To
You
me.
know, I meant to watch that. I never did. By the way, I noticed it's available for me now on Apple or in these other things. I never went to see it. I almost did it last night, but didn't want to put the time into it. Got a little sleepy. Should I devote some time to Kong Skull Island?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I will.
I went and saw it at the movies.
Yeah, that seems like a perfect watch at home on a rainy day movie.
Yes. And you got that.
Yeah. What about so Clooney undoubtedly is also very good when it comes to tequila business because he just
wow, must be a good tequila.
You know, if you read the story how this came about, it really was an accident. They have this brand, and I can't say the name of it in Spanish. Casamigos, which is House of Friends, launched in 2013, y'all, just 2013. Now, he's in business. He's got two partners. One is Cindy Crawford's husband, Randy Gerber, and a real estate developer named Mike Meldman. Well, Clooney and Gerber became interested in tequila while they were on a vacation in Mexico, okay? And they decided to distill their own tequila. Well, that turned into them sampling other tequilas and distributors and all that stuff. So they found a recipe they liked, and they started importing 1,000 bottles a year to the UK. Well, the folks that were making it for them in Mexico said, look, once you get to that point, you have to have a distiller's license to because, you know, you're bringing in a big enough volume now that you're actually a producer. So they teamed up with Meldman at that point, and a liquor distributor in the U.S., and thought, heck, if we're going to have to get a license, why don't we just do more of it? We like this mix, and we'll sell it to the general public. So over the past 4 years, the super premium tequila made from Blue Weber something, I don't know, what is that?
I have no idea.
Has racked up multiple awards for taste and smoothness, emerging as the fastest growing brand of upscale tequila in the U.S.
And they just sold it.
Yep.
Yes, for $1 billion. Now, they sold, it said, when they first started this in 2016, they sold 120,000 cases that year. It's on track to reach 170,000 cases by the end of this year.
They're getting a check for $700 million up front, and then the other $300 million comes within the next 10 years of how the tequila does.
By the way, I'd like to know what their investment was initially.
I know, I would too.
Yeah. Well, in the initial, it wasn't a whole lot. They were just having somebody in Mexico make something privately for them. They were only doing 1,000 bottles a year. It wasn't a whole lot on the big picture.
I thought it was 120,000.
No, that's what it sold.
Oh, I see.
Once it went to the public last year.
I got it. So they started with 1,000, got up to 120,000, and then
once they went to the public.
Wow.
Rick, DeKalb County, Georgia. A woman claims she unknowingly parked her car in wet cement because she did not see any indication the area was under construction, but DeKalb County officials is disputing her claim.
So they're disputing that they did not have signage saying, hey, wet cement, and she parked right in the wet cement, and now it has hardened?
Rick, the lady is very upset because she got a brand new BMW It was a graduation gift. But she went to visit her father and apparently parked where there was road construction going on in wet cement. Now, DeKalb County has released a statement saying that someone had parked illegally and they sent a tow truck to get it. And when the tow truck got there, they couldn't move it because the concrete had set up around the wheels.
Oh, no.
Well, I thought Helmsley had tire trouble.
The woman called DeKalb County officials very unhappy and said that they were going to have to pay for damages. And they said, no, the way this is going to happen, you're going to pay for damages.
All right, we're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Rick and Bubba, and we'll get to more of your phone calls coming up. Wheel of Meat still has not spun this week. Could happen at any time on the program today or tomorrow. It'll happen today or tomorrow for sure. I cannot believe Patty LaBelle was on TV4.
Look at Whitey behind her trying to dance.
Oh, no, Greg.
Yeah,
Don't look, Speedy.
Look at the news guy trying to dance.
Don't look,
Look
Speedy.
at Whitey.
Whatever you do, don't look. Speedy, you're looking.
Hey, that's one of the hosts.
I'm telling you, Patty LaBelle's got the greatest agent the world has ever known.
I'm not sure what song he's listening to.
But, well, this is so not good for the white community.
Here he comes. Oh, he's moving to the front.
Moving to the front. Going to try to move around a little bit. Hey. Somebody do something. He does, by the way.
Hey,
he may be about ready to promote the USFL.
You cannot whisper. Heard it just plain as right in that phone.
I really look.
Probably should do it away from that. Not right in here.
Yeah, ooh, yeah. Yeah. You know, when you got an ensemble here, I try to let all the mics be available to you.
Yeah. Greg, get up and dance right there. I want to see the way you would dance.
No.
What's your go-to?
Oh, Greg.
My go-to.
Yeah,
I can't hear the music.
Yeah, Greg can move. I mean,
don't make me bring it now.
Yeah, right.
Was he always a good dancer?
Oh yeah, a fantastic dancer.
A lot of people called me Silver Shoes.
Yeah, right. If that big get a hold of him, you got to watch him.
Which one of you? I think it was Bubba. Whenever y'all would do, like I know a couple of times y'all went to the ABC affiliate here, and y'all would hop through. And kind of do a little move.
No, Rick's move is his running man, the forward running man.
Bubba's was the bunny hop.
Yeah, bunny hop.
All that. Yeah, you do the bunny hop.
Have him knee shorts on.
I was doing the running man when nobody was doing it.
Oh, yeah.
You ever seen a big fella do the running man?
Coming right at you.
Mine was balance on one foot and swing around.
Oh, yeah,
that hip
the
out.
gate. Yeah, the gate. You did the gate a couple times in softball games. Made me real uncomfortable.
Bubba was bad about the pelvic thrust.
Yeah, with that constipated look he had. He said it was his sexy look, remember?
Speedy's
If
swinging.
he puts his hand behind his head, you better watch out.
Yeah.
Speedy's swinging gait would kind of morph into it, look more like a dog taking a leap. You know what I mean?
It did. It did.
Boy dog.
Now, Helmsley, he'll do the tush push.
Waiting on it.
That's his go-to.
I was watching Helm sitting there like somebody waiting to take a lift. I was like,
I scanned the table, saw somebody hadn't had a shot yet.
Yeah. What's Adler doing?
Oh, look, you can tell him.
Oh, he's electric slide on.
Yeah, right. Now he will great. Now he will break dance.
That's true. He
yeah,
can
he
spin
will.
on his. He's built for it.
Yeah, he's built for spinning.
And the Cupid Shuffle, too. That's big.
Oh yeah. Well, what was the Roger Rabbit?
I forgot about that one.
Wasn't that the Running Man?
It was a version of it, but you
Wasn't
went
the Running
backwards
Man,
like this.
Wasn't the Running Man and the Roger Rabbit?
They were
version?
close, but they were different.
Oh, the Roger Rabbit's when you come backwards.
Yeah,
Okay.
and you're kicking your feet around.
Oh yeah. Our sister used to do that.
Oh,
all
yeah.
the time.
She did. That was her move.
Roger Rabbit.
That was her move.
Not a bad Roger Rabbit at all.
What about the people that would go down and then try to touch the back of the floor like behind
And
them,
fall.
and then they couldn't get up? They would feel them falling.
Oh boy.
They got down, but they couldn't get up.
Yeah.
All right, I know we're
Touch the
all.
ground.
I know we're all trying to avoid the Molly Shannon story today.
Wow, I forgot about it.
Yeah.
And how did this surface today? She got a book out or something?
Yeah, she's written some book, and she claims that unfortunately, it came into American homes under the show Different Strokes. That actor,
Little Gary
Coleman, As a matter of fact,
He got angry when he got older. He got tired of being little Gary Coleman.
He really did. And
What you talking about, Willie?
Yeah. Well, she said in this case, he said, "What you talking about, Molly?" But but anyway, she's claiming that they had the same agent, and that Gary Coleman went after her and tried to be inappropriate.
And she had to run away. And did you see the part she claimed that since he was so little, she just pushed him off of her?
Yeah.
It wasn't no problem.
Yeah. So here she is talking about.
Liz, I was like, then he was like trying to kiss me and get on top of me. I was like, no, Gary, stop. So I'd push him off. Then I would get off the bed. Then he would bounce on the bed, jump, and wrap himself around me. Then I would like fling him off. And then he would.
Oh my goodness!
She said, "Stop." He said, "What you talking about?
What you talking about, Willie?
What you talking about, Molly?"
Oh, when he was a little guy, I mean, he was drawing the big check, and he was.
Uh-huh.
This is when he became. Suddenly you grow up and you got big puffy cheeks. You're not. People don't.
He died
in so cute.
He died in 2010. How many of you just wish that Molly Shannon could have written her book and just left that out?
No,
yeah. I mean, did we want to hear this about Gary
Can't defend
Coleman?
himself or anything.
Right. Yeah. It's.
I mean, it's kind of funny, but yeah.
Well, it's. Yeah, I mean, the topic's not funny, but the fact.
The fact like she's talking about how she just sling him off because he was so little.
Right. That
he wasn't he like 4'8", something like that.
Just Google it, Greg. No sense in just keep.
Yeah. Open that laptop.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I like guessing.
I'm gonna bet you've shrunk him a little bit.
You think?
Oh my gosh! How'd you go ahead, Greg? Say it again. Say
4'8".
What do you say?
Right again.
Right again.
I'd read an article.
Did you?
I think I did. No way I could just guess that.
Right. Yeah. So
4'8".
at 4'8", and when 4'8" after you, that's got to be a weird feeling.
That's why he was bouncing on the bed, Rick. He had to get eye to eye.
Oh,
you know, their speed's going to get a measuring tape. I think.
Bubba, 4'8" is tiny.
Yeah, well, I mean, he wasn't a big guy.
Right.
That's probably how I got the role on that show.
But that's probably why he hung around Rick. That's why he hung around Petey Moore so much. It made him feel tall.
Greg.
If he's 5'8", you never know who Gary Coleman was.
That's right.
That's a good point.
He had health problems why he looked like that. I think.
They didn't have some sort of
kidney problem.
Yeah.
Probably why he died, guys. Rick Speedy.
All right, so this is Gary Coleman standing
walking
next to
beside Speedy.
So that's 4'8" right there. Yeah, that's Adler, would you mind stepping in here?
I got to switch.
Okay, so yeah,
I got to run the switch, or would if I could.
Okay,
I didn't know he
too busy.
Chased women
If he
like
laid
that.
down right here, let's say he was on the bed. There he is, right here.
So Bubba, let's go back to you and me.
Pretend him bouncing up and down.
When we had little people working for the show, and I remember we actually had a little person running around on the console one time, who was our intern.
I forgot about that.
Not much bigger than that. I mean, not much smaller than that.
Yeah.
What was the guy that we talked about at the fair or where?
Petey Moore. Petey Moore.
What was he?
Petey was 3.
He was way down there.
16 inches.
No, wow, he was.
Wasn't it?
I think
Isn't
you're
that what the
right.
story said?
What in the
He
world?
couldn't. He had
Little
to be
over a
taller.
foot.
Way. He had to be taller.
Are you serious?
That's what it said.
So that's him.
That explains, Rick.
That can't be
Yeah,
right.
hey, yeah. Now that I remember, that's
That's about right.
about right.
Seriously?
He's walking right here. Here he is.
No, he couldn't walk.
He couldn't walk very good.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, he had osteogenesis imperfecta, and he never stood more than 16 inches tall.
That's Petey Moore. Gary Coleman, 4'8".
Yep. Adler, 5'12".
5'12".
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Really? So they're saying it was obvious you should not have parked here. We had the proper signage?
They're saying that the lady disregarded an installed and permanent traffic signal, traffic barricades, and flaggers to park where she parked.
Well, then that's on her.
You ought to see that BMW. It's concreted in, and they are chipping away around it trying to get it out. But it's one of these that's got the open, the kind of the spoke-looking wheels.
Oh, really? Oh, so we got some expensive wheels in there.
It sunk up in the concrete, up in the wheels, and even up around the body of the car. It looks like 2 or 3 inches. Now, how in the world do you get out of that car and not realize that you're in concrete?
Look at that picture.
Is that not unreal?
Now, wait a minute. That's where she parked.
No.
I mean, she can't figure out What's going on?
Now I think they probably tore up some of the concrete she.
Are they
parked on
saying
now,
okay?
But they said all those barricades and things were there.
Does it mean you can't go over there?
That's ridiculous if that's the case.
She
She
just
ought to
gonna
be
park where she
ought to
wanted
be
to.
locked up if that's the case. She
They
has
said
no
now
sense.
that the
That's ridiculous. Goodness
they
gracious.
said the car is a danger to the public, and they're having to chip around it and tear up the concrete so they can tow the car off.
How bad's it messed up the wheels and all that? I wonder. Bad.
Well, I mean, look at it. It's up 3 or 4 inches on the body all the way around, 2 or 3 inches.
So she parked in wet cement without all the parking, and it was a graduation gift. A graduation from what? Stupid school?
Okay.
Well, Rick, how in the world, when you get out, do you not realize you're in wet concrete?
Well, that's my point. I don't know how you don't.
I have a feeling there's more to this story than meets the eye here.
What
so to
idiot
speak.
bought her this new car again? Who gave it to her?
I don't know.
I would assume parents.
Yeah,
that was smart.
Yeah, that worked out good. You
Because you saw that coming.
Sure.
I mean, this just doesn't happen.
If you're the kind of person that parks your new BMW
Right.
in wet cement, there had to be some red flags.
This
on-
somebody
on get-
wanting to get out. Maybe they wasn't all with it at the time. Who knows? But
Right.
they thought, well, I'll just go around this barricade because I'm gonna park right there where I want to park.
Oh well, I'm gonna park wherever I want.
Maybe the concrete was hard enough at the time she couldn't tell that it was soft, but as the car sit there, it just sank you. I don't know. See, because you got the concrete on top of the wheels too. It looks like she went driving
Yeah.
through it. I think there's more to this story, don't you? I think somebody
You think
wasn't
somebody
with
was?
it.
You think somebody was tipping on back?
See,
You
with the whole,
would feel yourself sink.
Yeah.
as you
I think,
drove
wouldn't
in.
you?
I just
Like
don't
when you
see
drive,
how you
drive
could
off
do
in
that.
mud, you feel it.
Mm-hmm.
But you just don't
does.
see a BMW concreted to the highway much, do you?
No, you.
It does say Tiger Woods was seen walking.
That's
in the car.
what it sounds like, doesn't it?
Mhm.
I was also, and this doesn't seem like it's ever going to stop. In Europe, and have you seen these men that are complaining about what they see as unfair dress codes? And it's really, really hot.
Yeah. Mhm.
Undoubtedly, it's getting really hot over in France, and undoubtedly, where they work, they're telling the drivers that work for this company that they cannot wear shorts to work, and they're saying, well, it's too hot. Well, I can't believe that we're not allowed to wear shorts. So some of the men in protest notice the women are allowed to wear skirts, so they're coming to work in skirts. That go beyond just wacky world. These are wacky deaths.
Rick, I mean, the people died in this, and I hate that.
Right.
But there's just so many oddities to this. The first one is Benjamin R. Green. He just competed in a 5K race in Bakersfield when he collapsed. Now, he was a fitness freak, but Rick, he ran this race with it 107 degrees.
Mm.
So he was 48 years old. He's a lawyer, father of 9.
Wow.
From Bakersfield. He collapsed shortly after he finished the 5K race Tuesday night.
Well, if he's the father of 9, he didn't work out as much as he claimed. He had some free time.
Yeah. Now, his wife is not happy with the organizers of the race, saying they should have called it off because of the temperatures that they're having. But, I mean, I guess it's me. If I see 107 outside, 107, I go, I'm not running today.
Understand when a loved one goes, you want to hold somebody accountable. I got
it.
that. But
Got
at the end of the day, there has to be a little self-monitoring. Hey, it's 107. I think I'm going to pass on the 5K.
Rick, and it just gets more bizarre as we go. A French fitness blogger who lived in eastern France was killed by an exploding whipped cream dispenser. The dispenser exploded with parts of it hitting her in the chest and giving her a heart attack. The family of Rebecca Berger announced her death on social media.
All right. First of all, I'm not a fitness instructor. I'm a fitness blogger.
I blog.
I blog about fitness.
I
Blog
do.
about it.
And I work out. I'm in shape, apparently.
I understand there's some news sources that looks like this is a legitimate story.
I know.
My name is
Rebecca Berger.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a fitness blogger, and I got killed by whipped cream.
I know.
I'm just telling you, my flag is waving here just a little bit. I'm a fitness blogger whose name is Burger, who was killed by whipped cream.
Bubba's been studying it pretty hard all morning.
I know.
So.
I've looked into the story, Rick, and I mean, there's several sources on this. One of the magazines, an online health store, Women's Best, even showed a picture of the bottle that apparently was the type or the one that caused her death. I don't follow it. I don't know about whipped cream dispenser bottles. I'm just out of the loop on that. Do you know what that is? Or?
Yeah, I mean, so things you push.
Well, this one.
Rick. Stop.
This one doesn't look exactly like that, though.
So you're
and it looks like it's got a little canister of CO2 in it or something.
Yeah, well,
so it exploded in her hand and hit her chest.
And the
killed her.
shrapnel and all hit her chest and caused her to have a heart attack, they're saying.
How can hitting you in the chest make you have a heart attack?
I guess if it's, close enough. I'm sure she was cut and all from it, too. Had to be.
That's pretty. Yeah, that one there is sure enough little container.
Yeah, but isn't that a little CO2 canister, that little silver thing?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what kind of... I've never seen one like that. Have y'all? I see the one you're talking about.
And we are back. 7 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Another hour begins, and the Wheel of Meat is in play today or tomorrow. It'll spin before the week's out. Tomorrow, Good Friday. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. We'll take on the theme this weekend for all of us of the Christian faith as we talk about Good Friday and the resurrection on Sunday. And the Lord's Day, and Bubba and I will have a conversation about that will be, you can add that to what you're going to be doing this Easter weekend as we talk about what this has meant to us and kind of our testimonies and stories about how the gospel has, how it impacted our life and continues to. We'll talk about that and what is going on this weekend and what we believe and why we believe it, and that you can grab that wherever you get podcasts. Rick and Bubba University, it'll be usually put out sometime on Saturday morning, and then you can grab that on your own time. All right, so, Bubba, a couple of things to talk about as we start this hour. Here's this. I think we're going to continue to get updates on this ongoing saga of what Will Smith did at the Oscars. Now, let me see if I'm updated.
You mean the slap that was heard around the world?
The slap heard around the world.
Yeah.
Let me see if I have this right. So, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock.
Yep.
That exposed this bizarro relationship. That's what I'm going to call it because it's not marriage, of Jada Pinkett Smith and Will Smith.
Well, it was already out there, but I think it
took us back.
More light to it, yeah.
It's like we'd forgotten, I guess because we were trying to. So then the Academy has banned Will Smith from attending for 10 years, correct?
But he quit before they banned.
But he quit.
Yeah, before they kicked
basically,
him out.
he punished himself, and the Oscar says, we're going to punish you. We're going to do the same thing you did to yourself already.
But can you ban a guy from coming to an event who's not in your club, who couldn't come anyway?
No, I don't think you have to be a member of the Academy to go to the event.
Really?
I don't
Well, so he removed himself
right
as a member of the Academy.
Yeah.
And they banned him.
And then they banned him from coming to the event anymore.
For 10 years.
For 10 years. Yeah. But he can still win one.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He could win one. He just couldn't be there to accept it.
And then we start hearing more and more weird things about Will and his whatever she is, mother of his children. You could say that. That's accurate, we think.
His kids are weird, too.
Kids are weird. Do you see the weird one about the kid writing the letter to Tupac? One of his kids?
No.
You need to stop.
Well,
almost
back
go
to
out on
the
a limb
story
here. I don't
today.
think Tupac got it.
Yeah, asking Tupac to come back because he's really not dead and make her mama happy again. But anyway, so then we get into today's update, and this is now we're over in the Chris Rock
Right.
part of this.
Have you ever heard of Kenny Rock?
Never have.
Chris Rock's brother?
I've heard of Kid Rock.
Yeah, but I had no idea.
He's not happy. I know
didn't
that.
know.
Who's Kenny Rock?
Kenny Rock is Chris Rock's brother, his younger brother.
Never heard of him.
It's like Bo and Eric Bice.
He has challenged Will Smith to a boxing match in the wake of the slap heard around the world. Kenny, 42, appeared alongside celebrity boxing promoter Damon Feldman in New York on Tuesday.
Here we go.
Telling TMZ that he had reached a contract for a potential match should Will Smith decide to accept his offer.
Like that's going on.
The open contract Kenny signed was for a match slated to take place at the Charles F. Dodge City Center in Primrose Pines, Florida on June the 11th. And we all know that's quite the boxing capital.
It really is.
And we know that a guy who just won an Academy Award is probably going to be on Celebrity Boxing.
Right, to box
gonna
Chris Rock's brother.
I mean, you need Screech. Of course, he's no longer with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny
Can't get him.
Bonaducci. Those
Right.
pop. That's your
Right.
fighters.
Right.
Tanya Harding.
Greg Brady.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kenny says if he gets in the ring, I could take him down. Quoting, I'll let my hands do the talking.
Okay.
This is Kenny trying to get on, which is a great move. I don't blame him because he knows Will Smith's not going to fight him.
Right.
He can, now we're all talking about Kenny Rock.
How old do you think Chris Rock is since his younger brother is 42?
48.
Chris,
You're going to be surprised.
Chris is 52.
57.
No.
Oh, he's our age.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really?
Not that that's old.
He's
that's just-
always
yeah.
looked young
I was
because he
expecting
was
him
just
to be
kind
a
of
little younger than that.
Bubba had to go and give him an age.
He's sorry for our
reaction.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't. This is the younger brother trying, like I said, trying to get some sort of headline.
What's wrong with that?
I would be right. I would be careful. I don't know how good Will Smith can box, but I bet he took some training for the Muhammad Ali movie.
Yeah.
I don't think Kenny wants him.
Again, I don't believe there's any threat here. That
I don't
Will's
think
gonna,
so
no.
either.
Like I said, he's still. I know he showed his butt, but he's still pretty much at the top of his game. You know, these are for people on their way down or trying to, I guess. Be
You're
something.
right. You're right.
Kenny also said that he doubts that will ever serve a 10-year ban. He says after 3 years, they might just think we forgot and try to slot him in there anyway.
Do you think that on a serious note, Will Smith did apologize publicly, and I don't know that he's ever talked to Chris personally yet.
Yeah.
But do you think that, you know, because Will Smith right now, he just won an award. This is you're supposed to be sought after, you know, for movies. I mean, he's been in some outstanding movies. He's a big time movie star. Do you think the slapping of Chris Rock that Hollywood will go?
Haven't they stopped production on some of?
Well, they
supposed to make
backed
Legend too.
Are people backing out on him now?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they were supposed to do a
Netflix
thing about his life, and they've backed out on that right now.
Yeah, he
too.
had a couple of things going, and everybody's backed out.
The weird Fresh Prince reboot that he's not in, but it's supposed to be a drama.
Yeah, and it's getting terrible reviews.
Well, yeah.
It would have probably got a better review whether he slapped Chris Rock or not.
Right.
I got to tell you though, if I am Netflix, because let's face it, they're just in the entertainment business. Okay, they're not out there apparently, as you can tell, policing the world on what's right and wrong. I got to tell you, I don't kick Will Smith out. I don't kick out production of a story on the life of Will Smith. It's more interesting now than
it just got better.
Than it ever is.
I'll be honest, it's
That
not
don't pick
fair
back up.
because different people are treated differently. But if you ask my opinion, I don't have a problem with Will Smith being in a movie now. Well,
Yeah, I don't care.
it don't bother
I
me.
don't either.
Yeah.
Watch it tomorrow.
What he did, he shouldn't have done. But
No, he shouldn't have done. And if someone else, a different person would have done
but
it,
Greg,
would probably been handled even
but Greg,
different.
on the list of things that Will Smith, I disagree with him on.
yeah,
This really doesn't even make the top 5.
I'm not as offended as I should be.
Well, that's just part of this cancel culture mentality.
Right.
Now you do one thing and you're thrown off the ship at sea. Nobody cares.
Mm-hmm.
You know, look, he shouldn't have done it. It was bad. Ban him. Whatever.
Yeah, but he
still does pretty good movies.
put it this way:
we've all paid to go see.
He just walked off with an Academy Award, which is
Yeah.
a big deal.
Yeah.
And if I'm a movie maker, I put him in my movie.
Unless Will Smith has found some way to come off the screen and slap me while I'm sitting there watching it. You
How
know,
about this? I love the fact
he's
that-
pretending to be somebody. He's acting.
I love the fact that they've
And he
gone
makes good
back and
movies.
they're interviewing people from Will's life about it now. They even have an interview with DJ Jazzy Jeff, his former collaborator.
And what's he say?
He said that Smith's slap of Rock was due to an uncharacteristic lapse in judgment on Smith's part, and that he bets he likely regrets it ever happened.
Well, I'm sure.
Well, he says he regrets it. No, Will Smith's problem is
I
that
get
is this woman. He's got this evil woman that keeps manipulating him and getting him in trouble. I think if she's not there with him, this never even happens. It never even happens. Even if the joke was made, if she just hadn't been in the room.
Well, no, because Will thought it was funny.
You do crazy things for love.
Oh,
What if she actually did
Fine
make
quote,
G.I.
Will
Jane
Smith.
too?
and you know, be sure and put quotes around the word love there.
Fast and Loose was the Netflix movie that they put on hold.
Boy, that
that
name.
he was in, and then
So
some,
this is people doing because they think they're supposed
Oh,
to.
yeah,
They're
this-
not
yeah.
offended.
No, there's not an ounce of
I ain't that
sincerity.
offended. I mean, it was bad and he
It was
shouldn't have done it, but
bad behavior.
The guy said he was sorry.
Hey, I got news for you. Some of the things this loon Tom Cruise believes in and does. Do you think that's going to keep me from seeing Top Gun?
If it
Absolutely.
ever comes
If
out.
it ever comes out?
Yeah.
If we're going to stop watching good actors that put out good movies because they're loons, then the movie it's over.
And I'll say this: I thought hearing about it that I would think the King Richard movie wasn't any good, and I actually watched it and thought it was really good.
You forgot that you slapped Chris Rock while you were watching.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I would forget it. I mean, but to be honest, again, I'm not that
right. Well, I'm gonna go back to
offended either way.
I'm
offended by the way things are handled for one group of people as opposed to another.
He shouldn't have done it. He looked crazy, and he may be, but I still like his movies.
Yeah,
Well,
change.
Well, let's go back to this, like Greg said. Greg,
If he'd have shot Chris Rock, then we'd have a different story.
I saw another example of it. right.
Don't give any ideas.
I'm
Right.
sorry, I need to be quiet.
But what you were saying, like some of this news, y'all, the wokeness is destroying entertainment. Anything that anybody's putting out right now that's new, I'm talking about it's new and it's not dirty, it's not filthy, it's just trying to be a good little show. They're terrible too because they're still inside there trying to give their shout out to every little group that they want not to get mad at them, and they're afraid to say anything. And really, what turns out is, hey, it was a really good.
And it's bland. Everything's bland.
It was so bland, I was not entertained by it. Because it worked so hard not to offend anybody and end up not entertaining anybody.
Exactly.
We needed one big lighten up, Francis.
Boy, I'm telling you. I mean, like poor sitcoms now. They're terrible.
They're horrible.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right.
Cheese whiz comes out of you. You just push the thing and it comes out.
Okay.
Death from whipped cream, y'all. That's
looks
scary.
like the ones they use at Starbucks.
I got to tell you this. I mean, I got to know what a fitness blogger was telling everybody about how it's okay to have whipped cream.
Oh, whipped cream's not bad.
Rick,
and that'll can kill you.
And our third bizarre death of this segment is a man looking for a hidden treasure. Forrest Finn promised a secret bronze treasure chest filled with $2 million in gold and jewels, and he hid it somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. And when he passed away in 2010, the millionaire and antiquities dealer penned a mysterious, clue-filled poem he claimed would lead its witty decoder to the exclusive riches. And people have been looking for this, and a man died looking for it.
Yeah, I heard the guys doing
second death, I believe.
Doing this,
second one to die from it.
Doing this story. Now, first of all, we're claiming that a guy who was just a college professor,
correct? Yes,
has somehow accumulated $2 million, not money, in gold and jewels.
Now, this is
how did he do that?
I don't know. He might inherit it or something. I don't know.
I think this guy's
is this an
FOS.
Indiana Jones thing?
I think he's FOS.
Did he seek treasure and found it and then hid it?
Why? Why would you do that?
I guess to make everybody go look for it.
We had a caller call in and said this guy was always doing this, and it was his way of getting people out and exercising. Move around. Go hiking. Go look for the treasure.
Well, I mean, guys.
So that is the tie-in.
Fitness.
That's the tie-in to our 3 fitness deaths today. So.
Guys, fitness is killing people.
It is.
Now, Speedy claims if me and him and Greg had one smart person, we'd find it in 48 hours.
Yeah.
Well, that means a smart person would find it.
Thank you, Rick.
I'm thinking we just take my dad and we read everything to him because he's not going to have the eyesight to pull it off as far as go there, go that, but he can sit there and tell us what it means.
Here's the point.
And Greg,
would you like to read it to us?
Greg read it to us in the kickoff hour, and we think we've dialed in on where it is.
Guys, I'm telling y'all, and I really believe this is true. I think you've got a professor, which means he's probably got a little bit of whack job to him, if not full blown. Because I've never met a college professor that wasn't a little bit weird. Okay, and so I don't think he's somehow accumulated $2 million worth of gold and jewels that he never cashed in and didn't need. Okay, and he decided he would just hide it so he could get people to go out and be more fit and hike more.
About health, Rick.
To find his treasure. Now, could it be he would make this up so people would go out? And he thought somehow he was doing some fitness good, but he's killing people because it's too treacherous where he claims this thing may have been here. People think it was hid there. He was in his 80. He was 80 when he hid it, supposedly, right?
Yes.
Did I get that right when y'all did it today?
Yes.
So an 80-year-old surely can't get out in too much treachery. And are people overthinking it if it exists. I don't think it exists. I think this is total hogwash. But what I'm saying, if it exists, you would think. I heard y'all mention this. Are they reading the poem thinking it's harder to find than it really is?
Could be.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because it's killing people. That means they're really going the hard route.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not Pirates of the Caribbean here. What, is Johnny Depp looking for this?
Well, the guy who died, the one we were talking about, is a 54-year-old grandfather who ventured into the New Mexican terrain and was found dead 6 months later in the Rio Grande.
I know it's under something brown.
I mean, wouldn't you go in with more than one person? I mean,
you should. But I got to go.
Then you'd have to split it.
Yeah, but
isn't there already
better to split it than not find it and be dead?
How about this?
I like George Clooney's thought better. That's easier.
Yes,
Just start a tequila company.
Right. Can I say this again? Isn't there already a narrative of the loved ones of the dead saying this may even be a complete hoax? And if our loved ones are dead over this guy pretending he had a treasure that people are looking for, we're going to be very angry. Isn't that narrative already out there?
Yes.
Well, what are you going to do to him? He's already dead, though.
Right. There's nothing you can do about it. But 22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. As we're back, and you can reach us. We'll get to some of the phone calls coming up here shortly. All right, so as we come back, let's look at a couple things that are going on. Bubba, would you like for Vice President Kamala Harris to give you great comfort on the inflation situation?
I bet that's something.
Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
I bet that's something.
All right, so here's the Vice President giving us news on how we should look at inflation and what they're going to do about it. All right, so here we go.
Well, first of all, I acknowledge one must acknowledge that prices are going up, and that people are working hard, and in many cases are worried about whether they can get through the end of the month.
And that was it. She said we must acknowledge that prices are going up, and that's it.
Okay.
I think we've all acknowledged it. That's
check
not the
that.
issue.
Thank you.
Check on
you know,
that one.
We're 0 for 2 on our top people being able to communicate very well.
We've got email, Rick, and I know you saw one of them too. People fussing and arguing. It's really just this complicated. When you have too much money chasing too few products, that's when you have inflation, and that's what we've got. You can barrel it down to just boil it right down to that. And we've had it before. Look what we did to solve it before. Why don't we do it again?
There you go.
Yeah, it'd be like you being sick, and somebody said, "Well, now the last time that you were sick, we gave you this." And
this regiment cured you. Now you've got it again. I don't know what we're gonna do.
Right, right.
Yeah. I mean,
maybe go back and make us feel better the way you made us feel better before. Do the same thing.
Yeah, inflation is not it's not like something that happens in nature that we can't control.
Right.
We always say control what you can control and don't worry about the rest. In sports, we always talk about that, but we can do something about this. But you gotta quit feeding the fire with bad decisions, and that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, we know what to do. Had this.
Did you see Cut 10? I didn't. I didn't get a chance to screen that one. Is that one good?
Well, here it's this is the thing that the whole world's making fun of us.
Good still shot.
Yeah, and the whole world is making fun of us. Yeah. We saw Saudi Arabia, which I didn't even know they had a comedy show.
Yeah.
So now the Australians.
No comedy was allowed.
Yeah, what they got to laugh at?
The Australians will now make fun of us in our president. Here we go.
But first, let's quickly check in with the leader of the free world, who today had this important message to impart.
Oh, goodness.
Imagine had the tobacco industry been immune to prostitute being sued. Come on.
To prostitute
In February, the families of 9...
Did he say immune?
Just listen. Stay with it. Stay with it.
This is what he said, word for word. Imagine had the tobacco industry been immune to prostitute being sued. Come on.
It's another country.
Come on.
Do you want?
Come on, man.
Well,
do you want to
Where
hear
did
it again?
Biden said he was going to unite the world. He's certainly done it.
He has.
In a comedic way.
Yeah. Doesn't that feel good?
Thank you, Mr. President.
I know most presidents, celebrities, when they get older, they stop making public appearances. But can a president that's currently serving do that?
Just go, that's enough.
Yeah, if you walk in and you say that
I got hairy legs.
If you walk in and say, well, the President of the United States, somebody says, it's time for him not to appear anymore. I don't think you can do that.
Okay, that's just what I was wondering.
Joe's out of words.
They
completely out of words.
I mean,
they tried that with Hillary's campaign. Remember, because every time she went out in public, her poll numbers dropped.
Yeah. Let's hear it again.
She get choked.
Imagine had the tobacco industry been immune to prostitute being sued. Come on.
Yeah,
Come on. Y'all see him confused? Come on. Look right there. Get you a look.
He doesn't even know why he said prostitute. He has no
What's the overlying point here? What was he trying to say, or what was he on before?
Well, that's one of those things. He probably looked down and saw a text from Hunter.
Right. Oh,
come on! It's obvious he was getting on some business that's immune from prosecution.
Yeah, he tried to say prosecution, I believe.
Yeah, he probably looked down. Let me read this text from my son first. Prostitute.
Wait a minute. Come on.
Come on, y'all! It's every day.
I know.
Adler, you want to? You may not even want to get to this because it'll go down a rabbit. What you told us this morning about what you've been hearing?
Yeah, I take this for what it's worth, but I did hear that there are aides in the White House talking about how, like, later at night, you know how older people sometimes get confused at night?
Yeah.
That he is getting lost within the White House, and they're having to kind of point him where to go.
Oh, yeah.
And that hasn't
Well, that's not
been
shocking,
proven,
and I'm not
but
making fun.
I don't doubt it,
Yeah.
Well, but imagine that, though. I mean, it really is sad. But what if, you work at the White House and somebody, what do you do? Well, I help the president.
Yeah, he's in his boxers walking around the hall.
Yeah. So
come on, man.
That is
God love you. What am I talking about?
Yeah. So and then do you have the Jen Psaki wanting to let everybody know that the illegals can travel anywhere they want to?
Jen Psaki?
Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't they want to go to Florida? That's where they said, I really wish we could go to Florida instead of D.C. And then DeSantis said, no, you're not coming here.
You're not coming here. We're not letting you in.
Yeah. This busing these illegals
funny.
I think Delaware
to Delaware and D.C. is just, I love it.
Yeah.
Because so and here's what Jen Psaki wants everybody to know about those that are coming through the border.
Yeah, a reporter's going to ask her about it.
The first bus of migrants arrived in D.C. today. Texas Governor Greg Abbott making good on his promise to send migrants to the president's doorstep. I think you previously called it a publicity stunt. Is that still the view of the White House? Can you give us any reaction to this busload of migrants arriving here in D.C.?
Well, these are all migrants who have been processed by CBP and are free to travel, so it's nice the state of Texas is helping them get to their final destination as they await in their outcome of their immigration proceedings, and they're all in immigration proceedings.
She was so mad.
Golly.
She is mad.
She can't wait till her day's over on that
She
job.
couldn't believe that Peter Ducey didn't ask that. She was all prepared. Did you hear her had to get her paper?
Oh,
she had to flip over.
I
got to get my talking
You know how
points
you
up
have to
here.
look to where you are in the script.
Yeah.
And but you see her be mad. Well,
She was mad.
Yeah. Well, and no, let's face it. They want this to be something that makes great speeches, and this makes people say, "Oh, they're just so wonderful," but them not have to deal with why we can't do this.
Right.
So this is some governors saying, "No, if we're going to do this, you're going to deal with it too. We're not going to share the load. This. Let's see what it's like for people that are being processed to roam anywhere they want to while they're being processed where you live."
And the fact they say that they think it's great and all that means they just haven't come up with a clever soundbite yet.
No, you're right.
With.
100%. We'll come back. We'll chat with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Anything you want to talk about, all 10 lines are open when we continue.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I just find it hard to believe that a man who's a college professor somehow ended up with a chest full of $2 million worth of gold and jewels.
Well, does it say how he got it in the story?
Yeah, see, that needs to be in there.
Might be a collector. I know it's halfway down, whatever you're climbing.
Yeah, he says, as I have gone along in there and with my treasure bold, I can keep my secret where, and hint of riches new and old. Begin it where warm waters halt. Take it in the canyon down, not far, but too far to walk. Which the 54-year-old must not
I
listen
said
to.
he could have took a helicopter in.
Put in below the home of Brown. That means there must be some property there by a family named Brown, because he capitalizes Brown.
It's Brown's down.
It's not a color, it's somebody's name because he's capitalized it.
Or is it a name of a place in that area?
Could be, but it's a name because he's
I
capitalized.
like the way we're working here.
It's not
See,
the
me
color.
and you probably figure this out.
48
Rick.
hours.
From there is no place for the meek. The end is ever drawing nigh.
So you got to be brave.
There'll be no paddle up your creek, just heavy loads and water high. That's a waterfall.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get in it. It's going to be
Right.
around the waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
If you've been wise and found the blaze, what are we looking for? A molten rock here? What are we looking for?
We were wondering
Volcano.
It could be something red that reflected off the sun or
Mhm.
something.
Look quickly down, your quest to cease, but tarry scant with marvel gaze. Just take the chest and go in peace. So I guess we're supposed to
I
find
feel
it.
like I'm dealing with a Riddler off Batman.
So why is it that I must go and leave my trove for all to seek? The answer I already know. I've done it tired, and now I'm weak. So hear me all and listen good. Your effort will be worth the cold. I guess that's up in the Rocky Mountains. If you are brave and in the wood, I'll give you title to the gold. So it sounds like we're going to go find a waterfall in a wooded area that's kind of cold.
In the Rockies.
And somewhere,
Near something named Brown.
that Brown's key.
Yeah.
You got to find something named Brown.
I need to research this guy more.
Even if it's even there. Think of all the weird things that we can confirm. It's not a reach to think some old professor would just leave everybody on some wild goose chase so they'll get outdoors more. We'll be back. 30 seconds. Another person said, I believe your trip to the Rockies, if you guys went, would look terribly similar to the movie Without a Paddle. Adler would be Seth Green's character. I don't know. I remember seeing previews of that movie, but I never saw it. I don't know. Somebody said, I think Bubba's talking about a movie called It's a Mad, Mad Sneaker.
Look, this is funny. Look, somebody has sent a little clip, and it's got Jonathan Winters in it. And look, you see the W palm trees behind him.
he always got on my nerves.
Who?
Jonathan Winters.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, he was funny, Greg.
No, he really wasn't. I mean, I know we thought he was, but it was.
Hey, he was a big star for being funny.
I know. It's no doubt about it. I mean, there's the.
Oh gosh,
yeah, it's funny. No doubt about that.
I really
so
don't
is Gary
remember.
Mulder.
I don't remember anything about It's a Mad, Mad, Mad World. Sneakers, I do, and it's a great movie.
Gary Mulder. I mean, I don't know who to credit. To me, Gary Mulder and the guy that blew up watermelons is the same person.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I can see that. They're not, but
What's that guy? Gallagher. To me, Gallagher and Gary Mulder are the same person, but I know they're
and
not.
Gallagher wasn't funny to me either.
No, that's what the great James Gregory. He was a prop comedian. Remember what James Gregory said about that? If one prop doesn't work, you just grab another.
He had that in puppets.
Yeah, growing up, I would see Gallagher, and people would just be cracking up, and like all these adults with their holding up their trash bags because they're getting hit.
I don't want him hitting all that.
And I'm like, why? What is this? Why is this funny? I never got Gallagher.
Did you ever hear Gary Mulder?
I've never heard of Gary Mulder.
He's funny to look at.
Yeah. I can't remember if it's Gary Mulder.
He's one with the big fro.
Or Gallagher, who I credit this with, but one of those two men were the first one I ever heard say, and it was funny. So it probably wasn't Gallagher, but it was funny, and that was that the word hemisphere and asteroid should be changed.
Right.
Yeah, that whole thing.
That is a good one.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we want to go with the without a paddle type scenario.
Or hemorrhoid and asteroid.
Hemorrhoid
I didn't mean
and
hemisphere.
asteroid.
Yeah, because
Okay.
of the hemisphere part.
Hemorrhoid and asteroid. Gotcha.
First person I ever heard to say that. I think it might have been Gary Mulder. Funny line, and absolutely true.
Hey, what's the deal with us parking on a driveway and driving on a parkway?
Rick,
heard
look,
that one.
I think he did all
Yeah,
that.
y'all like watching this going on up here?
What?
Lake
Look,
Charles.
the guy is doing a story, and Grandpa just got in his car behind him, and he turned around and was dogging him or something. I don't know what.
Well, there's some weather
Hey,
guy.
get out of the.
Is this the one that always goes and stands in the
Yeah,
weather?
Jim Cantori.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another Wake
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. To the people we go. 866 We Be Big. Fire it up. Let's go. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. All 10 lines have just opened for you, and the floodgate is down. Come on in. It's very much like the southern border. Just come on. 866 We Be Big.
Fire it up.
We'll buzzer you at 30. While you're lining up, Speedy on the phones, you can get in now. Spring has actually brought some great ideas to boxofawesome.com. Love these. They show up. They got gadgets. If you like camping, they're camping essentials that are in there. There's clothing. There's if you love to barbecue this time of year, all kinds of barbecue gear and rubs and spices and. I mean, you just love it, and it comes to you every month, or you can send it to someone as a gift every month. Just go to boxofawesome.com. They're going to add their little quiz there, and what they're trying to find out is they want to know things about you or the person that is going to be receiving the Box of Awesome, because that will dictate the kind of stuff they're going to put in there. So go to boxofawesome.com. It is simple. It doesn't cost anything to sign up and get started. Boxofawesome.com. Put in the code BUBBA, and you get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up. And you can cancel at any time. You can rearrange, whatever you want to do. This is a really, really cool opportunity. Boxofawesome.com. Also look for that rickandbubba.com link under the sponsors button. All right, let's get started. Jody is in Birmingham, Alabama. Jody, listening to ZZK. You got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Yes, I was. I've been out of the office, or hadn't. I've been out of the loop here for about 2 days, and it's because of a meeting. But I got news of it this morning. There were 2 men accused of impersonating federal agents, and they compromised the Secret Service agents at the White House and the Vice President's home, and they were seen guarding the president just because they showed up and said they were assigned there. And I thought somebody was pulling my chain. I thought this is sure to be something y'all would be picking up on. And you may have the last couple of days.
Yeah, I heard it had a caller talking about it earlier, but we didn't take the call.
Yeah, that is part of it's true. Now, they were guarding the vice president's wife, I believe. But they had 2 guys showed up, said they were from Homeland Security, and just went on the job, and no one ever questioned them.
So was that just a test, or what did they accomplish other than look, we did it?
I don't know.
Is that the ones that were paying a bunch of money for this nice place for everybody to stay and all this?
No, that the Secret Service that's having to guard Hunter Biden.
That's right. That's what that was.
He's got a place on the beach, so the Secret Service is having to rent a place close to that, and it's very high price to do that.
Yeah, well, better protect Hunter.
That's 2 different stories.
But I think these guys that were trying to infiltrate were doing that as well. From what I understand, they had a really nice place too, where they were putting up Secret Service guys in order to try to get into the Secret Service in with them.
Yeah. So were they seen guarding the vice president's wife or husband? Or whatever.
I don't know how close they got to her, but I know they had like fake badges, and they spent 18 months trying to infiltrate this. Which is I haven't seen what was the point. Like what was their
that's
aim?
what we were
That's
asking.
what I'm asking.
Didn't get it.
Trying to harm anybody, or just prove that we can do it, or try to see if you can stay at a cool place and pretend you're an agent. I don't know. But that's not good. Can we all say that? That's not good.
No, it's not good.
That somebody can that easily infiltrate something that important. That's not. Can we say it's not good?
Rick, I agree. Not good.
It is not good. Lonnie is in Starkville listening to us on Laser 96.1. Go ahead, Lonnie.
Hey, y'all, what y'all doing this morning?
Fired up. We're going, Lonnie. Here we go.
Okay, look, going back to the Will Smith, Chris Rock thing, I think what should have happened was they should have gone ahead and kicked Will Smith out right then, and then when he got the award, let Chris Rock accept it for him.
Yeah, or let Chris Rock slap him. I mean, something to make it even. Yeah. Why not say, Will, while you're up here, hold what you got?
Yeah.
I don't think
and then let's be done with it.
That's how we would have solved it in She-Hulk 1.
I don't think the Oscars was prepared for that. I mean, there was a report that they asked him to leave, and he declined.
Yeah, they didn't have a plan for this.
Yeah, I mean, they don't usually have to manhandle the stars at the Academy Awards.
No, they don't.
Probably the first time it's ever happened.
Yeah.
Greg, when She-Hulk 1, we just circled up and said, let's put them in the ring.
Make it even.
Yeah.
Then when it's over, it's over.
Let's go
to the next problem.
Right. Let's go to Oxford, Alabama. Scott standing by. 30 seconds. Scott, go.
So the New York shooting,
Do you think the guy should be charged with domestic terrorism and or a hate crime? That's all of his rants on racial stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, under the new hate crime rules. Now, I don't know. Do white people, if you hate white people, is that under? Does that fall into the hate crime category?
I think this is going to be simple. He's going to be charged with federal terrorism because it was on a transportation system.
But as far as hate crime, I mean, I haven't seen the pictures of the victims that he shot. I mean, were they all one race, or was he just shooting? He had to be just shooting anybody.
I know you're just firing on anybody. So I don't know that it would meet the criteria of that. But like we've said, the hate crime thing, I think anybody.
Obviously, he had some issues with his rantings.
Bubba and I have said many times, I think anybody who shoots people in cold blood hates them.
Yeah,
I
I've
mean,
never really argued that.
They hate human beings. They hate something.
Are y'all like me, though? When I saw the footage at first, I thought Al Roker had shot some people in the subway.
I did.
He kind of favors Al.
Yeah.
I thought, dang, Roker's going rogue.
Yeah, I was keeping it to myself.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. I thought it. I just didn't say it.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's go to, but I'm with you, Bubba. I think they probably will get him on some kind of terror.
That's what they were, so far, what they had him on.
Mike in Florida. Mike, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, man. I was just calling in about a month ago when we was on spring break. I'm a teacher, and I was at a JV baseball game in Montgomery, and I heard Kid have your walk-up song, and I heard y'all had fun with that this morning, and I thought about calling in 3 weeks ago, but I didn't know it was going to make y'all's day that big.
So you were there?
Yeah.
You saw it happen?
It was good to hear.
Yeah.
Yes, I did. It was all the kids were laughing in the dugout, and I think his parents sent that one in there on him too. So because
that is.
Where
I hope he got a hit.
He said he saw it in Montgomery.
So we've got multiples?
Maybe two different ones.
Yeah.
How about that?
Well, but I mean, Spain Park could have been on the road and playing in Montgomery.
Could have been.
But I don't think you get to pick the walk-up songs when you're the team on the road.
You're right. It's the home team.
Yeah.
I hope it's multiple.
Maybe it's happening everywhere. I hope so.
I heard Freddie Freeman's using it in Los Angeles.
Well, I didn't want to bring that up. Are you Freddie Freeman Brave fans when he was Brave?
Yeah, I hate
Are y'all upset that he's gone?
Yeah, kind of.
No. You don't care?
I don't care.
He was pretty valuable.
Time.
Mm-hmm.
But there's some things come out now that he may have been a bit of a handle behind the scenes.
Really?
So. Him and Acuna didn't get along. But what's that? But you ain't gonna get along with everybody.
No.
I like Freddie. I think Freddie's a great leader.
But as a Braves fan, you're glad he's gone?
No,
or
I'm not glad he's gone. I wish they could have made that work. I just don't think you can. I mean, and you've brought in some good guys to replace him.
You got to look. He's getting older, and
he
he's demanding a big salary, which he deserves. But
interesting.
Well, it's just when you win the World Series, you hate to just dismantle the team immediately. I know that happens a lot.
They replaced him with a pretty good guy.
Yeah.
So.
Good player.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He slipped we don't know his name. We can't come up with.
No, I have no idea his name, but his credentials. His credentials look really good.
No doubt.
Hey man, I say if you don't love the Braves, you just pack your bags. That's what I say.
Hey,
you don't want to leave them. If you don't want to be here, we don't want you.
Well,
love them or leave them.
Freeman had a lot of these. What is it? I don't know if you call them unwritten rules or whatever, but he was real. Hey, we're going to keep our hair a certain length. We're not going to wear a bunch of chains. If we're on the field, we're going to wear a uniform.
I love that.
Not our jacket. See, a lot of these.
I love all that.
Well, is it his position to tell everybody else?
Well, I mean, that's a good question, Bubba. I don't know the culture of the Atlanta Braves. I mean, I know the Yankees had that culture at one point when Steinbrenner was in charge.
Yeah.
And, we had
beards.
When Johnny Damon went in there and we saw him clean cut, we were like, what happened? And it was because of that. And I think Freeman has this mindset and other players don't, from other cultures, brought up in other countries.
Yeah.
And eye black's got to be here and not all over your face. I mean,
and what? Everything he said, I agree with.
I was about to say, I find myself loving it.
I do too. But
if he says no flat bill hats, I'm in.
I also look at it this day and age, because you got to adjust with some of these things. Is hey, Acuna, you just keep doing what you're doing, man. I don't care how you wear your eye black.
And Freddie could.
You want to put a pullover on during BP? Fine.
Hey, just get on second base and be ready to score.
Yeah. Who's the guy that can't think of his name?
Matt Olson.
Yeah, there he is.
Came from from Oakland.
Okay,
he's a player.
Okay,
yeah, they did pretty good.
Tommy and Aniston. Tommy, go ahead.
Won the World Series.
Yeah,
but anyway, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Hey, I'd like to hear you do your Asian imitation talking about Cliff Lock and the strap heard round the world.
Of course, that's German.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Yeah, right.
Rick, you can't do Asian anymore.
Yeah,
you got banned.
That's been canceled.
Yeah. Even though that's how they sound, but that's
Greg. Well, it's
It'd be like if you're doing Speedy and you were not bald headed. You know what I mean? That Speedy's bald headed.
Right. It wasn't meant to be derogatory. I enjoy accents. I think they're funny.
They are funny. Southern accents are funny,
including mine.
New York accents are funny.
Irish is outstanding.
Excellent.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And he's trying to, for some reason, you can just tell us it's flooding in Lake Charles. You don't have to stand in the water.
Hey, that ain't nothing. You seen what's happening in Tuscaloosa?
Right. And a minute ago.
Why is the whole weather team in Tuscaloosa?
Well, here's the thing.
We got the same weather here.
Yeah, it's like we're watching. Who is this here on TV?
That's Cantori, Weather Channel.
All right. Well, a minute ago, the Weather Channel, the Weather Channel went to their local coverage, and then in the local coverage, there's here's this Cantorum guy standing in knee-deep water in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Well, they kicked to the local feed for the local forecast, and the local people thought they'd stand some mine.
Hey,
Why
no,
does
Rick,
every reporter have to stand in the water?
I don't think they were going to local coverage.
No,
I think they have been
there.
rotating.
Yeah, you're right.
And they had somebody actually in Tuscaloosa.
Yes.
Wow. Yes.
Well, he was just standing in a wet parking lot.
It wasn't local on the 8s like they used to do.
Okay.
It was actually somebody. They've got Lake Charles. They've got people up down
He
on
wasn't
other
even
places
boot
of the
deep. He
coast.
was just in a wet parking lot.
Yeah, he was in just the middle of the main street.
It looked just like a rainy day.
So we've gone to knee deep to thigh deep to a guy in a wet parking lot.
Yes.
I mean that's how we kicked it around.
Yeah, got them everywhere, Rick.
Well, that's funny.
And what brought attention to it now is a guy was actually leaving either the boat landing or a hotel, and I guess Cantori asked him if he needed help, and he gave him an earful of something. He wasn't happy about being on video and getting that question asked.
Right.
He's got his car and drove on.
Put him in his place.
The weather people are a bit dramatic.
They are.
Yeah, they.
They need it to be more exciting than it is sometimes.
Right. Do you remember the one the guy was giving the report in the boat and the people walked behind him? It was ankle deep.
Yes. Yes, that was funny. And then we had the female that time was in, and people kept running by her in the background.
Doing all them dances and
all right. Funny. Patrick, in Birmingham. Patrick, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Good. How about y'all, boys?
Good.
So y'all were talking about that treasure hunt, and then your kickoff hour, you're talking about nude hiking.
Yeah.
I've got to challenge you. If you go on that treasure hunt, you got to do it nude.
No.
Now pass.
That nude hiking, boy. You talk about galded.
Yeah, somebody said it's nude hiking day. Who comes up with that?
Yeah.
If you hike nude, you're an idiot. Yeah. I mean, I don't even care what your worldview is. It's just stupid to hike.
No, you can wear shoes.
You can?
Yeah.
And
you
even a
can wear-
backpack.
Put your Timberlands and socks on and head on.
Well, really,
it.
what have you done? Because they did a whole TV show where they drop people naked out in the middle
That's
of
the
nowhere,
most
and they ain't
amazing.
got no shoes, they ain't got nothing.
That's the most amazing thing.
Have you
I mean,
seen
that's
some of
miserable.
them make shoes though out of stuff?
They do, but
Yeah,
but why?
But that's
would you-
different than having shoes from the store.
I love when they
Yeah.
show up and they're talking trash like hey, I'm gonna take this on. And 2 days in,
They're crying.
and that butt's just got bug bites all over their naked butt.
Yeah, just eat
and
up.
They're
with
tapping out. I gotta go. I'm out. My survival rating went to 3.
They start. They start out naked and sharp, and it's not long till they're naked and crying.
and gone.
Ain't got bug bites. I'm talking about all over.
Oh, that first night.
I'm talking about top to bottom.
And you can hear them on the camera.
Oh, it's miserable. You could.
They're buzzing as a dozen.
Yes.
And if I'm
Bump them slightly.
And if I'm not mistaken, they don't get any money for that, do they?
I'm sure they get a little appearance money, but they don't like win a big prize.
Their
for
survival
surviving.
rating gets to go up.
Yeah. Good. Thanks. Guys, that's the most miserable stuff I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, that's terrible.
Well, how about this? Life's hard enough. Life every day's a challenge.
Yeah.
You don't have to drop me
How about
butt
that?
naked in the middle of the rainforest.
I just want to survive the interstate and taxes.
You can drop me in there fully clothed, and it's tough. But naked with a bag?
I mean, no shoes, no nothing.
Yeah, I don't want to be dropped in there with like Delta Force.
I don't want all the latest and greatest equipment.
No, I just don't want to be in there.
I don't want SEAL Team 6 with me. I mean,
You're naked and you got a burlap sack. That's it.
That's
And
bad.
it may be a machete. You get to pick one
That's
thing.
bad.
You always get that fire starter.
No, I don't even like mosquitoes to be around the lake. You know what I mean? It's,
Oh, I know. They ruin it.
that he wanted to do this treasure. He was retired from the Air Force. They ran a gallery located in Santa Fe, New Mexico. They sold artifacts, fine art, all that kind of stuff. Was very successful in it. And in 1988, he was diagnosed with cancer, came up with the idea during his illness to hide a chest full of treasure for everyone to go find. He filled the treasure chest, containing with gold nuggets, rare coins, jewelry, gemstones, along with an olive jar holding his autobiography. He intended to hide it and end his life nearby with the treasure as his legacy. However, he survived the illness and waited until he was 79 or 80 to hide the treasure. Now, he's been interviewed about it as early, according to this, as late, I should say, as May 2017. And he said, to the best of his knowledge, no one had decoded all the clues in the right order, indicating that it may not be in the correct order of the poem.
I can't start another day without him.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number as we work our way back. All right, so I think you hit on this in passing earlier, Bubba. I know you did because I remember you saying it. Biden's approval rating is at 33%. And as you said, only 26% of independents approve of the job he's doing. 39% are all who back the handling of Ukraine. And 68% say the U.S. should be doing more to stop Putin. So that's not good news for the sitting president right there. Those are some ugly, ugly numbers.
Yeah, doesn't look good. When it's so easy to run as a candidate and say that what the guy in there's doing is wrong and all that. But boy, when you get there, it's a different deal, and that sits for everybody.
Well, and also, I mean, just like Adler's saying, there's some things coming out now. It's also makes it doubly difficult if the person that is in that office and is now been put in charge is losing his cognitive skills.
Oh yeah,
that's gonna take that job and make it even more difficult. Also, Greg, you were telling Bubba, I'm almost certain I heard this. I tried to act like I didn't hear it. That John Hinckley Jr. is playing a sold out concert. Did you pass that along to Bubba? Did I hear that right?
Yeah. An article. And they said, and I don't know if they're going capacity, but the place they said like a hotel somewhere. It's like 400 people capacity.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he sold that or they went half room or whatever, but it just says sold out. They're like $20 each. And I clicked on, they had a video of him that he'd made for YouTube, and the fact that he shot the president and all that's weird enough, but he also can't sing at all.
Yo, it's just strange to me that anybody who shoots a president, okay, I mean, who it was, which one, what party has nothing to do with this, that the guy is out now trying to perform and have a career. I mean, to me, you shoot a president, you shoot at a president, you're done. I mean, you never see daylight again. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, apparently you see a sold-out 400-seat theater.
Well, I mean.
But then again, did he not get officially, wasn't he not guilty because of insanity? And then once they cleared him?
That's, hey,
I know, but.
That's one of the people who come up with that defense, I think, are insane.
I agree.
It's just wrong. I mean, could you imagine John Wilkes Booth getting out to perform if he'd have made it? I mean, really? Okay, let's look at apples to apples here.
Right.
What?
Lee Harvey Oswald.
Lee Harvey Oswald is
at Brothers Bar.
Yeah, he's playing his acoustic down here this week. Let's all go see him. What?
I know.
What?
Well, this is. Let me go a step further here, because this is what I've been saying all along. I think sometimes we focus on the individual, and that's understandable, but it's really incorrect. That's not what you keep you awake at night. What should keep you awake at night is tickets went on sale and 400 people went and are going.
Yes.
John Hinckley Jr., the problem, he's bad, but the people who think he's okay enough to go see him perform, that concerns me more.
I tell you who I'm worried about is the Market Hotel in New York City. I mean, would you ever stay at that place? That'd be a big nay.
No.
Y'all, just get you a look. Y'all to hear him, too. I mean, it ain't like, not that it would matter, but it ain't like you go, well, you know what, the guy's pretty good. He's not.
Well, Greg, I'm going to correct you there. I think it would matter.
Yeah, it would matter. You're right.
Yeah, it would matter.
That's true.
Because if somebody,
it just makes it that much more delusional.
Because Greg, I watch and listen to a lot of real talented people that are absolutely.
Yeah. Charles Manson wasn't a bad singer.
Really, I never heard him.
Yeah, he was a songwriter. That's what started all that.
Yeah. Did you say he was not a bad singer?
I've heard a recording. I mean, I wouldn't run out and buy it, but it's, I mean, considering it's Charles Manson,
better than John Hinckley Jr.
Oh, Rick, yes.
Yeah, he just. I mean,
Would you be more likely to go to a concert of Charles Manson or John Hinckley Jr.?
I think if you're going to go on the freak show scale, you go to Manson. I mean, why hold back? I mean, let's go.
I think I'm more
all out.
I think I'm more comfortable going to Hinckley.
Yeah, I don't feel nobody.
I mean,
Hinckley's
comfortable,
could show
but-
up and kill me.
Yeah.
Do y'all want to hear Hinckley?
Please.
Okay.
Oh
This is an original song called "Everything's Gonna Be All Right" by John Hinckley
Get your
Jr.
look. It looks like.
So there's 400 people, and more would have gone.
With the rain,
Sorry, Bubba.
it is good to wash away the pain. Let the
$20.
angels lead you to the light.
No, don't do that.
Everything is gonna be alright.
Way better than I thought it was gonna be.
Really?
Boy, you must have really thought it was going to be
I thought
bad.
it was gonna be like
He's doing that typical
David from Louisville type thing.
You know that typical. I'm play guitar, but all I do is them three gling, 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 gling. Every chord.
Three chord.
Yeah, and they do the same strum on all three.
But Rolling
then
Stones
again-
got famous with those three chords.
That's
Nah,
right.
but they play them with a little more style. And it ain't the number of chords. It's his ding, 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 ding.
But I like Bob Dylan, so it's not saying much, guys.
That's a good point.
That's true.
Look, there's.
Adler said he ain't bad.
Okay, well, let's go back to this then, Adler. Okay, because you like Bob Dylan because of his style and his ability to write really good lyrics. This is not good lyrics.
No,
I
it's
mean,
not.
this is not good writing.
It's not. No. I wasn't saying that. It was better than I thought.
Well,
it was
I
gonna
just
be.
want to be sure everybody knows.
I don't.
You
It
threw
wasn't better
Dylan
than I
out
thought.
there, and you got to be careful with that.
Well, you
kind of
guys
stuff.
make fun of Dylan all the time. I thought y'all would like that.
Yeah, but I understand the influence that Dylan has had on music in general.
Yeah, he sold his soul to the devil.
Thank you, Greg. I may not like his style of singing, but I respect his talent as a songwriter, not a singer.
Yeah, leave that off.
But and I can even live with style before he got to where he is almost you can't.
Yeah,
understand him.
when he was
younger, I could live with it.
The tour he had, he was still older, but not like he is now. But when the Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers were his backing band,
yeah,
that's pretty good. I've seen
but
footage of that.
now, I mean, the last few times, like when you went to see him, it was bad. You admitted
Who was that guy?
It was bad.
Who was the guy that used to sing "Tiptoe Through the Tulips" by the window? What was his name?
Tiny Tim.
Tiny Tim. Now he was a bird too.
He played that ukulele like nobody's business.
Speaking of soul,
where do they ever get off doing anything?
Speaking of the devil and
Terrible.
souls,
Speaking of the devil and souls,
I saw a tweet today that said the devil went down to Georgia. That implies that the devil was a Yankee, so that's pretty good.
That's a good
Well,
one.
how about you? You are turning into William F. Buckley. and you know what? And you know what? There's just you're starting to get a little sprinkle of Van Zant.
I'm a daddy now, guys. I got some gray in my beard. You guys know how it is.
I'm a daddy. Right, guys. And then who is this other thing with John Hinckley Jr. that there's a venue hosting a person, somebody saying that the attempt to assassinate Reagan, one guy who was justifying going to see him said that Hinckley didn't mess up as many lives as Reagan actually did.
We saw that coming.
Yeah, sure.
What? Look, just say you
Okay.
just say you bought the ticket like you buy the ticket to the freak show. Don't try to do that.
Nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's 100% with everybody got that.
No.
But considering our elections now, think about when Reagan went in, he had uber inflation like we got now. In his reelection, he won 49 states,
He must have
including New York and California.
So he must not have messed up too many people's lives. If
Somebody
New York and
liked him.
California
People were
voted for a
buying in.
Republican.
And I think that's the last time it ever happened.
Yeah, when you win 49 out of 50 states, people are not upset with you.
And
A lot
almost
of
Minnesota, which is the one he lost.
So Mondale like pulled it off.
What about when you lose 49 states?
Good night.
I think I'd start a stand-up routine or something.
How about the faces at that celebration party they had set up for afterwards sitting there?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and